Well, a very good morning to you all from Barber Motorsports Park just outside of Birmingham, Alabama, the second round of the 2025 World Racing League.
Round 2 of our World Racing League calendar this year for 2025. As you can see, the grid right here, starting their formation laps behind a lovely Volkswagen Touareg. Here we go. You should see the NP01s from GTU coming through here into turn 7. As they cross underneath the bridge, the GTO field follows suit. Your pole sitter in GTU had been the 59 from Stratus Racing, but unfortunately they had a leaky fuel cell on the grid. So that has promoted Roberts Racing on debut in GTU to the pole.
We're back, JT. We made it.
All right.
Yeah, network trouble up here in the booth, but I think we're on the... So we've been sorted. Thank you for carrying that. Ryan West will be on with us here in hopefully.
All right, so GTU will have Roberts Motorsports leading over the number 1 from Round 3 Racing and the 60 from Stratus Racing. Rapscallion in the 739 Ligier will be 4th, Capstone 5th, in the number 7 car. Then you have the 2 automatic racing entries, 909 and 908, followed by the sister car from Round 3 Racing, starting 8th, the number 10 car. The Stratus 58, 9th, Dawn Motorsports in 10th. I believe we'll have Hera Flight starting 11th, and the 59 from Stratus, hopefully, once repaired, will rejoin us out on track today. GTO, Off-the-Leash Motorsports in the Ligier. The lovely colored green and black entry will lead GTO over the 70 from Round 3 Racing in their Porsche Cup. Second row will be the number 2 from the ACP Tangerine Associates, alongside Thunder Bunny Racing. Third row will be Lupe Tortilla, Fast Track Racing's BMW, alongside the BMW of GTR 99. Seventh will be Random Vandals Racing, the 82, and the number 11 from Kingpin Racing. Alongside, 9th place will be the Bruce Innovations 444, and the 77 of Kingpin Racing in 10th. Going down the order, 11th will be Speed Syndicate in the Aston Martin, and the PMW Motorsports BMW M4. 13th, TCB Racing, Toyota Supra, alongside the AE Victory Toyota Supra in 14th. 15th will be the 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates, BMW M4, alongside Rapscallion's Ligier in GTO. 17th will be Moorhead Speedworks and their Janetta, alongside BMW M4 from Forza Motorsports. GP1, your pole sitter, was the 94 Motorsports Corvette C5, just beating out the ASM Honda S2000. Third place, Screaming Goat Racing, the 29, lining up alongside the 38 from Palomar. Fifth place will be number 5 All-Star Racing BMW M3, and the Bladers Racing E36 BMW alongside. 7th, Stanton Racing 3 Series. PC Racing will be starting 8th in their M3. Blitzkrieg Racing 9th, and Open Throttle in the 64 10th. Rest of the grid for GP1 will be Bruce Innovations, the 24, AOA Racing in the 85, Flying for Motorsports, the 946, TC Klein Racing, followed by No Rags Racing and AR Motorsports. GP2, Palomar Racing, the 83 will be leading us to the green over the 469 from Rapscallion Motorsports. Boulder and their BMW starting third, and Rebel Racing fourth. The third row in GP2 will be the open throttle BMWs, the 66 over the 68. Then we'll have Fawn Motorsports Hyundai Velociter and the 851 from AOA Racing. Then you're going to have the 85 or 65 open throttle, the 48 competition BMW, 55 AOA, and Lagunatics Racing BRZ 779 at the back.
I think we made it back just in time, JT.
Yep, take it away.
Yep, as the field heads onto the front straightaway, round 2 of the World Racing League 2025 season kicks off from Barber Motorsports Park. The green flag waves over the GTU field. It's Roberts Motorsports in the number 185 inside of the first of the round 3 racing Sebeco NP01s down into the first corner. Now the GTO field gets off-leash Motorsports alongside round 3, who takes the lead around the outside in the number 70 Porsche Cup car. It's now Porsche, Ligier, and BMW. I'm sorry, it's a Supra there in third place, headed through turns 1 and 2 for the first time of asking. Up over the crest of the hill into turn number 5 as the GP field takes its start. It's the number 3 of 94 Motorsports. That Corvette gets the early jump down into turn number 1. They all dive on the brakes 3 and 4 wide into a very, very tight and tricky turn 1. It looks like, is that... Oh, a little bit of dust being kicked up there in the back of the GP1 and 2 field. As they come up over the hill at turn 3, there will be a slow Random Vandals BMW number 82 headed down the short straightaway into the turn 5 braking zone for the first time of asking, side by side for the race lead in GP1 into the braking zone. Corvette versus the ASM number 150 Honda S2000. Everybody's going to have to be awfully careful here headed down this short straightaway. There is the stricken Random Vandals number 82. Looks like everybody playing nicely down this short straightaway, single and a little bit of 2 wide action headed down towards turn number 7. There is your GP1, 2, and 3, well, nominally GP3 field. Just one car entered in GP3 this weekend, we believe. Back to the front straightaway. GTU first across the line is that number 185 off of the inherited pole position, along with the second round 3 racing. That's the number 10, the blue sort of accented Porsche factory livery on that Sebeco NP01. Already your GTO class leader, the number 70 from round 3 racing, has caught the back of the GTU field and begins to intermingle there, being hounded by the class pole sitting number 40. Already wrapped up one of the that's the number 7 Sebeco NP01 Thunder Bunny Racing, and the number 4 slots into third place in the GTO class, now followed by the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates, and very, very early now beginning to work their way through the back markers, or the slower cars in the GTU class. Clean first lap and a half, JT.
Yeah, always great to see.
4 minutes already off the clock. The lap and a half completes something like 4 miles down. We'll do this probably right around 200 times today in our 8-hour race. 7 hours of racing to come tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for being with us and joining us from Barber Motorsports Park. Apologies for some of the technical issues up here in the booth. There's some Barber is having some meaningful ISP issues at the moment, which is hindering things a little bit for us, but we're off and running. If you're asking for live timing, Race Monitor is kind of our primary source these days. Speed Hive is also an option if you are of that persuasion. It's not Race Hero, but we'll get the job done. And of course, we have our pylon down the left-hand side, which should show the overall results here once things settle down in a couple of moments' time. So number 1 in round 3 racing, who was first across the line. No, they're not. Got to sort by position. There we go. 0.3 of a second between them. It almost looked like the number 1 had drawn alongside on the front straightaway just a moment ago, but that's not the case. They head now out of turn 6 up towards turn number 7. Your overall race leaders, a really, really strong start from that number 185 Roberts Motorsports Sebeco NP01. And then that first round 3 racing number 1. I actually had them slightly reversed. Again, I'm sure JT mentioned it earlier, but the number 59 Stratus NP01 was due to start on the overall pole and, of course, the GTU class pole. We were told that they had a fuel cell leak down on the grid, and actually, now that they've all pulled away, you can see the fluid left behind in the fast lane, right where the pole sitter was sat early this morning. That car has gone to the garage, or to the paddock anyway, and certainly will not feature off the start first thing this morning. Down around the far side of the circuit. This is the rise up over the bridge at turn 12 and 13. Now snaking back towards 14 and 15. Careful not to commit too far to the exit of 14 because you've got to set yourself up for this banked corner, cambered corner onto the front straightaway. Really, really important to get the launch there. Looked like somebody sneaking up the inside for a potential pass there. Did not work out. That was the number 246 Toyota Supra. Up the inside of the 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates. The dive up the inside here in a second from the number 72 BMW M4 GT4. The older spec car there takes position away from that number 246 of, got the number right here, TCB Racing. Change for the GP1 class lead, JT.
Ooh, that sounds like an S2000.
It's not. It's a LS-powered BMW 325i. Screaming Goat Racing. Yep, well, nominally anyway. Is able to overhaul both the Honda S2000 and the Corvette number 3. And they sat on the provisional class pole yesterday in our first ever standalone qualifying session for most of the afternoon, before a string of really, really good laps by the number 3 in the last 10 minutes after a brief black flag was able to pull out something close to a second on the rest of the GP1 field. And in race trim this morning, looks like that Screaming Goat number 29 is off to a slightly stronger start on the Continental tires. And up into the GP1 class lead. Change for the overall race lead now as well. Or have we... Yep, timing has redefaulted to fastest lap sort. Need to get with our timing guru here to get that straightened out. We've gotten with our timing guru. If you're following along Race Monitor, that timing will update to a default position sort here momentarily. In any case, the race lead still is owned by that number 185 from Barber Motorsports, the number 1 round 3 racing in second, and the Ligier JS. I get this wrong. JSP4.
Yes.
Did I have that correct? The number
Yes.
739 from Rapscallion. JT, you were with us back at Eagles Canyon. I was on other duties. That car finally featuring on track in GTU trim.
Yes, and doing pretty well at Eagles Canyon as well. Makes power a little bit differently than the Stratus cars, so it was quite difficult for some of the MP01s to get around them. But it was running very, very much on pace.
Yeah,
unfortunately, they did run into little issues, if I recall correctly. But yeah, no, it is a different car in that class, and as you can see, it fits right in.
Yeah, we kind of watched it yesterday, and it seemed like it was a little bit heavier and had maybe a little bit more grunt than the NP01s, but obviously being heavier wasn't able to quite keep the speed up through the corners. So, as you say, it makes its pace in a slightly different way, but those any of the GTU cars, NP01s or Ligiers, it just kind of seems like there's not enough differential between them for any one type of car or build of car to have an obvious advantage. Despite the weight differential or the power differential. Through turns 13 and 12 and 13 there, excuse me, a little bit of dust being kicked up. We had some oil put down yesterday. That's some leftover speedy dry through that fast right-hander. That leads you towards the pit entry and onto the front straightaway. The number 70 Porsche down at turn number 5, just picking it up here on camera, picking its way through the through tons of GP 1, 2, and 3 traffic, but now also catching the back of the GTU class leaders, where I think we've had a position change. Is that the number 1 ahead of the 185? Yeah. It is, with the number 70 right in tow. So round 3 racing, both in GTO and in GTU, making big jumps here early on in the Saturday 8-hour. A little shakiness from the camera down there at turn number 8. They'll run up to the quick 9 and 10 chicane, and then we'll pick them up here on the run down into turn number 11. There is your lead margin, first and second, something like 3 or 4 car lengths, then the Porsche, and then a bigger gap back to the 4th place overall car, which is now going to be that 739 Ligier we just talked about from Rapscallion. Stratus number 60 sits 5th overall. Then your second place GTO car is the number 40 Ligier from Off-Leash Motorsports, which makes it 2 Ligiers in the top 6 overall. Who would have thought this time last year?
I mean, if there's going to be one track where the Ligiers are going to be flying, is this one as...
is that the 40?
One of them just, yeah. Just
I think that was the 40, your second place GTO car.
Oh,
well,
boy.
I shouldn't have said anything. This is my 13th minute of commentary in the 2025 season, and I've already put the commentator's curse on somebody. Unbelievable. Straight to the attention of the crew, they've gone past the paddock entry. So down here at the far end of pit lane sits that bright green and black number 40 JS2R, not JSP4.
Correct. P4
and anyway, that will promote your GTO second place car to be the number 4 from Thunder Bunny Racing. And then third place, rounding out the current podium, the number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates there in GTO. That number 40's already been sent.
Maybe it was a...
Very interesting. Radio could be something like a seatbelt coming undone. I mean, it could be any number of things. They weren't there long enough for it to have been fueled, right? So it definitely wasn't that. But that's an interesting move from that number 40. Battle on for the GP1 lead, headed into the hairpin at turn number 5. It's 3 cars, all in a line. Number 29, number 3, and then number 150. BMW leads Corvette, leads Honda S2000. Good punch from that LS-powered BMW up over the rise at turn number 6. So come down into turn number 7, separated by just over a second. Mark it into that apex curb, flat at turn number 7, and then 7A and 7B drops away. There's actually a new curb there on the inside of 7A. They've kind of triangled off the angled curve on driver's left and made it a proper ripple strip. Rather than just the painted concrete that was there previously. And it's a little bit more aggressive. It definitely rattles the bones a little bit up over the rise, but if you get the trajectory right, you can really cut a few feet off of the racing line and straighten the car onto the braking zone on the run down into turn number 8. Change the profile of that corner ever so slightly. I think the number 3 is being held up here, and if that's the case, it's probably also holding up the number 150 Honda S2000, who's been really, really good in the braking zones and in the corners, but just loses a couple of car lengths on the straightaways to the 29 and the 3, and it means that by the time they get to these braking zones, just too far in a rear to actually get the move done. See what the pace is like through the long right-hander here at turns 2 and 3. Up the rise on the other side. See that punch from the Beamer. Even too much for the Corvette. And they get down to this braking zone at turn number 5, and immediately that 3 car lengths is back down to just about 1 between the red, white, and black Corvette and the all-black Honda S2000. Palomar Racing, number 38, sits 4th in class, by the way. Just a couple of seconds further back, leading a group of themselves, the 44 of PC Racing, and the number 5 of All-Star Racing, that trio of BMWs there, 4th, 5th, and 6th in class. There they are. Don't know that we've, just looking at the race control log here, I don't know that we've seen the reemergence as yet of the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it going by timing. Looks like they've only done that 1 out lap.
The Ligier is back in, JT. The number 40 of Off-Leash Motorsports. So whatever issue they thought was a quick fix has actually not been fixed as such. And difficult to tell what they've got going on. They're looking mostly around the rear of the car. First to the left rear, now the center rear. They're taking the rear wing off. Does this mean they're also taking bodywork off? The first time I've seen this car be tended to in action, and now, yeah, the rear bodywork comes off, and looks like they're going to pay a little bit more attention into the engine bay at the rear of that JS2R of Off-Leash Motorsports. Still one other in the field. It'll be the number 669. Also from Rapscallion, but that car not having quite the same strong start that the number 40 did. A little bit of daylight at the front of the GTU field now as well. Number 1 from round 3 racing leads to 185 from Roberts Motorsports by 1.3 seconds. And then that GTO class leader with about 7 seconds in hand over the number 739. But the GTO second place car actually quite a bit further back than that. 16 seconds is your GTO lead margin, even at this early stage. Now, if you've joined us for WRL races in the past, but maybe you weren't at Eagles Canyon, you may note by their absence the number 123 and 124 of NFC Motorsports. Those Mercedes AMG GT4s, excuse me. Oh boy, here we go.
Way to go.
Have featured exceptionally well from the end of the 2023 season right through to the end of last season. They have not reappeared as yet this year, despite stirring the pot a little bit in the WRL Racers group. Remains to be seen when we see them next. But that car and that team, those cars and that team had made so much progress as competitors in the World Racing League. It's kind of left, along with the scaling down of the Thunder Bunny operation, it's kind of left that number 70 from round 3 racing alone in, let's say, the very top tier of consistent competitors, consistent teams in that GTO class. On board with the number 44 from PC Racing, BMW M3. It's got some miles on it and has had some issues over the years, but as the number 185 sneaks through, it's a strong start nonetheless, top 5 start. We're out wide at turn 10, a little wiggle there that may have just been from being about a half a foot offline when the number 185 scooted through, and really, really good catch to get out over the exit curb there and onto the concrete behind the left-hand side of the exit of turn number 10. Through goes the number 70 from round 3 racing. That is your GTO class leader, of which we just spoke, the Trim Tech sponsored car. 44 looks a bit of a handful, JT. Every time it pulls it back to the apex, it protests a little bit. There's a little bit of a wiggle there. Just over 20 minutes down in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Barber Motorsports Park. This is DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek joined by JT Tammy. Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos. I may have missed that earlier in our internet hullabaloo, which is sort of an ongoing saga at the moment. But we're off and running. Ryan West and Robert Hill Jr. to join us a little later on.
There with the PC Racing onboard a moment ago, you can see approaching the camera now this white and green Porsche Boxster. That is from off the leash Motorsports. That's the 460 running in GP3. And if timing is to be believed, it's the only GP3 today.
That is correct. Yeah, I think it was likely to be them, and there was one other car on the entry list that didn't actually end up taking time at any point this weekend. So we're down to basically that one car in GP3. You may remember from seasons past, in GP3 in particular, we've had a host of open throttle cars, AOA cars. Everybody's kind of taken a step forward. And it's not necessarily because GP3 has been axed or anything like that. The class is still very, very much open for competition. But as we've seen from many teams over the years, the ability to go faster is there. And as some of the cars, like those NC Miatas or MX-5s, and some of the older 3 Series, get a little bit more tired and parts become harder to find, it's allowed those teams to jump up into GP2 in particular. It's left a little bit of a void there in GP3. Change for second place in GP1, meanwhile. The number 150 from ASM has jumped the number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette, headed down into turn number 7, which has allowed the Screaming Goat Racing BMW to gap the field a little bit. There they are with one of the Sebeco NP01s in between them. There you see the Black S2000 and the red, white, and black Corvette C5 headed out of 8, now up and towards 9 and 10. So we thought maybe the Screaming Goat car, now that things had settled in, was holding everybody up just a touch in it. And as a matter of fact, it looks like the 29's been a little bit better, maybe a little bit luckier in traffic. And indeed, it turns out that the Honda S2000 was being backed up just that little bit by the 94 Motorsports Corvette that started on pole. You know, one of the interesting things here is I do wonder a little bit if they're trying to conserve fuel with that number 3 Corvette. If it's just a little bit thirstier, quick over a single lap, as we saw in our first ever standalone qualifying session yesterday afternoon for the GP cars. And I wonder if they're just kind of backing things down a little bit, try and make it a little bit more consistent.
Well, is there different in fuel cell sizes between those cars? I assume there is. The Corvette just may be a bit larger, which means at the beginning stages of a race, it might be just a little bit slower compared to the S2000. Because we know when it's very low in the tank, it's quick as heck. Bit of smoke from the I think that's the Rapscallion MX-5. Yeah, GP1 cars here, the top 3 relatively evenly spaced. Ooh, the ASM definitely gets a good run there out of 14. really close up behind the back of the Screaming Goat BMW as they head down the front straight into turn 1 here.
Yeah, I think that 150 is the quickest car in the class now, pretty decisively.
Doing a 37.5 across the line. Corvette just 0.3 slower.
These three cars keep finding each other, JT. They'll separate themselves a little bit in traffic as some of the leaders slide through. And then once they're back into clear air, it's all put back together, 1, 2, and 3 line astern. It looks like one of the, is that NC MX-5 there headed into? It is. I think it's the 851 of AOA Racing.
And just in front of it is, I believe, the Rapscallion 469 car.
I want to give a shout out just quickly to the Moorhead Speedworks number 290 Jannetta M56, such as it's entered, which I think is just a moniker for the adaptations they've made to make that car a little bit more competitive in WRL. That car started at the back of the GTO grid after not setting any times in our qualifying session yesterday after lunch. And already up into 12th place overall. And as I count down the list on our timing monitor here. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, up to 5th. Yeah, that's definitely a car you would assume would do quite well here. The platform itself would definitely be advantageous to a nice nimble track like Barber, with a bit of a nice torquey grunt out of its LS engine. Definitely be quite competitive around here.
I'm a big fan of that, Jannetta. It missed a pretty significant portion of the last part of 2024 after an incident down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Left the car inverted over in the S's. A very lazy rollover, but it was fine. But the car took a little while to get fixed and to get exactly the parts that were needed in order to get it back on track. So I think we saw it again until Coda, from memory. I'm sure Chad Moorhead will correct me here at some stage. Alex Branham says, my reception is the worst here. What tower are you using? We're on AT&T, for what it's worth, here at DriversEye Live, and it appears they've put a tower up at the, if you stand in the paddock and look back towards the entrance road, so opposite the race control tower. There's a brand new tower disguised, very badly disguised as a tree, actually.
Blends it perfectly.
It really does.
Do they not have that on the...
We're about to go full course yellow as Ryan West joins us here on DriversEye Live. Guess what, boys? It's our first opportunity to talk Code 35.
I was going to say, full course yellow or Code 35?
Aha.
Here we go.
Yep. So the full course yellow, double yellow comes out, and it's a 3-second countdown, is what was described in the drivers' meeting yesterday. And after the 3-second countdown, we put out the purple Code 35 flag, which requires all the competitors to slow to 35 miles an hour, no passing, single file around the circuit. Everybody hold station, hold your margins, and proceed safely while we go deal with do we know what we're dealing with? Yeah. Waiting for the race control log to update. Whatever it is appears to be down at turn number 14. Pit stop for the number 242 from Blitzkrieg Racing, which is, again, kind of our first opportunity to talk strategy as it relates to Code 35s. Remember that without safety cars, the field never bunches back up. So your margin is your margin, and you will absolutely want to minimize your chances of pitting under green. because there's really no way to get that time back other than on track.
Yeah, it's basically an excellent opportunity to take a pit stop because everybody out on track will be stuck doing 35 miles an hour. So might as well come in and, you know, top off.
Yeah, I think that's the move, and has proven to kind of be the move over the seasons. Top off, even if you're only going to take 5 or 6 gallons, your pit lane speed is the same speed as the cars on track. Everybody's limited to 35 miles an hour, and as has been pointed out multiple times, the pit lane run is actually shorter here at Barber than the length of the track. So you're still required to come in and stop. You're required to service the car and at least connect the fuel jug. You have to come to a complete stop in your box when you do take to the pit lane. But your losses are negated very heavily, obviously, by the fact that you're doing the same speed as cars on track, and that run is actually shorter down the pit lane. So even if you're only going to put those couple gallons in the car, like you said, JT, really does make sense on most occasions. Come in, top off, and try and stretch that fuel window as far as you can. Indeed, we've now had the 119 into the pit lane. That's the AE Victory Toyota Supra. The number 70 from Round 3 Racing has just come to the attention of the R3R crew just before start-finish here. Fuel goes into the front of that Porsche 991 Cup. It looks like our code 35 here is for fluid that's been put down on the outside of... I can't tell where that is. They've got a PTZ camera from Race Control that's very heavily zoomed in. Maybe the exit of, or entrance of 13? Yeah, it's up over the top of the rise here. Maybe on driver's left. We're going to see if safety truck come into view. Let's see where it parks itself. There's definitely fluid that's been put down. Also, a very awkward moment in the pit lane just a minute ago with a car that had either thought it missed its pit stall or did miss its pit stall. Stopped itself in the fast lane while the 70 was trying to leave its pit stall. And everybody had to come to a stop here in both lanes, block the pit lane very briefly while everybody tried to figure out what they were meant to be doing. And then everybody sort of continued on their merry way. On board the 44, which comes into the pits. The number 10 is released. You'll see here in just a sec. Actually, so we've already gone past it. The number 10 was released up into the slow lane. Fell in behind. Another 44 takes its place here at the second or third last pit stall at the far end of the pit lane here at Barber Motorsports Park. Very tight pit lane with 60 cars on the grid. Anyway, Ryan, you joined at maybe the worst possible time. Good morning.
That's okay. Good morning.
Welcome to Barber.
Thank you, thank you. I was working on some drills this morning with my daughter. And,
I heard.
So, you know, we wanted to get that in. I realized I have 3 full-time commitments to various enterprises in my life, and it's just that little bit more difficult to balance them all.
Yeah, I think the family daughter one comes first.
Yeah, indeed.
DriversEye Live second, obviously.
Yeah. And I did put in, to be fair, I did put in about 40 minutes of real work yesterday. So I figured I broke even on that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You did join us yesterday, Ryan, for our first ever standalone qualifying sessions in the World Racing League.
For the what session?
Sorry, Megapole.
Megapole, yeah.
About Megapole.
We're doing Megapole. That's what it's called. So, the World Racing League experimenting with a separate qualifying session as opposed to just taking times out of the practice sessions, and you know, compiling those and seeing which one was the quickest. Now having a formal qualifying session, one for GP and one for GT. That was a good time. Megapole. The Megapole.
It was fun.
Session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. That's fun.
Yeah, RJ took a bit of feedback yesterday on that at the drivers' meeting by requests for cheers and claps and general noise making, and it seemed like it was overwhelmingly pretty positive.
Okay, cool. I would imagine so. There can't be a whole lot to not like about that, you know. I mean,
clear. It was about the session and not the name. We didn't present Megapole, but
did you talk about it during the drivers' meeting?
I didn't talk at the drivers' meeting.
What?
It was already a pretty lengthy drivers' meeting.
All right.
Yeah, we had new chief steward for the weekend, Casey Carden.
Yep. Well, he was there last weekend as well.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah.
Assisted by Jim Davis this weekend.
Yep. Jim Davis did not attend last week, and I understand he had some recovery
Oh, Mr. Davis is here.
Yeah.
Happy to say. Yeah, he's on scene this weekend.
Good.
But yeah, as we said, Casey is kind of taking his place there as chief steward, and a lot of good insight from Casey. Very well spoken, and excited to see Mr. Carden in that role throughout the rest of 2025. Should that be the case? Worth noting, while we have this brief pause here, this is something of a new digital era for the World Racing League. It is a little bit. So those of you, we didn't put out a press release or anything like that because that's not really our speed here at DriversEye Live. But
I totally could have done one. I totally could have done.
We've been involved in the World Racing League for some time here at DriversEye Live, since the end of 2017, as a matter of fact. And as time has gone on, we've looked for ways to be involved, stay involved, get more involved in the series. And for the first time this weekend, my wife, Layla Kazmarek, is on site handling series social media for Instagram, Facebook, etc. At World Racing League has been collaborating with at DriversEye Live over the course of the weekend. Engagement has been positive thus far, but if you don't already follow the series, definitely do that. There is more to come from that agreement, by the way. Look forward to Mid-Ohio and some unique and interesting things to come there. Perhaps some artwork here is in the maybe some event posters. Yeah, it's not from Layla. She wants to make that very
no,
no, that will come from. Go ahead, Ryan.
I will say that on 2 separate occasions in the last 3 months, I have openly agreed with your artist on the internet about something.
That's fascinating.
So
you've come so far, Ryan.
Not only that, but I have expressed it publicly on the page. So
amazing. We're looking forward to this. There's a lot of as the green flag waves, the code 35 flags are pulled. It's a kind of a lazy get-go from the number 99 here on the front straightaway. That's bogged a couple of cars down. The number 7 GTU entry from Capstone Motorsports jumps. It's a long off from a Toyota Supra, which I think is going to be the AE Victory number 119. Wait to see up over the rise here. Is it the 119? Yes, it is. Is that car already fallen off the lead lap in GTO? Gap to leader
yes.
is what we need here.
Let's see. And they have. They're at the very tail end. The very tail end of the lead lap. Or they could get it. Yeah. Anyway,
So we'll need to kind of reset things here with the series of pit stops that we just had. The second margins, the gaps that you see on live timing, whether you're using Speed Hive or Race Monitor, or actually those are the only 2 options. We have a third option. It's ours. Those will reset to something more like they should be now that we're back up to racing speed. It's just going to take a lap or 2 for that to actually be the case. Oh, battle on for the GTU lead. 739 versus 185 into turn number 1. We can pick that up. Down here at the exit, there is the Sebeco NP01 number 185 from Roberts Motorsports. Excuse me, this is second place in GTU. Got a little overexcited. The 739, which is it's called the Barney colored Rapscallion Ligier, the green and purple, and I suppose a little bit of pink there as well. It's a very purple 2-3 here in GTU. But that move was not complete anyway, between the 185 and 739. The Ligier kind of had to back out of it there on the exit, and it allowed the 185 to get back in front in line as they headed down into 2 and 3.
Yeah, like we talked about last time out, that Ligier makes speed in a completely different way to the Sebeco, so it's going to be interesting to see at a track like Barber if they're able to get the pass done. I know once they're around, it'll be difficult to come past that 739, but I think with how twisty this track is, it's going to be really, really awkward to try to find a spot where the 739 can get enough of a run down the straight to make the pass clean. They're going to have a look here, and they can pull right into the draft on this car, because again, they have a small car, so they can try to get what draft they can from the Sebeco. But the speed doesn't really come on for that car until they're near the second half of the straightaway. So somewhere like Coda, this could be easy move, but again, as we see here, coming down into turn 1, just not quite enough.
Sorry, car in the tire wall at turn number 5. It looks to be a Toyota Supra. There it is. Is that the 246? It is the 246 of TCB Racing, and immediately we go back to double yellow, and shortly, presumably also to code 35. Indeed, we do.
Oh, they're going to try to get unburied there. They've selected reverse. Code 35 is out.
Looks like possibly a bit of debris on turn-in.
Yeah, guys, there's 2 cars there. It looks like an open throttle BMW, and from the looks of things, I think that TCB car may have been, there's fluid there. Somebody's been cleaned out at the apex, and now we've got a grass fire behind that open throttle BMW. It's barely March here in Birmingham, Alabama. It's a very, very dry time of year, and most of the vegetation is quite
dead. There.
Yeah. As it pulls away, scorch marks being left there over at turn 5. That TCB car still nosed into the tires. Looks like it's backed out a little bit, but I'm not convinced that car is going to be able to recover itself without assistance.
Unfortunately, grass fires are not uncommon here.
No, very common as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we tend to see them every year.
Didn't see any last year.
Did we not?
No, it was rainy.
It was very rainy.
It was
yes.
wet, yeah.
That's fair. It's worth noting here, Alex Cinco in the chat, why don't we use any of the drivers' names? It's because we don't have the drivers' names. That is a work in progress from our partners at Flagtronics with the driver ID pucks, but the integration in getting us looped into that on live timing is a little bit more of a task. And being that we are still a grassroots and amateur motorsports production, it's just not a level of detail that we have data-wise at the moment. The promise is there in the longer term. We're just not quite there yet.
And for those who aren't aware, this isn't like Formula One. We're going to see up to, I think in some instances, we've seen 5 or 6 drivers per car. Today, the most we'll probably see is 4. But even if we did have the list of names in front of us, which occasionally we do, we don't have any way of knowing who is in the car at that moment.
Yeah, thank you for being with us, by the way, this morning, everybody, whether you're participating in chat or you're just generally hanging out here. There is a collection of motorsports on this weekend. The Firestone IndyCar St. Petersburg Grand Prix, I'm going to make sure I get that right for the algorithm, in its entirety, kicks off this weekend. Of course, the first IndyCar event over on Fox, who is presenting Indy Lights coverage on FS1, which is kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm into that, very into that. And it's good to see that level of commitment anyway from a network partner. I had my doubts, / have my doubts, I guess, with that connection with Fox and IndyCar. But so far, it's proving to be quite a good one. And looking forward to that this weekend. Of course, NASCAR is down at Circuit of the Americas. NASCAR Circuit of the Americas.
Heck yeah.
And at the short
racing.
course.
Yes. I have lots of opinions about that one, by the way.
Yeah, I think they should have kept the long course.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a good opportunity to bring in our resident NASCAR knower, Jordan Worth.
Oh, that's right.
Jordan, as a NASCAR knower, do you think the short course is better or worse than the full course?
I have no idea.
Excellent. That's good.
You didn't go back and review the 2013 Supercars Austin 400?
I did not.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
I am not a Coda expert by any means.
It's not a great layout, honestly. If it were like a long sweeping left-hander, like a constant radius corner, it might be a little bit more interesting, but it's not. It's just kind of terrible. Anyway, those events are all mentioned for the algorithm. Very important to us here at the World Racing League. Please do keep it tuned to us here on the World Racing League YouTube channel, DriversEye Live. We appreciate your company, as we always do.
I think it's essential for any race fan at this point, anybody who wants to be a race fan, to have a second screen open when watching racing, because I think there's a lot of professional motorsports coverage as it is now that's tuned for somebody who's just found it right this second. And if you want that second level of enjoyment, you really should have the ability to have a second screen open with the live timing. On a NASCAR oval course, I think that's less useful. But for Formula One, for IndyCar, you should have a second screen available. That way you can check the timing and see what's going on. But more importantly, if you already have that second screen out anyway, you shouldn't be checking the timing, and you should just watch this if it's on instead.
Just received an update from Layla here to my left in the broadcast booth. The number 40 has taken it to the paddock. It's the GTO pole sitter as of 9 o'clock this morning. Pace is there in that Ligier. We know that now. Reliability, maybe not yet. That's actually 2 pole sitters for 2, is it not?
Yeah, the 59.
Yeah. That fuel leak down on the grid first thing this morning. Have not seen the reemergence of that car. My guess is it might be a little while if that's something that they've got to replace.
Yeah. Spares available on site for Sebeco.
I mean, you've got, 11 Sebecos in the field this weekend? 10 or 11? Yeah, down in GT.
We have probably close to 8 or 10 of another brand, and they don't have, I mean, actually more than that, technically, but of their premier car, and they don't have support on site.
No, that's true. Nobody else has support on site.
Yeah, indeed.
Jordan, is now a good time to say hello to our friends over at Continental Tire? Yeah, I think we should do that under this extended code 35 here. The TCB Toyota Supra down in the runoff at turn number 5 is a work in progress recovery as they get it pulled away from the tires. And obviously we've got to retrieve the open throttle BMW. As we do that, we'll step aside here on DriversEye Live, World Racing League's second race of the 2025 season at Barber Motorsports Park. We'll be back in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. Round number 2, race number 1 of the weekend here. Rolls on, not quite to the end of hour number 1, and still dealing with fairly significant incident cleanup down at turn number 5 between the number 246 TCB Racing Toyota Supra GT4 and the number 64 Open Throttle Racing at BMW. Ensuing grass fire there pretty much extinguished itself before the safety crews arrived on scene and got everything squared away down there with a nice big old scorch mark in the grass in the runoff down there.
Brendan, you only ever went to Thunder Hill in the winter, huh?
No, I was there in May 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right. Were there grass fires there in May as well?
I did not observe a grass fire while I was there, no.
It used to be that at least twice a year there'd be a grass fire bad enough that they would call CAL FIRE to come put it out. I haven't seen it recently, but it would come up as an incident.
The pride of Glenn County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would get going pretty good, and with that vineyard back there, I think they were more concerned with that. A little bit warmer there, of course. Brendan, so because we have Layla on site now, can I offer another job for her to do at the same rate that she's currently being paid, obviously, because she doesn't have enough to do right now?
What might that be, Ryan?
Okay, so we can do this super low impact, but she should open that other laptop and just run Twitch on it. and just
as like a booth cam.
I don't even think the booth cam. I think just show the. I mean, for now at least, just show the broadcast on it. Maybe have a booth cam in the bottom corner.
Simulcast.
Yeah, exactly. Just to see, you know, like, and if she can chat, you know, with people on the Twitch, then maybe that's something. I don't know.
Well, maybe we should get Bottom Split to simulcast.
I've pitched that on multiple occasions, and he's kind of lukewarm about it. Hello?
We're discussing the background here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. Why don't we chat with RJ on that one?
All right.
On the Twitch.
All right.
Yeah. The YouTube chat, that might not be a bad place. Yeah. Oh, perfect. We're already squared away there.
Yeah, that's. I assumed as much on that one, on that front.
Writing backwards here with the 64 on the back of the rollback, tilt bed, wrecker.
I think we're just watching it in reverse.
Sure. It was a pretty big old incident down there at turn number 5. We've got a little bit more detail on that. And now, actually, quite a bit of sweeping and physical track cleanup going on in the braking zone with our Barber Motorsports Park safety team. Quite a bit of debris was left there on the racing line that cars have had to pick their way through over the last couple of minutes. And in addition to recovering both the open throttle BMW and the TCB Racing Supra, obviously we've got to get the track surface squared away as well. So code 35 number 2 for the race weekend rolls on.
Starting to get a little bit of a bunch up here.
Yeah, that's happened previously. If somebody doesn't necessarily get 35 correct, cars can kind of stack up behind.
And like, I'm a big advocate for you should set your pit speed limiter to 34 because you don't want to be trying to get the ragged edge on that and get in trouble. So I understand, but you know, I also understand the frustration of people stuck behind them doing 33.
There we go. Supra's on the flatbed. And it looks like the track is relatively clean, so I believe we might be going back to green in just a moment or so.
I think we're slowly finding resolutions to our internet issues up here in the booth.
Ooh.
Slowly. Yep, and it looks like the last safety truck there, to your point, JT, has left the scene. The 246 on the rollback is now headed through the cut between 6 and 12. And should return to the paddock here in a couple of moments' time. Already rolled through nearly the first hour here from Barber Motorsports Park. It's been a little bit start and stop, including this second Code 35 of the weekend. Honky Tonk, Tennessee says 35 miles an hour is a mandatory top speed. It's actually a mandatory minimum speed as well.
Yeah, but as I discussed with JT, it's tough because you don't want to accidentally set your pit limiter to 35 and a half and then be, you know, so this kind of thing's going to happen. The same way your turn signal's never quite in sync with the car in front of you.
It was emphasized yesterday in the drivers pretty heavily that this is it's as important to maintain 35 from the bottom up as it is to make it a capped speed. You don't want trains of cars forming behind a slower car. And in fact,
what, like this?
Yeah, exactly. That is the number 3, by the way. It's not the car that was mostly being concerned. It's tough because a lot of the GP cars don't, or many of the G cars, let's say, don't necessarily have the electronics to maintain that pit speed at 35. As we go back to green flag racing.
That was a move by the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin down the inside there, right as we came back to green. Got to make the most of it, of course, but very heads-up driving there.
Hello to Devin 427 Racing as well. We do read chat, Devin. Welcome along. So almost no good place to go green here, Ryan.
No.
Right? There's so many corners, so many long corners that in a lot of cases you'll be getting the green flag either tucked up behind somebody mid-corner as you're trying to jump back off the button, off the limiter button at 35 miles an hour. Potential to spin the rear tires up under acceleration, which are naturally going to be cold because you've been riding around at 35 miles an hour. It's never an easy situation here, and people are reacting by definition at different times. Even if everybody's within a second of the flags being dropped, that variation from a quarter second up to a second is still pretty substantial. And so as you rightly noted, these restarts can get a little bit chaotic, especially when you have those trains of 8, 9, 10 cars that form. So just to reset the field here, after the first hour of racing, the race leader is the number, back to the overall list here, the number 1 from round 3 racing, that Sebeco NP01 in its second race there in GTU, with the number 185 from Roberts Motorsports, second in class. 9.7 seconds was the margin across the line last time. 11 seconds in arrears of the leader is a second round 3 racing, Sebeco NP01, that's the number 10, with the first of the Stratus cars, which have previously almost by definition dominated that GTU class, back there in 4th. 5th place is the Rapscallion, number 739. That's the first non-Sebeco, the only non-Sebeco, as a matter of fact, that Ligier JSP4 rounds out the top 5 in GTU. A much expanded GTU class this year. GTO led by the number 70 from round 3 racing, that's second overall, that Porsche 991.2 Cup, so first and second place overall for round 3. Thunder Bunny Racing in the number 4, which is a new number for that squad.
Yep.
Not sure if it's a new car as such, but the identity of Thunder Bunny Racing changing ever so slightly. And we did speak with Bill back at COTA in the last season, Ryan.
Yeah.
About some of those changes. Much more customer-focused program moving forward.
I mean, a business decision that's necessary to keep getting to do the racing thing, you know.
Yeah, at Greenville, Anderson.
Yeah.
Greenville, South Carolina based squad. Just the one Toyota Supra GT4 this weekend. We know they've got a GP1 built Supra that is available for WRL racing. My assumption is they just didn't have any customer takers for this weekend, but I'd be really, really excited to see that car down in GP1. And we did talk at some length last year, at the end of last season, Ryan, about GP1 being pretty clearly identified as the quote-unquote builders class.
Yep.
And that was kind of borne out by the discussions we had at the end of 2024. Still waiting to see a couple of those cars in 2025.
That's the impact of a builder's class, of course, is that you have to build the car, and not everybody has access to a shop that's working full-time on that race car. You know, usually the folks that are in this builder's class, they're people who know how to wrench, people who are passionate, but they've got full-time jobs as well.
Yeah.
So it's tough to make the time up. There's a team that I'm really close friends with that they've had to rebuild their car 2 or 3 times in the last 2.5 years. And it has a non-zero impact on the amount of racing you're able to do when you're trying to fight through those problems of changing platforms or even keeping the same platform, but trying to get the car refreshed. The folks at Chattanooga Touring Wagon, for example, they're on their 3rd car in the last couple of years. They're still trying to get their 3rd car put together and back into WRL.
I'll round out the GTO running order here. 188 from Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing sits 3rd in the GTO class, just ahead by half a second of the number 2 from ACP Kendrick Associates. It's a good BMW M4 battle there. The top 5 being rounded out now by the number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks, that Ginetta M56, and worth noting the GTR 99 already up into 6th in class after a pretty quiet day in qualifying yesterday, Ryan. We didn't really have the opportunity to talk about that 99, but a good start this morning up into the top half of the class. GP1 led by the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW 325i. The ASM number 150 Honda S2000 there in 2nd, under a 2nd back, and then a little bit of separation now between those top 2 and the number 3 from 94 Motorsports, the hashtag Do It For Dale Corvette. Rounding out the GP1 podium at the moment. Blaze Racing, the number 118, that very compact BMW 3 Series light car. Doesn't make a ton of power, but good start for that 118 now into 4th in class with PC Racing number 44 back in 5th. Of course, we've had some pit stops first thing this morning, which will have shaken up the running order just a little bit. Fortunately, I don't know. Did you have any access to pit data at Eagles Canyon, Ryan?
If I did, I didn't know where it was.
Okay. The demise of Race Hero has left us all in a pretty awkward position just across the board.
Oh, so I see.
Good fight
You
on
can-
screen.
You can
PC racing and
infer
Blaze
a pit
racing.
stop based on lap times if you click on the car.
Right.
If you're using the paid version. Which you can't do on desktop, which is annoying.
Yes. So that was my concern.
Yes.
Here on the bigger screens, it's much more difficult to find. But okay, we can work with that. Anyway, as JT says, battle between the 118 and the 44 we were just talking about. 4th place in GP1.
A tight battle
Yes.
here as well.
Good little scrap here, tucked in behind one of the remaining open throttle BMWs, having just lost the number 64. 44 is going to commit to the bit here, go past the open throttle car, show the nose to the 118, but back out of any sort of half-hearted attempt at a pass, which is quite right in the World Racing League. No contact sport here in WRL. And we'll set off in chase of that 118, who gets a really good run through turns 2 and 3, very solidly back in the throttle as the road falls away there at the exit of turn number 3. 44 pulls back in just a little bit as they head up the hill into the braking zone at turn number 5. The road falls away again. 44 much closer at the end of the first sector here. Again, punching up through the gears better than the 118. Smoother gear change on the run into turn number 7. I think we've got to move on here for 4th in GP1. No, the 118 hangs tough around the outside. Up over the curb at 7A. Really good, strong defense from the 118 and fair racing room given by both parties there. Go too wide at a section of the track that very much narrows into a single lane.
77 Kingpin racing car just sneaking through there. I think we saw, Brendan, the difference between the manual transmission, lightweight, low-power BMW versus the 44, which I believe still has the ZF 8-speed in it, if I remember correctly.
And that was entirely on the gear changes, Ryan. I think you're absolutely right. It was a slower shift, not necessarily a lazy shift, but took just that much longer to find a gear on that number 118, whereas the 44 just kept punching down the straightaway between 6 and 7. And indeed, it was all the difference. Then all of a sudden, you get a GTO car that slides through, and the margin that was, well, nothing. They were side by side at turn 7. Half a lap later is now already out to half a second.
Yeah, there's another Kingpin Supra that is coming through following the sister car as well. And then at the tail end, there's a third Supra, and that's the A Victory one. So both Kingpins clearing the GP1 cars. It looks like it's allowed, is that Palomar, the 38, to catch up there? Yeah, sure enough, the 38 has caught up to the 44 here. So we're gonna have a three-way fight for fourth. The white, orange, and purple Supra of A Victory comes through, clears all 3 GP1 cars.
You can see the confidence that the driver of the 44 has there coming out of turn 12. Tracks all the way out to the exit curb over a blind crest over the drive-through tunnel, whereas the 118 holds it a lot tighter there, presumably just kind of in a mode of self-preservation. It's a tricky old corner, that 11 and 12 sequence, and if you take 12 on the limit, there is a chance the car could snap away from you there as you come up out of the compression. But really, really good stuff from that Blaze Racing number 118 driver. I'm sorry, the 44 PC Racing driver. To use as much of the road as available there and actually claw in a couple of car lengths there on corner exit.
Yep, gotta be careful this MP01 here.
Your race leader. Blue number 1, red number 10. From round 3 racing. Neither of them in swap shop livery, I've noted, Ryan.
Yeah.
Had that discussion yesterday during our bonus qualifying coverage. Big wiggle on the throttle out of the number 44. It was quite fun.
Oh, I've just made an error.
Uh-oh.
So and now that I think about it, it's embarrassing and stupid. I'm tired of seeing this in 720p, and I thought that if I paid for Nitro, it would make the resolution better for me, but Jordan has to pay for Nitro. Damn it.
Should have asked.
No, yeah, what are you going to do?
Fastest lap of the race put in by the race leading number 1 from round 3 racing. 131.545. This is interesting. This is not something we see very frequently out of the Grand Touring cars. In many cases, those first 6 or 7 laps are kind of your limit as far as getting the most pace out of the tires and out of the car before it begins to follow and settle in for the bulk of your first tire stint, which is usually about half the race. But now on lap number 32, a 131.545. And a purple purple is fastest lap. But overall purple time there for that race leading Sebeco in V01.
There's no way to gift it.
That's not necessarily true. I think you can.
Not an easy way. I want to click on Jordan's name and just click give.
Gimme.
Pretty much. Won't let me.
Seven 427 racing. That flat 6 sounds amazing. Assume we're talking about the BMW we were riding on board with a moment ago. Weren't we anticipated to get a new PC Racing BMW build? Or am I misremembering?
You might be misremembering.
Okay.
I would hate to commit either direction on that.
battle on for the GP1 lead into turn number 1. Screaming Goat Racing side by side with the number 150. There is that black Honda S2000 drivers right out over the exit curb, and it looks like the move is done. Indeed it is. Headed through turns 2 and 3. They'll come out of the long 180-degree right-hander and climb the hill at 4. Thought maybe that number 146 would balk the Honda S2000. That's not the case, but lots of traffic to work through here in the run to turn number 5. And about half a car length now separates the Honda S2000 in the race lead in GP1 from that number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. This all happening about 14 seconds ahead of the 9.4 Motorsports Corvette. We've got a little bit of separation now in GP1, whereas the top 3 had been running very much together in the opening stanza. Gone the way of the 29 and the 150. Change also for 4th. The PC Racing BMW has cleared the 118 of Blaze Racing. That was the blue BMW we rode on board with a couple of moments ago, thanks to producer Jordan Worth for catching that. There is a Porsche as well, Devin. It is a 991.2 Cup.
And a Boxster.
We do have the GP3 Boxster as well. It's a fair point, JT.
That's right. I'm not going to let you guys forget about GP3.
Can you give me a rundown of GP3, JT?
Off the Leash Motorsports is leading.
17 laps complete for that car. And we
Excellent.
haven't seen it since.
Oh, so it's not even circulating right now.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Number 70 dives up the inside of the Kingpin Racing number 11 at turn number 1, which will leave just 8 cars on the lead lap. Sorry, I didn't count on my hands. They're in GTO. Oh, car spun around.
That's the one.
It is. Spun at the exit of turn number 3. You can see the tire tracks there on the throttle, leading to where that car has come to rest. Perpendicular to the track. We're going to back up towards the racing line here with a pack of cars coming. This is very, very sketchy. Pulled the brakes.
The worst possible place to try to get a car turned around.
Now, unless you can make the left-hand turn here to climb the hill, and I think he's done it.
Okay.
See, it's actually a decent spot because of the dip there. Makes the car quite visible. The car's tracking out of 2 here.
Yeah, but he can't tell in the driver's seat because he's faced the wrong way. You can't see up the hill.
Yeah, it's tricky there. I think you'd rather be there than in the turn 4 kink, which is very
Yeah, that's true.
in terms of visibility for other cars, oncoming cars. But as you point out, Ryan, the recovery there is really, really challenging. There's just not enough room to the inside of the track to pull forward and get yourself pointed back in the correct direction. In any case, as JT rightly pointed out, that was the GTU race leader, all fallen now all the way back into the clutches of the 739 of Rapscallion Racing, which will demote that number 1 car all the way to 5th. Sorry, fourth place. Fourth place,
yeah.
yes. Ahead of the 739. Yeah, my mistake. So Roberts Motorsports, which started the race on pole, both overall and in GTU, of course, now holds a 7-second lead back to the number 10. And all change at the top of GTU. Now, that obviously also demotes the number 1 from the overall race lead, which will fall to the sister car number 70, the Trimtex Porsche 991.2 Cup. Brian Smedegard in the chat. Yes, there you go, ASM. Indeed. Great to see the S2000. It's a good S2000 track, I think, here. That car has really gone well all weekend long. It was really, really fun to watch it qualifying yesterday. Didn't quite have the ultimate pace of the number 3 Corvette, but did feature quite well in the early or in the later stages of qualifying. The number 4 from Thunder Bunny has a quick off and on down at turn number 5. Well, if you can see the dust kicked up there in the distance, kind of a lazy 4 off just past the apex there. That is still your second place car in GTO. I think was able to hang on to that position with the Lupe Tortilla number 188 trailing. Is that Lupe Tortilla car at Eagles Canyon a couple of weeks ago?
Which the 188?
Yeah. The fast track racing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Car was in an incident down at Circuit of the Americas. It was a weekend-ending incident for them in really, really tricky damn conditions. Oh, the 68 is off on the straightaway at between turns 4 and 5 and is claimed the barriers on driver's left. What on earth has happened there? Facing backwards there, made contact with the Armco, got the car restarted. Again, tricky spot here. It's just past the rise in the road, makes the hard left-handed turn with a point from the corner marshal. Well done to all involved. And that Speed Syndicate Aston Martin Vantage GT4, I wouldn't be shocked if that car's got some suspension damage. Yeah, very, very slow to driver's left there between 5 and 6. I think that car is going to be nursed back to the pit lane. I think that car may have had a good old-fashioned tank slapper.
Yeah, you can see the tire down, or suspension down, but either way, smoking heavily the front right here. Or is that rear right? Oh, lots of traffic here.
Head of the car, facing backwards there on driver's left. Yeah, that'll be a suspension issue, I think. Wearing the tire down, leaving that streak of what I hope is rubber. Appears to be rubber. Yeah. Not appear to be fluid of any kind. It looks like maybe, I wonder if they dropped a wheel on the exit of 4 there. Let the car, corrected back to the right and then overcorrected back to the left because the tire marks actually start in the grass. Very, very odd incident in what is otherwise a straight line.
It's coming pretty quick through here, so it might just be a down tire. I was gonna say it looks like he was coming through 12 and 13 relatively quick for an injured car, but didn't look out of control.
Yeah, it wasn't a big hit, so I don't. Whatever it did, I don't think it tore anything apart. It may have just knocked something out of alignment, and then you get a tire that that kind of slides across the top of the racing surface rather than rolls across the top of the racing surface, and eventually just wears that tire down. And that's where we saw all of that or that rubber mark being left by that tire out of alignment around the last 2/3 of the lap, I guess, from its recovery down at the entrance to turn number 5.
Anyways, you had mentioned for ASM, this is a good track for the Honda S2000. That is definitely the case. Last year at Barber, they did get second place on Sunday. Had been competitive.
Sorry, JT, we're 4 wide into turn 1. Everybody thought better of it, but my word.
Is there another way?
Well, I mean, 4 wide is not an option at 1. You can go less than that.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, well, or any
so
attitude.
If you
Sorry,
if you
go
look,
ahead.
If you look closely here, that is the fight for second in GTU. That's between the red number 10 of Round 3 Racing and the 60th Stratus, I believe.
Yep.
So they are, let's say, 3.5 seconds back from Roberts.
There's a whole
Speaking
gag
of Roberts,
here. Yeah.
That's Roberts taking the safari excursion for turn 7, and it looks quite slow here.
Probably not the line I would use in a prototype sports racer.
It's got a problem.
It does.
Oh.
Yep, it's got some kind of steering issue at the front end. It's gone over the transition to the grass there at turn number 9, and Daytona prototype style absolutely dug itself into the grass. That was the big shower you saw over the front of the top of the car.
Yeah.
It digs into the sod there. This is the class nobody wants to lead at the moment. We have the number 1 spin out of the class lead about 5 minutes ago down at the exit of turn number 3. We've now had the 185 go straight on with some kind of steering issue down at turn 9 and 10 and come to rest on the inside grass at the apex of 10. Oh, there was contact with that car at turn 8. Immediately before that happened, there's in the race control log contact between the 185 and an unknown car. Double yellows are out, and these will go code 35 here in just a moment. And we are now code 35.
And you really got a feel for Roberts Motorsports here. This is a debut for their NP01. They go out, put in their second quickest time in qualifying, but with the 59 not able to take the start of the race, they got to lead the grid to the green flag. They've been running quite competitively at the front. After the one spun, exiting turn 2 or 3, that put Roberts back into the lead, and then just a few minutes later, they unfortunately got involved in contact, and there's significant damage to that car, and now it's come to stop here at turn 9.
Yeah, I've left some debris behind there at turn 8 as well.
So if you're talking about this right here in 7AB, that was there before.
Oh, maybe not then. It's been added to the race control log as an extra line. It says 8 and 9 debris.
Okay. So yeah, this
will be after the hell, is it?
It should be here in theory.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the 7AB transition, that piece has actually been there for a little bit here.
Speaking of transitions. Transition king, Jordan Worth.
We get a lot of positive feedback on that.
I imagine that.
A ton of positive feedback.
Every time Jordan does a slow fade, our viewership shoots up by like 10. The algorithm loves slow fades. Jordan Worth, we'll welcome you to the booth here briefly. If we were a weekend set apart here, we could have had some live bootleg commentary of an oval race down in Atlanta, Georgia. I think I'm right in saying Jordan. How's the recovery? Yeah, and down in Atlanta, yeah.
I didn't go to Atlanta.
I know you didn't, but
yeah.
you were pretty invested there, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Has there been any recovery fallout from that?
No, you know what? It's just been a pretty normal week. No, it has not been a normal week at all. But you know what?
Okay.
What a great week.
Right. Sure.
It's
been look, as weeks go, it's certainly been one of them.
Yeah, and now they get to run Coda short.
Well, it's a double duty weekend now as well, right?
Right. He does have an Xfinity race coming up in whatever time that is.
In the past, you've mentioned that is not his preferred style of racing. So, are you authorized to speak on his mindset with regards to getting to do the double duty at Coda?
I have no idea what his mindset is for that. No clue.
Okay.
I don't know if he's. I don't even know if he's excited to do it. But you know what? He's there, and that's all that matters.
Perfect.
At the end of the day,
all right.
Which we're nowhere near the end of the day. So.
No, not at all.
For a little bit of background here, our producer Jordan Worth. We were in the middle of a race out at Buttonwillow Raceway Park at the circuit last weekend, and we were all kind of keeping an eye on the end of the Cup race down in Atlanta, and we're all slightly more invested in Carson Hocevar's well-being than we used to be, and obviously Carson made a heck of a move for the race win, headed down into turn number 3 and got about 300 yards further up the track before the caution came out and shut down what I think was an excellent setup for what was probably going to be a race win.
Oh, he was in the right spot. He had it.
Yeah, he did everything right, I think. At least in that lap. Maybe a couple of moves earlier on that were.
No, he did it all perfectly. It was all the right moves every lap.
10 out of 10, no notes.
Yep.
But we all kind of watched it in real time, and there was just it was a little disappointing, a little bit disappointing. But anyway, it was a fun race to watch, especially the last 20 laps or so. Would have been cool to see Carson pick up the W, but it's not the way things went. Maybe the short course will fare a little bit better.
He spent a lot of time behind a broken Shane Van Gisbergen last season.
Yeah.
So I don't think he had any other gears. I think he only had fourth. Is that what it was?
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yes.
Yes.
And so he got to watch the master take the lines and stuff. So I hope, at least, that that's a thing that you absorb when you're in that kind of situation, and then can move forward and go for a dub.
Well, he's going to need all the help because he's going to be running against a nice young gun who's going to be taking part on debut this weekend.
Former WRL entrant Connor Zilic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who did get pulled for Xfinity.
Was a second faster than everybody yesterday.
Yep.
That's incredible.
A second faster than Ross Chastain in second.
Oh, incredible. That's awesome. That's down to setup, right? That's just setup.
That is all
He's in it.
MX5 Cup experience.
He's in a
and
Hendrick
WRL
car.
experience.
TM. That's why, right? Right. No, not why. Because he should have the. Well, I guess. Yeah, he should have the same car as Chastain, right?
I don't know about Xfinity.
Oh, not for Xfinity, I suppose. Yeah. All right.
I'm not sure if they're both with Colleague. I'm not sure.
But by the time I'm pretty far, I guess, away from you. So by the time that they actually.
And who's in the guest car for Trackhouse?
I believe it's going to be Connor for this race.
Oh, for the Cup race too?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he's in the 87.
Nice. All right. Into it.
You ever just drive the
Yeah, it's
87?
his debut.
I have never driven the 87.
You know who has?
Joe Nemechek.
Yep, that's exactly it. Front row Joe.
Do we know who's in the 5 this weekend, Brendan? The WRL 5, to be clear.
I believe I saw the park name listed on the window on the left-hand side when it came into the paddock yesterday, but I haven't seen that car up any closer than that this weekend, so I don't have all the details on that. But it does frequently feature one Mr. Steve Park. Cup Series, ex-Cup Series driver and race winner. So, just briefly resetting GTU, since we've had quite a bit of change in that class over the last 20 minutes or so. Round 3 racing number 10 leads from Stratus number 60, which is at the moment the only representative of Stratus. The 739 of Rapscallion Racing, Ligier, the only Ligier in GTU, third in class at the moment, and then the round 3 racing number 1 that had been sideways down at the exit of turn number 3 there in 4th. Stratus 58 in 5th. So actually 2 Stratus cars in the running at the moment. 59 having not taken the start. The pair of automatic racing NP01s. It is so hard not to say Aston Martin.
It is.
You say automatic and it's almost automatic. To say Aston Martin, but caught yourself there. Not quite as strong on debut as the round 3 cars. Briefly chatted with Brad McCall yesterday up here in race control, talking timing and scoring 0 off, not something, and put the Eagles Canyon experience down to just not liking the track.
That's fair. He's wrong, but no, that's fair.
You've got to throw the conditions in there as well, from the looks.
Oh,
of
of
things.
course, yeah.
Yeah, from where I sat down at Homestead Miami Speedway, it looked pretty tricky.
Which, speaking of Homestead Miami Raceway, Speedway, you can catch us live next weekend.
Yes, you can. In a couple of places.
Yeah, indeed.
DriversEye Live will be there. We'll be at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. WRL will resume action in April. out at the recently revised Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. For the second year in a row, we're going to be the debut kind of guinea pig running on the on a track revision. Of course, last year it was the repaving. 2 years ago? Last year.
Last year, I believe.
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah, I'm all turned around now. As we go back to green. This year it'll be the new runoff down at China Beach. Change the grade down there at the corner ever so slightly.
Yeah,
I wonder
there's quite a new pavement there too.
Yeah.
I wonder if
They
they'll
did
have
change it.
invested in a vacuum.
I'm sorry? Oh, good battle
Still
here.
good fight.
Yep,
PC in
still
place
the 44
again.
and the 118. We thought the 44 had kind of cleared that 118 just before the Code 35 came out. And indeed they did, but the 118 snuck up the inside on the brakes at turn 5, led for, 50 yards, and handed the lead back to that Blaze Racing 118. We have a new timing system. Red missed timing. Take a peek at the YouTube chat, everybody.
We'll see. It's loading still for me.
Yeah, same. Presumably, everybody has just overloaded his server. All at once. So we eclipse the 300 viewer mark. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Hour and a half gone, 6.5 hours remaining. We're in for the long haul here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's been a little start and stop, but up at the front of each class, things have been relatively consistent. Good fights in GP1, good fight in GTU, even if it's owed to a little bit of attrition. And at the moment, I don't know if the closest battle we've got is maybe third place in GP2 between the open throttle 68 and the number 76 from Boulder. It's the team, not the city. Could be the city. Actually, here they are down the front straightaway. Cross start finish and down into turn number 1. It'll be the Patchwork BMW on the exit of 1 and the other black BMW 3 Series there behind it. Gordon stepped away for just a moment. Thunder Buddy Racing takes second in GTO. It's been that way for a minute. If we had a car get into the wall at the exit of 12, is that what I'm seeing on our PTZ cameras? No, not quite. Like a misaligned tire bundle there. That may have been from the last day or so of running. Did not have a max track time test day on the Thursday here. They were here, I believe, late last week in advance of this event. So the track time was there. Unfortunately, it just wasn't all neatly bundled together with a WRL race weekend. If you're unfamiliar, the opportunity exists to test on the Thursday at many World Racing League events, with thanks to our partners at Max Track Time. It was 8 hours of open running, catered lunch, early move-in for the World Racing League event. It just makes everything that much easier, tighter, tidier, faster. And of course, you get all of the track time and the practice time. Which makes your Friday that much easier, especially now with this single qualifying session we trialed this weekend. Megapole.
Megapole, yes. That's it. I didn't get any direct feedback from RJ. I did text him about it. But, he's busy, of course.
Smart guy.
I noticed that, and now that we've spent more time talking about Megapole, JT Tammy has risen to the top of the commentator rundown in the lower third there.
Yes.
Jordan, also not a fan of Megapole.
It should be noted, since this last Code 35, ASM did drop out of the lead in GP1. They're actually quite a ways down.
Yeah, they fell really far. I don't know I don't know if they took a pit stop at the end of that code 35 or if they had an issue, but well, yeah, 310, 353, and 332 lap times. During the code 35?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
The big thing is they've lost, I think, a lap and a half.
A lot of time to lose.
Yeah. So not entirely sure what's going on there, but definitely out of contention for the moment.
Yeah, they rely on chat there. If anybody's got any insight as to what happened to that number 150, it was very, very much one of the main protagonists there in GP1, up with the Screaming Goat Racing BMW-ish and the number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette. And it's left those two cars pretty much out in front on their own in GP1. It's another 15, almost 16 seconds back to the number 38 of Palomar Racing, which is inherited the third place in class.
Well, I think that was also through pit stop, because remember, that car was just behind the 44 and the 118 when PC and Blaze were fighting just before we went to the code 35.
They may have jumped them in.
Yeah, I believe as did All-Star as well.
Yeah, which is up in the 4th in class there.
Yeah, and we briefly saw as we went back to green, it was kind of hard to tell, but Samson Racing Communications was right there with PC and Blaze Racing. Actually, briefly ahead of them for position. So as of right now, you still have Blaze Racing holding on in that 5th position, PC Racing about a second and a half back, and then Samson Racing Communications a half second behind them. Is that the 64 ahead?
I don't think so. 64 was the car that was in the wars down at turn 5, what, about an hour ago?
Okay, no, that's the 112. 112, yeah.
That'll get you every time. That bright green. Contrary to popular belief, Mike Gorman does not own the trademark on that specific shade of green. But I kind of wish he did, because it's really hard to tell those cars apart sometimes. Jordan's right. This is Alabama. Which, by the way, I don't know if anybody noted this either in real time or since. Alabama lost an American college football game to the University of Oklahoma some months ago.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Okay, here we go.
Do we remember that? I remember
I do.
that.
Yep, I do.
It was my Super Bowl. Layla rightly points out that game was my Super Bowl. I was in the exact same hotel room when that happened as I was when Notre Dame beat Georgia in the college football playoffs. So whatever the room number was at the Hilton Garden Inn in Homestead, Florida, appears to be a good luck charm for college football in the Kazmarek household. Much of my family are University of Alabama college football fans. So,
are they still, or is it
yeah.
like now that it's less good?
Well, so my brother-in-law is an alum and is kind of
Okay.
contractually obligated to be so.
Got it.
My father is he's not a Fairweather fan because he's still a Raiders fan. So like,
Oh, okay.
but he does get dramatically less interested in Alabama. Isn't involved in a meaningful postseason, like dramatically. Yeah. Good battle on for third place in GTU, headed down into turn number 5. So I count with my hands again. It's 7:35, plays number 1, side by side on the run up over turn 6 and into turn number 7. It's going to be NP01 to the right, but the punch of that slightly heavier Ligier JSP4 is able to out-drag the Sebeco NP01 down into the run into 7 and 8. It's a very unique-looking car, that Ligier is, and I had wondered if we were ever actually going to see it in GTU, whether it was a matter of getting the power down to the number it needed to be or the weight down to where it needed to be, right at basically 1,000 kilograms. Oh, good climb of the curb there from that number 4. It's the first car you saw come into shot. Directly behind them is that's actually the battle for second in GTO, in addition to this battle for third in GTU. So we're kind of watching two things at the same time here, headed down towards the last sequence of corners. There go the GTU cars, and as they head out onto the front straightaway. Just a couple of cars behind here, Mr. Director. We may be in playlist mode here.
All right.
Quite
While we're waiting for that to come around, I will say that this red mist timing is basically race hero.
Is it up and running?
Yes.
Because I
am
was not
making it
having
work.
any luck.
It is
Okay.
working.
Are you on Chrome or Firefox or?
I've got it working on Chrome.
I have it
Yes.
on. Yeah, mine's on Chrome as well.
Did it not work for a time and then suddenly?
Oh
worked?
yeah, but, I mean, you have to click something and then it like refreshes and then it's like, oh okay, yeah. Like it takes a moment to do stuff.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
we're-
Yeah,
I think we're
we'll let it
overloading the
ride here.
servers, but it's gonna work.
Heck yeah. Way to go, Brian.
Ryan Griggs, Big Mission Motorsport, coming in clutch. He's come in clutch a couple of times.
Yeah.
Actually, the whole Big Mission team has. They basically carried most of our broadcasts from High Plains Raceway last year. We spent a lot of time chatting to the folks at Big Mission, which is really nice. They're not quite as frequent competitors as World Racing League as they may have been at one time. You know, they bring 3 or 4 cars out. 3 of their BMWs, having been a Porsche Boxster team before that. But we do love the fine folks at Big Mission. And as soon as I get red mist timing to load here, yep, side by side down in the run into 1. I think we are going to have a change. We do indeed. Nope. No, sorry. 10 was through ahead at the line. Oh, no, it's the number 1. I've done it again. I've done it again. 739 in the 1, not the 10. Anyway, the 1 does jump the 739, and now we've got round 3 racing second and third in the GTO class. Sorry, we're sharing the warmth here. Sorry, man. We're about to be joined by a guest.
Yeah, I haven't been able to tell if you've been sweating from the poor dad jokes or if it's because of the greenhouse effect.
It's the greenhouse effect. If I start to sound slightly delirious later on, you know why.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Every now and then I pop the door open here between myself and timing and scoring just to get a little bit of airflow in. We have a fan, but it doesn't, it's not doing a ton. A very timely guest here as well. I don't know which is which, so find out in real time here. I think it's fine.
Press the button.
There we go. Let's give this one a shot. I'd like to welcome to the booth Mr. Scott Mann. Out of the number, well, you're not out of the 118 Blaze Racing BMW, but from the 118 Blaze Racing BMW camp. Ah, man,
one. It's the other one, yes.
There you go.
absolutely. First of all, I understand that you guys have a really, really hot brewing show with great warmish, hottish topics. I didn't realize that it was all to do with the temperature of this broadcast booth. I'm serious. It's like 114 degrees
That's
on the
correct.
inside.
No,
It is
it's not. For anybody looking to do an interview, it is a nice, cool 66 degrees
Yep.
in there.
Lying through his teeth.
Not even a chance. First thing I did is I walked in, I took off my hoodie, and I started going, well, there's mixed company here. Nah, I guess the rest of the clothes have to stay on.
Speaking of heat, you guys are embroiled in an on-track battle, or have been over the last couple of laps.
That is amazing how you kind of, morphed all of that temperature dynamic into the conversation. As a matter of fact, we started tepid, and now we are actually getting closer to the fire. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah, it was a good scrap between yourselves and the number 44 from PC Racing.
That was good.
Able to follow along with that from on board the number 44, actually.
Right.
Fun to watch the dynamics between the two cars. You guys have got a pretty lightweight BMW, I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, that is exactly right.
Little less power, but it punched pretty well up against that 44.
That's our goal. We're doing exactly the opposite of what everybody else does. We're not carrying ballast. We're right there at our legal weight, power to weight, which is obviously such a great asset to the WRL GP field. So we love that very much. Our aero is minimal because we don't need a ton of it here at this track, and so we're not taking any points with regards to that. And so we think we have a pretty good package. We're suffering in handling here a little bit. We had some calls that we made between Eagles Canyon a few weeks ago and here that some of them panned out, some of them didn't, and so we're kind of trying to make some changes on the fly. But it looks like tonight we're going to make some bigger changes. So, but I will say that I know that our sponsor, which is Power Cool Manufacturing, would actually do a very good job of keeping this booth much cooler and keeping our charge to the front on task. That is for sure. Well, so the 118. Blaze Racing. There's also another P1.
We seem to have lost Brendan and Scott there.
I know, this is terrible. This is so punny, it's ridiculous.
Do you have us back now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We're fighting some internet issues out of the building here.
You mean all my good jokes just happened to bail just that second?
Yes.
I think that's why they went, actually.
Oh,
I
yeah, I got it.
hit the
I
dump
broke the internet. The laughter and the emojis just went nuts. Got it. Get him off the air.
So when first we spoke to you, it was back in Eagles Canyon in 2024, and it was very much a let's find our feet here, right?
Yes,
Let's
very
get
much
things sorted out. Let's understand the car. Let's understand the tracks and the racing dynamics and all of those things in a multi-class endurance racing environment.
Correct.
We're a year on from that, and the conversation we just had was about tweaking the setup of the car to the track.
Correct.
Right? So you've gone from that kind of baseline, let's figure out the car, let's figure out reliability, and all of that basic platform. And in a year, you've now turned the program into now we're refining track by track, making sure we have the right handling corner to corner. We're optimizing power to weight and modifiers for the requirements of the track, for aero and that sort of thing. How fluid, how consistent has that process been? Or have you just been making stabs at it, taking big chunks out of that kind of development process?
Reliability is still in the equation, and when we've got to do major stuff, unfortunately, that takes resources and time away from some of the more subtle tweaks.
Okay.
But we are investing more time, more ducats into getting the actual final drive considerably more competitive, and that's one of the reasons why we did so well at first with our standings in Eagles Canyon. On Saturday, by the way, at Eagles Canyon, we actually did have a reliability issue. Of all things, our seat rail had fatigue to the point in which it was unsafe. We made the call, pulled our driver in, made some quick repairs, very safe repairs, but that put us out of first place because we were in first place when we pulled the car in. That was a hard one. On Sunday, we turned around and we were actually tagged by another team, and their tow hook that sticks out of the front popped just between the front bumper and the bodywork and hit our power steering cooler and literally surgically popped our power steering cooler, which unfortunately that also put us out for a pretty good long period of time as we looped our power steering cooler out. And so by by minimal fault of ours, the reliability has gotten considerably better, so we're actually able to spend some more time on development. The other big thing is we are more of a West Coast team, and access to tracks, dragging the car all the way back to the West Coast, I mean, that's where our access is, and so doing a lot of the setup and changes and things like that, doing some off-season testing or whatever, was not as easy as some of the other teams that live locally around here, so.
That's interesting, right? You're right in saying, you don't have access to most of the tracks that WRL runs on over the course of the season. You might say the weather is better on the West Coast, so you do have opportunities to test a little bit more frequently. But, are there any tracks that you do go to or have the opportunity to go to that translate well to what we run here in the World Racing League, or are you pretty reliant on those max track time days, the Thursday test days, and Friday practice and qualifying now to dial in the car?
Good question. Our home track is actually UMC, formerly Miller Motorsports in Salt Lake City, which is on the calendar this year, and I'm excited because we get to be the host team, if you will, because there's no other teams from that area. So that works out really good. However, really the garage and our facilities, my facilities, are all located down in Las Vegas, and so my home track would be Spring Mountain.
Yep.
Ironically, Spring Mountain actually equates really, really nicely to the majority of the tracks on the calendar.
Okay.
It has elevation changes, it has technical parts, it does have some pretty decent high-speed sections, things like that. But it isn't necessarily something that we can go, oh, hey, this will substitute for Road America or maybe Daytona or something like that. And so we've already been discussing diff ratios and making some changes for Daytona and Road America. That we're even looking at potentially making a diff change for UMC because we're running outer track, full track, and that means that front straightaway is diabolically long, which is cool. You know, very, very cool. The other thing is elevation. I mean, they're 5,000 plus feet at UMC, so power-wise, getting the power down, we're trying to figure out exactly what our differential and what our end line is going to be, so we can choose that. And so, as you can see, the math is starting to come in, the tweaks are starting to occur. And Blaze Racing is no longer just, hey, those guys that walk around in the hoodies saying Blaze across the front, or as we got nicknamed last year after our nice little car fire of Blaze Racing.
Sure.
So we've left that in the dust, and I think we're pretty competitive.
So speaking of competitive, I mean, GP1 today has been a really good scrap at the front.
I love it. And actually, the driving, it seems to be very, very good at this track and in this particular class of drivers.
Yeah, for sure. And some of that is, okay, now we're seeing the same teams that we have for the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yes.
I think drivers and teams are a little bit more comfortable around each other. Everybody is seeing and being seen well and efficiently. You guys, in particular, now find yourselves kind of into that top tier of GP1. And
so we've been told by 2 other team principals from 2 other, they came up and said, we didn't anticipate that you guys are going to be up there at the pointy end of the stick.
Is that a matter of just getting miles on the car and understanding the car more? Do you have some crack engineering staff that have kind of pushed you guys to the next level? What's that been? What's been that next level?
How did you know that I'm a crack engineer and I'm addicted to
engineering?
Yeah, I would have to say, from my racing experience, I'm basically the guy that's calling the shots as far as that goes. Yeah. We have been putting some good development into the car, but I have to give hats off to the drivers. I'm one of the 3 drivers. I used to be the fastest guy in the team, but Jonas and Zach are unbelievable. Both 19 years old. Jonas is active in the Radical Cup Series, doing all sorts of stuff with regards to that. Zach is also very competitive in other series as well as here. The conflict is such that he's not able to run other series fully, but he is committed to WRL for the entire season. We will go to every single race unless we have a reliability issue, something major. So WRL is our full-time commitment for the foreseeable future. I have, at my ripe old age of 60 this year, I have a lot of driving experience, and I have in traffic, I think, probably one of the better ability to be able to kind of keep things clean and keep the wheels turning. But I got to tell you, hats off to those 2 drivers. They're amazing. And even when they're handed a crappy car, which I admit I've missed on setup a little bit here and there, but we're reining it in really nicely, they still do an incredible job.
I was going to ask you about your driving lineup, but you've handled that remarkably well and in time. So my last question for you is not actually related to Blaze Racing, the 118. We're looking for a little insight on the 150 from ASM. Do we know where they lost like a lap and a half? You found it.
Yeah,
well,
it was
let us know.
2 laps passing under yellow during the first code 35.
Got it. Well, that'll do it. We had thought maybe it had ducked into the pits on a green flag somewhere. There's actually a question worth asking. Before I let you go here and go cool down outside a little bit.
This is ridiculous.
Pit strategy, right? I assume you're also involved in some of the decision-making with the team as well. Do you guys have a baseline strategy for handling these Code 35s, being that we only really see this once or twice?
100%. Stay out of the pits.
Interesting.
That's literally our, okay. So
Wow.
We will do whatever it takes in order to try to conserve fuel, even if a code 35 comes up and we're getting towards the tail end of we'll say a pit window or something like that. Sure, we'll take advantage of the obvious. If
Yeah.
we're within 4 gallons of needing fuel, then of
Okay.
course we'll do that. But if we're like 2/3 down and we've got a third left, especially at this track, because this track does propagate a lot of yellows, and the code 35s, we're going to see it quite often. And so with that in mind, what we're trying to do, since we have the best fuel economy, and I know that sounds really strange with racing, but we do. We're running the S50 teeny weeny tiny little motor with no weight in the car. The consumables are way, way down in comparison to a lot of the other teams in our same class, and the ability for us to literally shave off 1, even 2 pit stops during the course of the day. Our only limiting factor is the duration of the drivers on the inside of the car.
Right.
So each driver can do only up to 3 hours. And so we weigh the driver, basically the driver duration against the fuel economy, and try to get to a code 35 and try to take advantage of that. If you look at the very last long code 35, we did do it then. And so we keep on buying a little bit of time with that, but we're in the pits considerably less than the rest of our competitors, and that's part of the reason why we move up.
Very good. Scott, man, I'll let you go cool down. Thank you for stopping by, hanging out with DriversEye Live for a little bit.
I appreciate giving 118 Blaze Racing, Power Cool Manufacturing sponsored GP1 team a little bit of airtime. I'm always loving coming up here, except when it's 200 degrees in the broadcast booth and that you have to melt. By the way, I'm going to ship some ice cream up here. The problem is it will be probably yogurt by the time you get it.
Fortunately, by the time we get to about noon, the sun gets to the backside of the building and we're good.
Okay.
It takes a while to cool down, but we're good at that point. So as long
Looks like a little bit of a return of the connectivity issues for Brendan there. Thanks to Scott Mann for joining us. 118 Blaze Racing. Currently running 5th in GP1. Doing a great job today so far, and a little insight into their race strategy, how they're going to be dealing with these Code 35s today. Important to see on board briefly, and now just ahead of this car here, Blitzkrieg, is, I believe that's the 64 from Open Throttle back out. That was the car that unfortunately did get hit a bit into turn 5 with the Toyota Supra of TCB Racing earlier, but Open Throttle got that car fixed and back out there, as they are well known for doing. It's a very rare day that you do not see an Open Throttle BMW finishing the race. Blitzkrieg dives to the inside here as they approach into 14A as the Open Throttle comes back down pit lane. I'm assuming they'll probably want to check the car, make sure everything's working appropriately again. Blitzkrieg Racing, currently 9th in GP1 at the moment. Looking about, I want to say, a lap down from the leading BMW Screaming Goat. Still with about a 5.5 second gap over 94 Motorsports Corvette in 2nd. Palomar Racing an additional 22 seconds back.
Gentlemen.
Hey, you're back.
Hey, we made it. We've also strung together the interviews here. Yeah, we've been joined, I think I'm right in saying, for the first time by Pedro Torres.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Freshly out of the number 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. Like, freshly out.
Yep.
And looks like he just rolled out of bed, put yourself together. No drops of sweat. You're in here. It's hot as hell.
Yeah,
and you just look very cool and composed. So first off, welcome to DriversEye Live.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. You were sort of escorted up here by our friend Sadako Kalsa, Kingpin Racing. very much now a kind of a full effort in the World Racing League, right? It's not just one car, hey, let's throw a couple of drivers in a Supra, right? This is now a pretty massive effort.
Yeah, it looks like they have a good team, and they put a big effort into developing the car here. I was very surprised how good the car is.
Yeah.
Never driven a Supra.
Okay.
I haven't been here in 5 years, I think. And the car was very good up the first time I got in.
Yep.
Had to learn how to left foot brake, because you can't right foot brake on the car the way the pedals are set up. So,
Interesting.
So still getting used to it. Never driven on this tire, so
yeah,
still getting used to it. But some really fast drivers out there. It was a lot of fun. You know, a lot of different classes too. So you have fast cars, slow cars. It was good.
We'll get there. Your background here is we get a slow all-star racing BMW up the front straightaway, headed down into turn number 1. Pulled far to the left there. Your background, you've run in Creventic in the 24-hour series.
Yep.
In a couple of different cars and with a couple of different teams. Also ran in Carrera Cup North America with our friends here at ACI Motorsports.
Yep.
In the 992s. Often driving careers, let's say, go the other direction, where you run these sort of, at least here in the in the U.S., these DOT tire-based endurance series, and then people will find their opportunities to step up to Carrera Cup, SRO, Creventic, that sort of thing. You find yourself kind of going the other direction. You've done the big stuff, the slick tire racing, the professional promotions, let's say, and now find yourself, as you said, in a new car for the first time on a DOT tire for the first time with the 200 tread wear. How's that? Let's say, I think some people might call it a regression, but dialing some of that pace back, some of that capability back out of the cars. What's that been like as a driver?
So I love being on the track.
Okay.
So I help a couple of guys in HSR, and I do it just because I want to be on the cars, right? I love driving. I love driving old cars, new cars. And when I saw Tyler a couple weeks ago in the paddock, he's like, "Hey, why don't you jump in the car? Come here." I said, "Sure." And I was surprised how good the tire is.
Yeah.
You can lean on it the same way you would lean on a slick tire, but the tire is very predictable, stays very even through the whole session. The Supra, I was very, very surprised how good the Supra is for a GT4 car. Normally, the GT4 cars are a little bit street-type cars where they lean a lot and the brakes are street brakes. This feels more like a race car. I was very surprised how good the car is. And like I said, learning how to left foot brake. If this would have been like the Porsche GT4, where it's more of a street brake, it would have been harder because you can't push it as hard. But it's been great. The organization, what you guys have done here has been really amazing.
We like Tyler a lot. He's come up and chatted with us a couple of times now, and obviously he's got some racing credentials of his own. He'll be in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo this season. Some VW Fun Cup activities. If he's ever invited you to run a VW Fun Cup, that's one of our favorites here.
Yep.
But we do like Tyler a lot. It seems like that Kingpin operation has not only been successful here in the World Racing League, but now also running in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge and in the VP. I think they're running the VP Racing Championship.
I think running the cars in WRL has given them a really good baseline. It's a way to essentially test the car and learn the car much more affordably. You're still going, 10-10s.
Yeah.
So I think it speeded up his learning curve to get into pilot or VP.
It's actually been kind of interesting. We've seen the 11 and the 77 both do well over the last couple of seasons. The Supras are obviously very competitive here in GTO. He's almost been more successful in the Pro Series.
Yeah.
In the IMSA sanctioned series than he has here in the World Racing League, and then Kingpin has here in the World Racing League. And it's, maybe a little unfair to say, oh, the competition is tougher in the World Racing League, but this is your first time here with all of your other experience kind of strung into your first effort here in the World Racing League. Are you finding that level of competition to be actually quite high?
No, I was surprised. It was a lot of really good drivers, especially at the front. They knew what they were doing. I did 4 laps, and then they sent me to quali. So I was like, okay, let's go. So I wasn't that unhappy that I was, I think it was like a second off or a second and a half off from the other Supra. And but those guys are driving great. They know the car. They tested here, so that would be expected of. But overall, I think at the front of the pack, there's a lot of really good drivers, which is great.
Yeah.
So it's great practice. The amount of cars you have here is actually a great. I would think it's a great series for someone who wants to get into endurance racing and get a little bit of experience, learning how to manage traffic, not lose pace. So I think one of the biggest issues with endurance racing is how do you keep pace while you drive through traffic. I think that's big.
You brought some of that experience, presumably from running in Creventic, right? That's basically the name of the game there, is run quickly in traffic. Carrera Cup, maybe a little bit less so. But other than, the obvious with the tire, the left foot braking, and all of the other little adaptations that you've got to make into this sort of series, is it a pretty quick adjustment? You find yourself pretty at home?
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was great. I want to pick up the pace a little bit more now. I'm finding that either I overdrive the tire and then overheat it, or underdrive it. The window is a lot smaller than it would be on a slick. Especially mid-corner, you can lean on the tire as you would lean on the slick, but hopefully learn it more and get quicker.
Plans for 2025?
So originally I was supposed to do a full season of Carrera Cup this year.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we just acquired a new company, and then we're also having a little restructure in another one, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it full time. So essentially, I'm going to be doing a couple of on and offs here, potentially something in Spa this year. Maybe I'll do a couple more of these, but focus will be mostly to 2026. I think. Okay. Try to build it in 2026, which is a shame because ACI has done a massive investment into Carrera Cup. I think they have a new team, new engineering team. Everyone's did. So I think the team's going to do really well this year in Carrera Cup.
Yeah, and it's been one of our. We've enjoyed watching them, knowing the link with the World Racing League through Kurt Swearingen and watching Kurt's success in racing in Carrera Cup and GT3 Cup Challenge before that.
They've just departed again. So on that note, Kurt Swearingen has done a good job kind of curating that team and getting it all set up for running in Porsche Carrera Cup. He ran in Porsche Carrera Cup quite successfully a couple of years ago, right, JT? It was like 2 years ago that he was having a pretty good run for the amateur series. There he is.
Are we back here, Ryan? Yeah.
You're back.
Yeah. We're having, as we said earlier, some internet issues leaving the building at the moment. ISP issues here at Barber. So fighting that a little bit here, but anyway.
Yeah, so we got lucky. We ran SRO 3 years ago. Did the GT3 World Challenge while Kai and Kurt were running GT4. And when we did that, I was lucky enough to buy some of the KCMG cars, and we brought in one of their engineers, Adam Tanner, and he's now full-time on the team, and he's transformed the team. He's transformed, from our coaching to our data analysis to developing the cars. He's done a massive job on the GT4 side. Last year, Kurt won with Kai. I think this year he's running with Riley. I think they'll do really well in SRL as well. They're running a second car, which I think is going to be really strong too. Or I think they're running 3 cars. Luke Hartog is running 1 car, and I can't remember who the third one is. And then on the Carrera Cup side, we have 5 really strong drivers, so it's going to be good. We got 2 pros at the front. We got Juan Martinez on Pro-Am. I think he's going to be a guy to look for. He's going to be really quick. Of course, we have Marco again and Richard on the AM side. I think hopefully Richard can. We're trying to convince him to do a full season, so maybe he can win the championship. But
very, very cool. Pedro, I appreciate you taking some time out and coming to speak with us here at DriversEye Live. Hang out in the toaster oven for a little while, anyway. We'll keep an eye out for the number 11. Obviously, you've got the 2-car effort with Kingpin Racing. And feel free to come up and see us anytime, and share your first-time experiences here in the World Racing
Thank
League.
you. It's a pleasure being here.
Yep, Pedro Torres out of the number 11.
Thank you.
Number 11, Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra GT4.
All right, so we'll take a look here after having the double dose of guests here. So we'll start with a little bit of a rundown. We'll start with the general production class. Currently, we have the number. It's only showing me 2nd through 3rd. Okay, well, I'll have to switch back to the normal timing. Shows the 3 in 2nd place. but doesn't show me the first place. No, the 3 is in first place. So 94 Motorsports, number 3 Corvette in first place in GP1, followed by the 38 BMW of Palomar Racing, and then the number 118 BMW of Blaze Racing, with the 44 of PC Racing right behind, and then the 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. So that's your top 5 in GP1. GP2, the 83 of Palomar, the BMW, they lead over the number 222 of Rebel Racing, followed by the 66 of Open Throttle. I believe all 3 BMWs in the top there. And then in 4th position, the number 469 of Rapscallion, a heavily modified NC Miata. In GTU, the Stratus number 60 has taken its place at the front of the field over the number 1 of Round 3. Round 3 spent quite a bit of time at the front of the field today, whereas the Stratus team having some issues in the 60 is really the last car in contention, although the 58 is about 54 seconds behind. So we've been going for about 2 hours and 10 minutes right now, JT, and the front of the GTU field separated by 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, that gap has been very close for quite a while now. The one having got around the 10 car to basically catch up to the 60 there. The 10 is just, a couple seconds back. Not sure what happened to the 739. It had been fighting with those cars, just slightly off the lead there for a bit. So we'll have to try to look into that. But yeah, no, it's been very, very competitive up in GTU. Before Roberts had their unfortunate issue, they were right there as well.
In GTO, we've got the 70 of Round 3 Racing. They've stayed at the front of that field most of the time. That's the Porsche 991 Cup car. You can just see it off in the distance heading towards turn 1 here. The white top with the blue bottom. There we go. Just a third car in shot right now, right behind the TC Klein BMW, going around the outside through here in turn 2. Coming up through turn 3, and they've made the move, and they'll hunt down the other green BMW, one of the open throttle cars. It's the 4 of Thunder Bunny Racing holding down 2nd position, followed by the number 2 of Team ACP with Tangerine Associates in 3rd position. And then in 4th place, number 188 of Lupe Tortilla, powered by Fast Track Racing. And then the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, 12 seconds behind the lead. So the top 5 in GTO.
Slow car. Yeah.
All-Star Racing?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
That's the number 5. Was at one time top 5 in GP1, has since slipped all the way down to 12th.
Yeah, they were also slow a little bit ago, I believe, when we were interviewing Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that they've been hit with a bit of reliability issues at the moment.
Yeah, the ice they skate is getting pretty thin.
The booth is getting warm. So you might as well swim.
Might as well swim.
Might as well sweat.
We did it, everybody.
I did want to point out that that battle for 3rd in GTO actually did swap hands a bit recently, with the number 2 getting around the 188. That was during our interview, I believe, with Pedro, that was happening. Then yeah, I missed why Screaming Goats fell out of the lead in GP1.
They pitted.
Okay, they did pit under green. All
yeah,
right.
lap number 60, 320.740.
And then have we checked the YouTube chat recently?
I just saw it. What are we
Chandler
looking
Money
for?
has left us a message here. He's currently running the 00 for Sheldon Creed.
Sheldon Creed.
He's the 2nd race engineer for that car, so I'm glad he's having a good time down there at COTA. A long-time WRL crewman, able to move his career forward a little bit. So we miss having him trackside as well. Good luck to all, he says. So thank you, Chandler. I appreciate you. Good luck to the 00 today.
Well, I stepped away there. Layla Kazmarek here next to me in the booth. I noted the 909 headed back to the paddock. That's the 2nd of the automatic racing Sebeco and P01s. The 908 still up in the top 5. But both round 3 and automatic kind of taking this leap into GTU being something of an unknown. Round 3 cars having a little bit of an easier time, I think. coming to grips with those cars and those automatic, that pair of automatic entries.
They really missed a trick there with the livery options for the 908. I just,
maybe that's it's the bad luck has followed them because they missed out on the livery.
Was it control arms that kept breaking? Anyway.
Nope. So anyway, 908 still there in the top 5 in class. At GTU field at the moment, the number 1 had cycled back through to the race lead. Leads the Stratus number 60. That car had been backwards. Now, probably over an hour ago, down at the exit of turn number 3.
So, to be clear, that is actually a recent change in position.
Okay.
The one getting around the 60. The 60 had been leading.
I will take your word for it. We're obviously in a string of interviews there with both Scott Mann and Pedro Torres.
Yeah, when Ryan started the rundown, the 60 had been leading.
That battle is actually on the way into actually coming through turn 5 now. There you see exiting the right side of the screen. Also, just made an observation there while I was picking them up out the window. The number 24, the Bruce Innovations BMW 235i in GP1. That is not an M car. That is just a road-going 235 built out to a GP1 spec car.
There is no regular 235. They're all M235.
Oh, they're all M's? Okay, fair enough. Right, it's not the racing car. It's not the IR.
Sure.
I should correct myself there. Blowing some very Audi-like diesel smoke, Le Mans-type diesel smoke, or diesel-type smoke out of the tailpipes of that car under acceleration headed into turn number 5. Very, very dirty air out of the back of that car.
It looks good going through those shots there.
It does. And it was fine under acceleration. It was still prior to the braking zone. Maybe it was a little bit of brake dust. Get it?
Yeah.
Get a shot of it next time here. I thought it was prior to the braking zone there, but we'll get another look.
Oh, and I did want to note, after unfortunate struggles at the very start of the race, the 82 Random Vandals did come back out about 15 minutes ago, I believe, and have been circulating with us.
Wait.
Yeah,
I'm pleased with that.
They took the start, I want to say, 7th in GTO, but right away, unfortunately, had a power issue of some sort because they were limping around and only had started that first opening lap of the race. So whatever it is, they've got it fixed. It's back out there, it's circulating, and it's putting in good laps.
Lock up down into turn number 5 from one of the open throttle racing BMWs. Oh, and actually pulled off now to driver's right into the cut. That's 65?
I think so.
Yep, 65. Has actually come to rest just a couple of feet from where the 64 ended its race. That team car a little bit earlier on. Very different causes here, but it looked like a long lockup from the 64 is out there.
It came back out a little bit ago as well.
Nobody's better about putting cars back on track than Mike Gorman.
That is almost certainly true. Inarguably true. So the 64 is back, missing a little bit of bodywork on the right front, but that's to be expected. 65 is that car now stopped on the outside of turn number 5.
Those zip ties.
I'm not sure if he can hear me, but I'm looking for Brad McCall. We talked last time that we didn't get to do the make stuff up section of the broadcast because it got busy. We had a good chat though, but I want to make stuff up about his qualifying run yesterday. So I'd
was
love to
he
chat
behind
with
the wheel of the car?
I have no idea, but again, I want to make stuff up. I have rumors to invent and things to be wrong about to get actual answers on. So If Brad's not busy, I know you're running 3 cars this weekend. You know, that's a little bit more tough, but we'd love to have you up in the booth. I'll just invite people to Brendan's booth for Brendan. Very polite of me.
That's fine.
In the sauna.
We can handle it. And if I can't handle it, I'll just turn it over to you and let you conduct the interview from home.
That's fine.
Just remember, the booth is cooler than the car that they're
Double
getting out of.
yellow.
Ooh.
And code 35. Oh, that'll be for the 65, of course.
Gotcha.
Yeah, stranded out there in the island over between 5 and 11.
What still surprises me is the number of people who come up and are shocked that I'm the only person in the booth.
This is an ongoing thing in DriversEye Live Productions. It happens at SCCA Super Tours as well. Somebody will be looking for, inevitably, the one person that's not there, be it our friend Greg Ginsberg or Brian Belansky. And when they find out, oh, he's not here this weekend. Well, I could have sworn I heard him. Then you've got to explain the whole thing.
Yeah.
Technology. It's pretty crazy.
We were a little too yeah, we were a little too clever about work from home situation during COVID, and now that's the expectation. It's the inverse of corporate America.
Well, what it is grassroots motorsports budgets.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is what it is.
Yeah.
How about this the cell coverage though, huh?
Pretty good.
Yeah, we've got a boat show on site.
Boat
and we
show.
haven't lost a single camera.
That's pretty good.
Amazing.
Is the boat show popping or no?
It's kind of tough to tell at the moment.
Okay. Well, everybody, if you want to come on down for the boat show and take a look, I think you can be at turn 9? You can watch the race from.
Yeah, they let you hang out on because it's prior to the credential check for the boat show, or for the track to the boat show. You can hang out on the spectator area between, do the math here, outside of turns 9 and 10.
Yeah.
So actually, you can see a couple of cars parked down the hill there, just underneath the bridge gantry. It was actually really, I think I tell this story every year, but back in 2021, the first non-COTA race we covered with the World Racing League on DriversEye Live was here at Barber. It was the second race of the 2021 season. And it was also just after everything had kind of opened up post-COVID. We had all gone through that together. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Who said we don't have PTZ cameras, huh?
We do. We absolutely do.
And it was just really refreshing. There was probably 100 or 200 people up on that spectator bank during the boat show. And after watching way too many sporting events with either no people or very few people, it was just nice to see, folks at a racetrack again.
They can head on down to Buc-ee's, get themselves a sandwich.
They're good sandwiches, to be fair.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one and I was just not interested, especially at $8 or whatever they wanted. I was like, eh.
$8 will get you. It will get you more at Buc-ee's than it will many other places, food-wise. Where are you going to find a barbecue sandwich for $8?
My banh mi that I get for lunch twice a week is $7.50, and it's a much better sandwich.
Unsustainable. Also, where am I going to find a banh mi in Leeds, Alabama?
Fine. I mean, I don't know. That's a good question.
We have had Asian fusion at a couple of places the last 2 nights, but or the opportunity for Asian fusion, I guess.
That's what we should talk about during the podcast. It's the food and travel wrap up. We do it once a month.
Actually,
we
not
talk
a bad
about
idea.
the restaurants we went to during the races.
The breweries, of course.
Yeah.
We'll have to skip the Road America episode.
We went disguised. We couldn't tell you where we were going to go until after we left, and then I actually was taken to a dinner house. Whatever they call it,
supper club.
The supper club.
Dinner
Thank
club,
you.
supper club, whatever it is. Yeah.
We were taken to one, but it was like 25 minutes away from the track, and I was like, "Oh, thank goodness! Nobody's gonna know who I am."
To be fair, by the time I went back in June, nobody knew who I was either. So
that's good.
It was all okay. Yeah, it was all okay.
Nah.
Best ever viewership though. So
Absolutely.
Yeah. Many thousands of people.
If we have haters, we're doing it the right way.
That's correct. It feels right.
Of course, I'm very interested in the Cuban sandwich game that I'm going to be able to lay down next weekend.
Yeah, don't lock in too hard on the Cubans. I mean, the food is obviously amazing, but Peruvian food also available. For
Okay.
eats down in your homestead area there. Highly recommend.
I liked wherever that place that Jordan and I went to with Greg Kramer was pretty good. I would like to return there and get something else from the menu, but I don't know what it was called.
That was a great place. I loved it.
And that second sandwich, I remember I sat there. I thought I was just ordering croquettes like as a side, but it came as a croquette sandwich, and I remember being annoyed when they handed me 2 sandwiches. I'm like, "What? This is the same." I had that croquette sandwich the next day. Still fire. Still banging. Just delicious sandwich. That was good. I'll probably hit up Pollo Tropical after I leave the airport.
I've been to one near the Orlando Kart Center.
There you
Back in
go.
our 24-hour karting days. A couple of pit stops here in front of me at start finish. The number 1 has been in and out. That was your erstwhile GTU race leader. The number 3 has been in and out. Class leader in GP1 there, obviously, as well. Pit stop from the yellow shaded Palomar car.
So that's the GP2 leader. That's the 83.
Porsche number 70 on the cycle here. It did show as missing the last lap. Now a good time for an ad?
It is.
Yeah, I think that was a great time for an ad.
We've
They're
had
having
food talk. We've had pit stop talk. We've done it all.
Yeah, they've got some issues here recovering that number 65. It looks like they're just pulling it onto the flat.
So we'll be right back, live from Barber Motorsports Park in Alabama.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park. We're DriversEye Live. I'm Ryan. We got Brendan having a snack. I hope Layla's also having a snack. And JT Tammy live in our Pacific Northwest Control Center. Jordan Worth in they don't call it the carbon fiber triangle because it's not Formula One. What do they call that bit of where all the NASCAR teams are?
Carbon fiber triangle?
The carbon fiber triangle, Jordan, is like a region of Great Britain where all of the Formula One teams are.
Huh.
They're like all in one
Milton
spot,
Keynes.
except for Woking, which is outside of the carbon fiber triangle, but that's where
Okay,
McLaren is.
So then, okay, it's the same thing here. So this is Race City, USA for Mooresville, because this is where 99% of the shops
Okay.
are. But then RCR is in Welcome, which is like an hour away, you know? So
Okay, so RCR is the McLaren of
Yes.
NASCAR, is what you're
Exactly.
saying. Okay, got it. So Race City, USA, is that what you called it?
That's what they
Okay.
call it.
So Jordan Worth with Race City, USA. Just had a little update from the chat. The 909 has an alternator issue. So there you go. Some more food chat in the YouTube. List your throwdown if you're in the chat. throw down your favorite racetrack adjacent local food spots. Just let's see what we got going here.
I wonder if is that Alzheimer's Racing Mr. Bill Sloopski? I wonder.
I think so.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say that and be wrong, obviously, but
that's why you ask and let them
sure
provide additional chat messages and therefore boost the algorithm.
On a level with you, I'm not up to date on interacting with chat while commentating. Like,
All you have to know is you have to call them chat.
Yes, we tried that last time out, actually.
Chat.
Are we cooked? Chat.
Are we cooked? Chat. Boat
Jordan,
show chat.
Jordan, can we get Layla onto the credits, please? Can that be arranged?
Social
okay,
media.
sweet. Thank you.
Bill, did you fly into Birmingham like 5-6 o'clock on Thursday night? I think I ran into you there and wasn't sure if it was you in an automatic shirt and an Alzheimer's hat. Should have said hi, but I didn't because I'm shy and nervous.
I was gonna say.
And again, didn't want to be wrong.
That's
Bill,
true.
Because that's the worst thing possible is being wrong. Do I know you? Oh, shoot.
See, the flip side is in person, especially at an airport. If anybody's wearing anything remotely racing related, I'm like, hey,
yeah.
how's it going?
There were like 4 people on the flight from Charlotte to Birmingham, which was delayed, so everybody was just hanging out. All the racing people had found each other, except for Layla and I. We were just kind of sitting in the corner because we were tired. Oh, green flag is out.
Green flag, green
All
flag,
right.
green flag.
Ah, Stratus Racing. Yes, cooked indeed. Thank you. I think, is that a good thing? It seems bad, actually.
Well, because you're in the hot booth, I think that's the joke.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, that's fair. But I am hydrating. Which is important.
There you go.
Much
Again,
more of a
cooler
steam
than
bath.
the race cars that these people are hopping out of.
A steam bath or an esteemed bath?
Oh, not here. That's only at COTA, at the hallowed grounds.
At the hallowed grounds.
Yeah.
Circuit of the Americas.
And
Mid-Ohio.
Bill and Alzheimer's Racing also says 909 has an alternator issue.
Yep, we covered that.
I think from memory is not the first time we've seen that with those NP01s.
No.
Electrical issues have kind of crept. Actually, they've been present from the very beginning. We saw them float their way through a Thunderhill 25-hour in the very earliest stages of development.
Which, to be clear, this is a completely different car. We spoke about that last time out, but extensively.
Fair.
This car
Sure.
bears little resemblance to that car.
Presumably the tube frame itself is the same?
Sort of.
Okay. Very good.
I can't remember the number that was given. I want to say it was like 5 seconds a lap faster.
Wow, I believe that.
Schwartz's Supper Clubs. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
That is where we went. Yes, Schwartz's Supper Club. At Road America. Would recommend.
I've only been to like 2 places in the immediate vicinity of Plymouth. And they've both been good, to be fair. Antoinette's? I think it's Antoinette's. I think. And there's another German place that's very good in like an old train station.
I do like old train stations. That's a big plus for me.
2 races from now, we've got a trip to Mid-Ohio in between. Here and there, of course.
Here, there, and anywhere.
Lexington, Ohio does not have quite the same food options that Central Wisconsin
no,
does.
It does not.
No. No supper clubs here, of course. Groundsmen are very particular about their supper clubs. Do we have a slow GTR 99 headed down into turn 2? I think we might. Do we have a car off? Oh, it's the number 2.
Wow, that's a contender.
That was, God, 5th place at the restart.
It was?
Yeah, but they had been running near the front all day. And
Yeah,
that is beached. They're not getting that moving.
So I think that the 99 will have been slow to avoid a pass under yellow, headed down into the corner, which makes a lot of sense. That 2 is just, it's backward, yeah, and as you say, very beached.
Does it have a stuck throttle maybe, or is it just...
I think it might be in first, just rolling.
Nobody's touched the brakes there. Back to code 35 straight away. Did they jump, or were they pushed? Appears they jumped.
Should we do the NBC thing and get in another ad here?
No.
No? Okay.
No, there's food to talk about.
No,
right?
we won't do an ad until
Driver's
we go
Eye
back
Live
to
food
green.
and beverage review rolls on.
That's how NBC does it.
No, we
We're
haven't
back
talked
to
about
green.
enough
Let's
golf.
say hi to Continental.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We haven't talked about our golf scores enough.
Do you have any recent golf scores?
I did mini golf.
No, that doesn't count.
Oh, okay. Then no.
I have no recent golf scores. I'm very bad at it.
I'm also very bad. We could go be very bad together. Maybe that's what we should do the next time we're in person. I don't. I'm sure it's by a racetrack. I'm sure there's a golf course somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The end of the year. That's what we do Sunday. Sunday evening. No, because the race had to be over.
WRL charity golf tournament.
Yeah.
No,
They got to mix up the teams.
Not like a half
you know.
idea.
we got to do the go-karting at Coda. We
Oh,
keep
we
talking about this, but
Brendan, did you not know that they did a drift cart thing at Eagles Canyon?
No. On the main circuit?
No. They have like a go-kart track, and they did like a drift cart timed lap thing. They did it last year apparently, and I didn't know about it. And then they did it this year as well, and so we're trying to really pump that for next season.
You know what? Now that you say that, I do remember down at the bottom of the paddock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that Johann Schwartz did not win that competition?
Really?
Yeah, we had to break the news to him, and he was like, "What do you?" Brad and I were like talking about it, and Johann walks into the booth, and we're like, "Hey, what the heck? How did you not win?"
Is he still the world record holder?
He is.
Yeah, for longest
we
drift.
talked about that. There's a great hour of radio of Brad and Johann and myself.
Full podcast mode.
Oh yeah, but it was great. It was awesome.
To be fair, that's a great chat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I love talking to Johann. There was a series of probably 5 to 6 months of racing where I bumped into Johann at every possible opportunity, like including airports. I could not stop running into Johann, and now I haven't seen him for a while actually.
He was at my hotel as well. I was at the same hotel as Moorhead as well as Round 3.
Were you at the Hampton Inn in Decatur?
No, I was at the Holiday Inn.
Okay.
I think Holiday Inn is where I've landed as my like preferred, as long as it's not like an outlier on cost.
your safety hotel.
IHG rewards member number. I actually don't know what it is. I think IHG doesn't love that I book through Priceline every time, so I don't get the.
Yeah, you could not do that.
Yeah, but then it's, I book through Priceline because occasionally, like when I go to Minneapolis, for example, there's almost always some like top floor baller suite for like $150 a night, which I can't say no to, even though it's a huge waste. And then I get there and the bellhop guy's like taking my luggage up, and I'm like, "Look, man, I really appreciate you, but this is weird. I don't like it, and I don't have any cash. Can you please go do something else?" Like, I am not that guy.
So a couple of years ago, we were in Croatia for a wedding, but we were only spending we were only in this hotel for a night, and we hadn't gotten cash yet.
No.
Because we flew in.
Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Yep.
The truth of the big grill. The big grill is a problem.
And we ended up at a DoubleTree, and it was exactly that, like valet parking, and the bellhop comes out, and he's like, "I'll take your luggage for you. We'll unload it. We'll take it up to your room. We'll see you up there." And I was like, "Man, I don't know what tipping culture is like here, but I've got nothing. I've got nothing."
You got to bring like Western, like North American candies and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
So they can give to their kids or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
I love that you bring that up because I love receiving like candies and stuff from other countries.
Are you a what's the global snack deliver, like the subscription box?
Oh,
I don't know.
I do have a global snack story that's brief. So I had a girlfriend in high school. I know, right? Wild.
Good for you.
So I had a girlfriend in high school, and she went on I think it was a trip for the choir, and they did this like tour of Europe thing, and they stayed most of their time in Switzerland. And so she like buys candies and stuff for friends of hers and her brother. I knew her brother really well too, and brings back all these candies and stuff. And she's like, "Oh, Ryan, I got you this," and she hands me a Toblerone bar. I'm like, they sell those here, right? Like, that's not she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I could go to Walgreens in 5 minutes. And she was like, it was the fanciest one. It was in a cardboard box and everything. I thought it was like a cool. I'm like, no, they taste really good. It's from Switzerland. Like, that's great. But like, this is. Thank you. Thank you.
Is that why you broke up?
No, she writes cards for Hallmark now, as it turns out. Yeah.
Well.
Wanted to be a travel writer. Don't think she quite got there, but I think writing cards for Hallmark is a good gig.
What's the ideal WRL greeting card? Do we know?
No.
Yeah.
A little bit of a lag on the chat, though, too. I think we're expecting a quick response, and we're about 5 seconds behind.
Guys?
Jordan, do you call your chat?
No.
Yeah, fair.
No. You'll get timed out if you mention... it's not chat. What was it? Oh, L. If you say L chat or that's an L, you get timed out in Jordan's chat.
That's good.
I don't know if it's Jordan that does it or if it's other people. I'm pretty sure it's other people.
Green flag waves. And after the recovery of that number 2, ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, falling out of 6th place in class, probably slipped further. Actually, no, they would have driven away, so maybe not. Would be interesting to see what the track surface is like down there at the exit of turn or entrance of turn number 2. Excuse me, whether we've heaved a bunch of gravel onto the surface there or not. It's all right.
Keep an eye out on your GTU fight here for the lead. They had come across the line at 0.1 second.
Wow.
So that is Stratus over round 3, the number 1 at the moment.
Yeah, that went back the other way, did it not?
As we went to yellow, yes.
Yes. Yeah, it had been round 3, number 1, back up in the class lead. It's not the case anymore, as you say, but still a really good scrap between them. Come up here out on circuit.
Yeah, but then you still have that fight for 3rd in GP1 between Blaze and PC. Again, running nose to tail. All right, here you go, coming through shot here.
Yep, there's the one. 60 was just ahead of it. Around the outside, he turned 13. Strong move. 60.
You're gonna be on the outside there for a long time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Okay, there we go.
But the flip side of that, Ryan, is you're gonna get held up for a long time.
Right.
Right. So if you go around the outside, even 5 or 6 miles an hour is going to make enough of a difference that you could hang tough out there, especially in a downforce adjacent car like the NP01 is. You could really do well, and certainly compared to being stuck behind a GP1, GP2 car through that long right-hander, it's a move that's definitely on. Particularly because the racing line for the production cars doesn't track all the way out to the white line.
Right.
You do kind of keep the car in a little bit further to the right-hand side, so you can run the cushion, as it were.
It's a little slippery out there in the clag.
Well, not yet, but we're going to get there.
Yeah. Your clag, David.
It is your clag, David. It is worth noting, AAA, that it is worth noting. Oh, I'm sorry. Boulder was a little slow up over the hill at turn 4. I thought it was a Blaze racing car. It was not.
So,
it is worth noting, just very quickly, we're kind of setting ourselves up for 2 pretty different races here. It should be sunny all weekend. We've just got some very high cloud off in the distance. But headed for a high of 71, 72 degrees today. Tomorrow's high is only 56, and we're going to be starting the race barely above freezing. The low tonight in Birmingham is 32 degrees. So today's race, yes, typical spring weather in Alabama, very, very pleasant. It's not humid at all, which we love, Chad. But tomorrow, I got to stop this. But tomorrow, tomorrow it's going to be much, much colder, chillier, still dry, which is important. But I think we're going to see this beginning part of the race play out maybe a little bit differently, particularly as it compares to the GTU and GTO cars. Those GTU cars do take a little while to work temperature into their tires.
Wow.
Especially there at something near freezing. On board the Blitzkrieg number 242.
We just saw the 2 leaders that we were talking about go through. I think that was the reason for this
and the
camera.
PC car as well.
Yep.
The 44 has cleared the Blaze Racing number 118. Or is the Boats Racing League? 12 seconds behind.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up. Is they had been third at the restart. Unfortunately, they had a 153 lap. That basically put them quite a bit behind PC Racing. So
Yeah.
Screaming Goat has now closed a gap to just over a second behind them.
So before the code 35, they had a 4 off at turn 13. But you're saying the gap was closer after the green.
Yeah, timing it showed it was 0.4 as we were going back to green.
Yeah, very interesting. So now the battle's between the 118 and the 29. The 29, by the way, I got a text from David McKee earlier, trying out a Starlink onboard feed this weekend. It's on YouTube. I don't think we have the direct link to it. David, if you happen to be watching, I did get your text. If you have a direct link to that, like an RTMP or SRT link, if it's not going straight to YouTube, please do send that over and we'll try and get it pulled in there. It's very interesting. Kind of intrigued to see how that goes over the course of the weekend. Don't think my internet here is going to allow me to watch multiple feeds at once. Or a Scott Michaels special.
Yeah, Scott calls the race having not looked at what's on the broadcast feed ever.
No, he just watches 12 onboards. It still does a decent job.
Yep.
By the way, not that we need to settle into podcast mode just yet, but did we watch the Qatar 18-12 kilometers yesterday? Anybody?
Briefly.
I did not. I was busy.
What's going on here, Joda Cadillac? What's all this about?
Miscommunication.
Yeah.
The best part was Aston Martin's response on Twitter to it.
Wasn't it something like, we've all been there, or like...
Then it was a clip from Top Gear saying, oh man, we could have done that too, but we didn't. Nope.
So what happened exactly?
So under full course yellow, I think when they were getting ready to go back to green, Cadillac was 1-2, and so they're lining up. I forget what corner, and the second place Cadillac just drives straight into the back of the first one. The first one checks up randomly, like unnecessary amount, and the team car just runs bam straight into the back of them.
To be fair, this is not the first time. Not the first time this has happened.
Or was Jensen Button. Button brake checked his teammate under safety car. Yeah.
That's no good. Okay.
Alex Lynn ran straight into the back of him. And at the time, I had only seen like 2 replays, so I assumed it was Alex Lynn's fault. Came to find out it was basically 100% Jensen Button.
Yeah, when you see the rear view cam from Jensen, it makes it a bit more clear.
Yeah. I saw Alex's onboard as well. Like his teammate just stops in front of him. They're all doing 35 miles an hour, and just car comes to a stop. What are you going to do?
Can you fire Jensen Button? I don't think you can. Maybe if he does it. Well, let's look at it this way. Jose Maria Lopez has kept a job for a really long time. And Jensen Button is objectively a better driver, so...
Everybody's a better driver than Jose Maria Lopez. Chat, would Jose Maria Lopez last in the World Racing League? Yeah, I'm done with that. We're done with that now.
That's a hard no.
I would think not.
Citing Coda as reference. But anyways,
Yep.
The sister car, the number 10, has closed up to the number 1. Round 3 racing. Last time through, I have them at less than half a second.
And this is which set of cars, JT?
The number 1, the number 10 round 3 racing in GTU, second and third. Just a couple seconds behind your Stratus number 60.
I'm learning red mist timing here from our friend Brian Griggs here, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing.
Yes.
I do see that. Go ahead.
I think there's a problem with the GP Yeah, it's doing overall. That's what the
Yes.
problem is. Okay,
The
got
Yeah,
it.
position is
it's
also
overall position numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
So you still have to count. Like there is
Yeah.
no timing app, the web, that will just show you what position they are in class.
Right. Just wild to me, but
Yeah.
Brendan,
but
were
it-
you? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Were you told the numbers involved in the potential purchase of Race Hero?
No.
Oh,
There was not a whole lot of interest there.
I was
holders.
I was given what I believe to be the accurate numbers required, and I couldn't believe how high it was.
I 100% believe that. Well, remember, it's not an independent thing anymore.
Sure.
Somebody paid a lot of money for the rights to both the humans and the software itself.
Yeah, but like
the
they're not
infrastructure.
using it, so it's worthless to them.
Listen, man. I don't know that we have the expertise to. Was it into six figures?
It was.
Yeah.
And then there was a number given by someone who knows on what it would cost to get it to where it needs to be to not be broken constantly, and that represented a substantial investment.
Considering how much it costs to rent the Alkali timing for a weekend, it's kind of understandable. But...
Yeah, exactly. You could rent Alchemel multiple times before you got to the same price as this.
That's wild.
Yeah.
For something that's kind of a hack job anyway. Like it doesn't interface with orbits in the way it's supposed to.
To be
Right.
clear, that'd be owning versus renting.
That's fine, but you know.
But you're not
the
owning any hardware, right?
The ownership was secondary to the work that was needed to get it to where it needs to be. And both of those numbers combined was like I don't know.
Unfortunately, there are very few. There's actually no timing display out there that does what we've asked it to do. Right, what we've asked Race Hero to do. Right, Race Hero was built around, our coverage out at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Its earliest development was, okay, what do you guys use as commentators? What's useful information for you? How can we display it? All of those items. I expected it to be a reasonably smooth transition back over to Race Monitor. It has not been that. No, it contains none of the information. And part of the problem is, because of the way Race Hero interfaced with Orbits, it was able to pull in all of the data without needing to use the multi-loop feed, which is a pretty expensive... access to that is a pretty expensive investment.
Yeah.
And while Race Hero obviously showed you exactly what you needed to see off of the pit loop, sector loops, whatever the case might be, in Race Monitor and most public-facing timing displays, that multi-loop data is just not available. So, like, we don't even have tracking of pit stops anymore.
Yep.
Which is brutal. I can't remember the last... 2013 at Thunderhill was maybe the last time we covered an endurance race without pit stop tracking.
I mean, you had me doing a bad job of
You
texting you when that
you
happened.
did a great job, but we still also had, we had notepad and paper that we were like, well, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. Right? We were going to have to track the pit stops ourselves because what else do you have? Once you get accustomed to not having to do that yourself, going back to that manual tracking of pit stops in an endurance race where you can see maybe a third of the pit lane is really tough.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost... we say... let's break the fourth wall a little bit here. DriversEye Live has always taken advantage of as many automated processes as we can so that we reduce the number of people required to produce a reasonably watchable racing stream, right? It's kind of what this whole concept was based on. Our man Joseph Mudrak wrote an incredible piece of, initially it was a Python script, now it's a server applet, web server applet, that used Race Hero timing data, tracked pit stops, projected pit stops, stint length, gaps, time tracking, all kinds of stuff, and an automated feed at the bottom saying when things happen, so that even if you weren't looking for something, it would tell you what you were looking for. It basically functioned like an automated timing and scoring spotter. Most of that spotting ability is still there, but none of the pit stop information is there. None of it. Because we don't get cars showing that they've tripped the pit loop anymore because we have no race hero. It's been really challenging. We do our best, but man, is it tough. Like, we may need to go back to the days of like a standalone pit lane camera.
I thought about that.
Yeah, we might be
at,
there.
When I was there.
We
at,
might be there.
Eagles Canyon.
We're up to 11 cameras now, so I've got one more I got to replace. To rewind into turn 1, and it involves a lot of useful or meaningful cars. There they come out the other side. That goes off is the Honda S2000 from ASM. Moorhead is involved in that. The number 1 is involved in that.
The 3?
I think, and the 3. I think everybody's made it out the other side without contact. The ASM car comes off a little worse for wear. By the way, that number 150 is back into second place.
I think the right move there, honestly,
Don't
for that
look
ASM
now.
car to kind of bail. There's not a lot to be gained by trying to stay in it there with most of it. Now, obviously, the 3 is the leader, so that's a bummer. Or is the 3 the leader? I thought
Interesting. I'm wondering if they're being given their laps back.
I'm going to clarify that as we speak.
Yeah, the 3 is the leader there, so you're losing out on that opportunity, but otherwise, there's really no reason to stay in that if you don't have to. So as long as the car is still in decent shape, I think I would make that move every time just to get out. That's a lot of danger there for not a lot of additional opportunity.
So another thing that our new timing from Brian has been throwing me off a little bit is when you're looking at the class-specific pages, the gaps are not class-specific.
That was a pass for the GP1 race lead there, by the way. Just got confirmation from the timing and scoring folks next door. The penalty for a pass under yellow that 150 picked up has been rescinded after review of the video evidence. So this battle that could have been raging on for the last couple of hours now picks up right where we left off 2 hours ago? Hour and a half ago?
Yep.
There we go.
Really good stuff. It was a good move from that number 150 to pick up the race lead from the 9.4 Motorsports Corvette in GP1.
Well, they've given it back now because of the aforementioned turn 1 situation. Right? Wrong? Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Nope.
Yeah, because the S2000 did go wide.
Yes. Okay.
No, are we back?
Now you're
Yes.
back. There you
Yeah,
go.
no, the 150 went back through on camera
Yes.
last lap. So the 150 went
Okay,
off
got-
at turn
okay, yeah,
1.
yeah, there we go. Okay,
And then
yeah.
later that lap, as we were following them
Sure.
around, the 150 went back through down at turn 13.
Got it. There it is. Now the timing's updated. Okay. Yep.
Surprise.
Yeah, it just wasn't there on timing, but we had picked it up on camera.
Yeah, I also picked up on camera that we didn't really touch upon. The 60 and the number 1 had both got around the 70 round 3 Porsche. So we do have GTO leading overall.
Sorry, the 70's gotten through, you said.
Other way around. So 70 had been leading the race.
Oh,
overall.
yeah, GTU leading over.
Yes,
Yeah,
GTU
sorry.
now.
Okay. 60 leads 1, leads 70.
Yes.
That margin in GTU is just under 10 seconds. Yeah, lost in the exceptional GP1 battle we've had this morning. Like, exceptional. And almost as good GTU battle that we've had this morning has been the fact that 70 has really drawn that margin out in GTO. It's out to 40 seconds, which isn't, a huge number, but when you consider the depth of field we've got in GTO and just how close GTU and GP1 races have been, it's a pretty meaningful margin here for that 70, especially without the aid of safety cars. Right? You'll take the margin that you have for as long as you can get it. Into the pit lane comes the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing. Slow number 40 on the run into turn number 7. That is the much maligned off-leash motorsports Ligier JS2R.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite how quick that car has been today, it has been suffering some issues.
Yeah, I don't know that they're pushing it too far. If maybe it's just not a well-developed car for endurance racing at this point, or if they're having a recurrent issue of a bad part, or what the issue seems to be. But this is obviously not the first time it's been like this out on circuit, and it has spent some time already in the paddock today. So I think the other car's been on track a fair bit more consistently. That number 669.
Rapscallion.
From Rapscallion, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. The other Ligier. Car in the wall at the exit of turn 4. It is the Kingpin Racing number 11.
Full course yellow flags?
Yes, it is now, yep.
That may have been, unfortunately, a pass under yellow there in that corner.
So I think this is going to be a self-recovering incident here. It looks like it lost the car, or the number 11 lost it coming up over the crest. Back end started to step out, and it just backed itself into the tire's driver's right on the inside of turn number 4. Unfortunately, also started another grass fire. Really close to the tire wall. This would not be the first time this has happened. We don't have cameras there, but we may pick up the smoke just off in the distance there to the left side of the shot.
You see the Supra approaching now.
Yeah. The safety truck is on scene. Now that the number 11 has left the scene, and we're gonna get to this grass fire here pretty quickly. Has caught the tire wall just a little bit. We have from the security PTZ cameras. And quick work by the Barber Motorsports safety crew. This is obviously not the first time this has happened. They deal with this, I'm sure, on a reasonably regular basis this time of year. And anyway, you just spray paint the whole thing green for IndyCar in a couple of months and you're good to go. No, you don't need to do that. It was a pretty good whack down there for the number 11 into the tire wall. It's a pretty high-speed corner. You're cresting that hill in a GTO. Here it is. Yeah, driver's right. You can see how much it's actually dislodged the tire barrier away from the Armco. So even though this was a self-clearing incident, my guess is that we're going to have to move some equipment out there to put the tire wall back into position. Fire is not yet out over there. Reignited itself here. I think we've gotten the most of it. No, I'm still spreading out the other way. I think it was a couple of years ago here, wasn't it, gentlemen, that we had a red flag for the tire wall on fire down at turn 1?
Yep. Actually
ended up having to stop the race in order to get the whole thing under control. This does happen from time to time. And yeah, there we go. Now I've got extra bottles on the job.
I believe that may have also been the same year we had a wheel ejected from the racing circuit.
You're absolutely right, JT. It was a Screaming Goat number 29. Had what I think was a hub failure down at turn 13.
I think was it a photographer that found it?
It was either a photographer or it was the safety worker. Maybe got in the chat and said that he saw the tire, watched it go over the fence, and then went out to pick it up out of the creek.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, amazingly, I think the 29 made it out of that mostly unscathed. The car had come to a stop before it made it to the tire wall. Obviously, it was stuck in the grass, but yeah, the tire and wheel assembly had completely left the bounds of the circuit. So, again, just clear of 3 hours here at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. World Racing League and DriversEye Live. we roll on here, was generally a minor incident down here at the exit of turn number 4 for the number 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Super GT4. Unfortunately, A, we've had to deal with a grass fire, and B, we are also going to have to, I think, rearrange the tire wall. Number 11's made it back to the pit lane. A little bit of steam and smoke coming out of various corners of that car.
I've just been doing some math here because it popped into my head. Remember a long time ago when they were talking about making artificial wet races for Formula One?
Yeah.
They talked about the sprinkler system and how much that would cost.
Yeah.
Do you? The answer is no. Do you think it would be worth $10,000 an hour to just make continuous fire water tanker drops on a racetrack?
No.
Because I was thinking about it, and it's like, oh man, if the fire got too big, you could call. I'm like, wait a minute, you could call in one of those fire tankers and make the track wet, and that would be fun. But it costs a lot of money, so that's not the most cost-effective way to do it, as it turns out.
Yeah, missed opportunity to buy that Philippine Mars.
I got to see that take off as it left.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
I'm so
from
jealous.
Alameda, from the seaplane base.
Yeah.
Stopped BMW just been caught in the one part of the track that we don't have coverage between 13 and 14. I think it was the Random Vandals BMW again, the number 82. Our friends at Random Vandals, by the way, putting a social media post out earlier that read something like, drive it like you can afford to wreck it.
Yes.
Which I thought was very good.
I think that was in reference to their GT3.
Yes, it
car.
was.
Yeah.
Yep.
The second one?
It was footage from, was it Road America?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they announced that they've added a second GT3 car. It's going to have Bill Oberlin.
Yeah.
Alright, I've been dying to know the Blitzkrieg Racing logo, which is, I believe, also on the side of their car. Is that a Tiger 1?
I have no idea, JT. Couldn't tell you. This car houses James Candelaria this weekend.
Nice.
Our friend from Candelaria Racing Products.
Brennan was just about to talk about the Sentinel camera system. This is the third generation, the Sentinel V3. This one, of course, is the pre-production unit that's being used as like a loaner, as like a try it before you buy situation. But as we can see here, the quality better than ever before. Very clear, and it's dual bonded, so you have the AT&T as well as the, I think, Verizon or T-Mobile, depending on how you have it set up, I believe. But it's got all the camera inputs, the whole nine. Got a pretty hefty antenna array on there. Actually, Jordan, if you go back to that onboard for the 44, you can just see the, so it's got that antenna array now that you see on there. So that's an option for you as well. And a pretty hefty upgrade, I think. So this is the old one, which, again, as far as a plug-and-play solution, works pretty well. Compatible with your V-Box system you already have installed, etc. Yeah, it works pretty darn good, I would say. Just going to do a little whip through the chat here. Chris Adams says, ASM back in the front, was it multiple lap down or a timing error? No. In WRL, we actually give penalties as laps. And so then if you have a disagreement about the penalty, you can then show video evidence that, whatever you were penalized for was unfair, and then they can give you the laps back. So it's probably the fairest way to do it. Now, unfortunately, that means even a minor infraction results in losing an entire lap, which is a lot. But at the same time, it's now able to be given back to you. So that's why they're back at the front. Kyra Elliott says it's a Tiger 2. I believe that as well. Right on board the 44 PC Racing, one of the stalwarts in GP1. They've been running this GP1 class a long time. That's an old car that they've kept going here. A very cool build. Used to duke it out with the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. Moorhead, of course, now having moved on to the Jannetta. I believe it helps one of the drivers in the Ginetta that spends a lot of their time doing prototype racing, that the Ginetta drives a little bit more like a prototype than the BMW did. So they've changed platforms there, but Chad Moorhead, the other long-time runner in this GP1 class, so it's down to just PC racing. Used to be the two of them duking it out, but a lot of other teams have stepped up in their stead to make sure this GP1 class is quite stout. Is Brendan
do
back?
with the Edge Autos. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
We could do with the Edge Autosports crew here as a part of this scrap as well.
Yep.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. It was kind of those three, right? You see Moorhead, Edge. Edge
Easy.
Never really quite able to break through the class win.
Always close, though.
Yeah, very close. 6.5 hours of great running at a time, and then...
Yeah, well, that's what PC
never quite had the result.
That's what PC's been into lately. They've been having just issues here and there and everywhere.
We continue under code 35 here. They have not gone out to reassemble the tire barrier at the exit of turn 4. Now we go back to green. Interesting. Okay.
4 hours and 50 minutes remaining.
Correct. That means 3 hours and 10 minutes. I feel like we've been at this for a little bit longer.
I agree. It does
Not a bad
have that
thing, but
feel to it.
It does. But it's been a good one so far. A lot of back and forth. The tops of GP1, GTU especially have been fantastic. Really, really good racing, even through these early stages. And wait to see how the GTO field comes together here. The 70 and the 188. 70's been not so quietly out in front, but that 188 Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW M4 has been pretty quietly there in second. Took the position away from the Thunder Bunny Racing number 4 Toyota Supra a couple of hours ago already. And just really solidified themselves there in P2.
Lupe Tortilla had a great run last time out as well. Kind of in the same position, kind of lurking. Just kind of there in the background, staying behind the 290, and the other teams up there in the front of GTO, just always there, always looking.
It would have been home track for them, I think, right?
It would have. You're absolutely right. DeNyse Stripling was in that car. I don't know if he is this weekend as well, but he was last time.
I believe he is.
Perfect. 3 fast Tortillas and Denny. Brendan's either about to get a guest or he's gone again. Or he's having a bite of some blue diamond cocoa-covered almonds. Other almond snacks are available. None are sponsoring the Sacramento Kings and grown here in my backyard.
Best lap for the 52, 34.8.
We talked about GP2 very much lately.
No, I'm just looking through there, trying to find some storylines to cover.
It's been a good fight in the middle of the pack.
Yep.
Palomar
Boulder.
Racing has definitely been quite a bit dominant in that class so far.
Very dominant, actually.
It's the bell of the ball.
Yes. Rebel Racing, I think, initially had some issues early on in the race. I think they had briefly dropped down a bit, but they've worked their way back up. They've been running second for quite a while. Yeah, the 66 open throttle just behind. But the 83 from Palomar has had a nice safety gap by quite a bit. But I mean, I've been watching like Rapscallion, Boulder move up and down the GP2 order. Lagunatics have been in there. Fawn Group Motorsports, that is. So definitely in the mid pack in GP2, there's been some movement.
JT, I think it's Lagunatics, as in Laguna Seca. And Lunatics. That's my guess.
I heard they're here discussing a deal with RJ.
Is that right?
No, I don't know.
Is that a Laguna Seca joke?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're in the make stuff up part of the broadcast.
It's a little bit disappointing that their BRZ is just a nice bright silver with that name then, because you have another team such as Rebel Racing rocking Laguna Seca blue on their BMW. What appears to be Laguna Seca blue, by the way, LSB.
It's pretty teal.
That's Laguna Seca blue.
I wouldn't know. So I think the last kind of major note we made about GP2 would have been the battle between the 83 from Palomar and the 76 from Boulder. Yes. Yeah, it was the 83 and the 76. So I think the 76 has lost like 10 minutes somewhere in here over the last hour and a half or so. I don't have... Well, let's actually see if we can track that down. Well, 6-minute laps. Yeah, they've fallen out of that lead battle. But they are now in probably the best battle in GP2. The battle for 5th between the 418 from Fawn Group Motorsports, 8 seconds in hand over the Boulder number 76, with another 7 seconds in hand over the 779 from Lagunatics. That Lagunatics car, the BRZ, yesterday they put it on the dyno to tech it in advance of qualifying, and it wasn't making any power. So they dropped down to GP3, bearing in mind it had some problem. And they went out on track. The problem had resolved itself. And set up for about 3 different production classes this week, and then have finally nestled themselves nicely into GP2, and currently running their P7 class. You are just joining us this morning, or this afternoon, depending on where you are. Welcome along. It is now afternoon here in Birmingham, Alabama. Oh, car off the last corner. We've got a waving green flag. Spun car just past the apex. There it is. Is that the 146?
AR Motorsports, yeah. So this car had just been fighting the 946 of Flying Fur Motorsports. I hope contact was not involved.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky recovery here. You've got to find you can't pull forward because you've got the gravel trap and you're just going to bury yourself in it. You can't really back up because you're on the racing line and that becomes the new racing line. Let's see what the move is here.
Yeah, you got to be careful because this curb does have a bit of a lip as well.
I just don't know that there's a good recovery option here without going code 35. Not that it necessarily needs to be recovered by a safety vehicle, because I think it can drive itself out of where it is, but it needs the gap in traffic to reverse down to the pit wall and then to pull forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure where closest Marshall station is in terms of the driver.
Inside of the last corner.
Yeah, but in terms of like what the driver can see to try to get turned around.
Basically nothing.
Ugh.
And we do now go code 35. Yeah, again, I'm not sure we actually need to go physically recover the car. But we are definitely going to have to find a gap here in traffic for that car to get turned around. And it may just be that a safety crew comes up and kind of blocks everything but the inside lane there. Well, we're going to pull forward.
I mean,
find the gap.
That might be the best call.
Yes.
Because now he can see where it is. He can do this loop, and
yeah, the good thing is he waited till the code 35 to do that.
Yes.
Right, driving counter race there, even out in the runoff to try and set yourself up to rejoin at speed is probably not on.
We try to sneak in an ad here.
I think we could do that.
All right, nice and sneaky. We'll just let it creep up on us until we don't expect it. It's coming, and then boom, it comes.
Sure. With thanks to our producer.
I was hoping he was going to pick me up on the. All right.
Nope.
All right. Well.
With thanks to our producer Jordan Warren. We'll step aside here very briefly from Barber Motorsports Park. The Saturday 8-hour enduro rolls on here under code 35 conditions. We'll say hi to Continental Tire and be back in just a couple of moments' time. Stay with us.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park, 4 hours, 39 minutes on the clock, a green flag in the air, and we resume racing once again after JT was at number 6 on the day for code 35s?
I believe 7.
Yep, I think you're right. Had a couple here back to back. We got a good stretch of green flag running in the mid to late morning hours, and a couple of single car incidents here have slowed the pace of things. Into the pits comes the number 185. And back to the paddock again. So that was the Roberts Motorsports Sebeco NP01. Led the class from an inherited pole position anyway. After pre-race troubles for the number 59 of Stratus Racing. 185 had some contact, ended up shoveling itself into the sod on the inside of turn 10. In a slightly awkward incident. Looks like it made it back out to the track and then straight back into the paddock. Post today becomes kind of an extended test session. Lead margin in GTO is down to 10 seconds. I wonder if we had a pit stop from the 70. And perhaps not from the 188. I didn't hear anything like tire guns. I don't think we've done tires yet on that number 70. We do have other important news here in the booth. The sun has cleared the top of the building.
Yes, I remember that.
It is a game-changing part of the day. But now the HVAC is sufficient, and we can. I think we'll start to cool things down a little bit in here.
You should see if David has any leftover wrapping paper. and put some of that on the windows.
We've got a little bit up here. They're
Okay.
very small pieces. It was basically just enough to put some shade in our faces
Got it.
where we were sitting or standing as the sun went up and over the top. Best we could do.
Well, you know.
So if you didn't join us yesterday, dear viewer, it was our first ever Megapole session.
Yes.
Megapole.
Megapole.
That's what we're calling it. It's not the official name or anything like that yet. But we found out yesterday morning, because we didn't pay very close attention to the supplemental regulations, that the qualifying procedure had changed, and they were going to trial the series. WRL was going to trial a standalone qualifying session, one for GTO and GTU. It was immediately after lunch. They're at 1 o'clock, and then a 35-minute break for an HPDE session, and then another half-hour session for the GP1, 2, and 3 cars. So neatly packaged into something like a 2-hour window. We got 2 qualifying sessions. Everybody in each set of cars, GT and GP, out on track together. Everybody with the same track conditions. Everybody dealing with the same sets of circumstances. Everybody has gone through tech by that point as well during Friday practice. And that was the sole session to set the grid for our race this morning.
And it was great.
Ryan? Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun.
That was really fun. I enjoyed the heck out of that. I hope we do it again like that.
Yeah, the
was
production was lacking a little bit, to be clear.
Nah, it was fine.
It was not.
Look, for a seat of the pants, kind of last minute, we're just going to get in there and do it. I think it was great. I enjoyed the heck out of it.
I was just to say, as you guys were talking about your Super Pole fight on screen, you could
Megapole.
see Megapole. My apologies. ASM and 94 Motorsports out on track, battling for the lead in GP1. 94 Motorsports did take the lead, but that last lap through ASM retook it. And then coming through turn 1, looks like the 3 got swamped a bit by a bit of traffic. So that's going to give ASM about a second safety margin now. You can see them approaching the shot here.
The
Second
biggest
car
margin
going
they've
through.
had all day. Just about.
But yeah, that is still your fight for the lead in GP1 right there.
Back to Megapole. Must have more Megapole. No, the I thought it was a good session.
I think it definitely had room for improvement, of course, on the production side, but I also think that it was fantastic, and it's one of these, it's going to become appointment viewing for WRL because it was really, really exciting. We're looking forward to doing it in the future for sure. I think that's what Brendan was going to say. I feel good about that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Brendan, it's okay. I picked you
We're
up
back.
on that one. I finished
Yeah,
your
I
spot.
heard it. So the weird thing is, when this happens, I can still hear you
You
guys
hear it.
just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very odd.
You will hear us, so you're just in the middle of talking about something. Meanwhile,
Yep.
we have nothing, so we'll just interject randomly, and you're probably like, oh crap.
Yeah, so the first time it happened, Layla looked over at me like, oh, like, they're just going to talk over you. And once I
About
realized
time,
what
that's
was going on.
We're
yeah.
taking the broadcast
You're
back.
Yeah, it's been a very weird day in that regard. The internet here not quite playing ball, even though the cell tower is. And had I not run basically an entire broadcast booth off of my hotspot last week in a Button Willow Raceway Park in a garden shed, I might have had enough data to just use the hotspot today. But
You don't have
basically,
unlimited data on your hotspot?
I have 60 gigs.
My iPhone has unlimited hotspot data.
Well, sure, I have an iPhone.
Then just run it from the iPhone.
I am. It's AT&T.
Oh,
So that my
okay.
plan has 60 gigs of hotspot data.
My
I think it's the
that's
most
the
they
thing. My
offer.
plan has unlimited hotspot data on my iPhone.
On what carrier?
Verizon.
Oh yeah, I see. Or AT&T.
Yeah. Well, you know.
So anyway,
The choices you make, my friend.
yeah.
Yep. If you're in
I
Northern
think-
California, it's Verizon or no Verizon.
I am
So.
gathering this weekend that the cell tower behind us is serving AT&T a little bit better than the others. So
Typically, it only serves one. Look at this move on the outside by the 150. Just hanging in there. Able to get it done.
Not the first time we've seen the 150 pull moves like that around the outside.
No, but it's got a big front splitter. Do you see that? It's got the fencing on the end.
It's the end plates, yeah.
Yeah. What a machine.
I don't
it's got
think...
some smoke, though.
Am I right in saying... Am I right in saying that once you put aero on the front of the car, you take the modifier, and it doesn't matter to what degree you build out the aero? The end plate fences are not the same as just having the splitter. Or sorry, it's the same as just having the splitter.
It's the same modifier.
Yeah, same modifier. Right.
So, yeah, if you're putting aero on the car, develop it as you will.
Yes. That.
Shouts in the chat for Connor Ackelbein. From a number of sources. Driver of the day vote goes to Connor Ackelbein from Brady Henderson. I don't know that we're doing that today, driver of the day, being that we don't know most times who was in the car.
We also didn't do fobs for victory.
Fobs to victory. Darn it.
Yeah.
This is what we should have been covering.
DriversEye Live Daily Fantasy.
This is what we should be covering in between the Megapole sessions.
Which
this
one?
This is the DriversEye Live Fobs to victory.
Oh. I like the Daily Fantasy. I don't know. I feel like we could have got a sponsor for that, but... Is the state of competition in WRL stable enough to do a convincing sports betting situation? Because I feel like if sports betting, if it can be bet on, there's advertising money being thrown at it.
It's probably true.
So if we can get the FanDuel, WRL, or whichever
got
provider,
Brad McCall
obviously.
betting his own under here.
Yes. Oh, see, that would be a problem. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Do props on total number of pit stops. Four hours, 29 minutes here remaining to go.
We had a note in the chat a moment ago.
Yeah.
Some moments ago. The Lagunatic squad. It's the Lucas Lagoon's TV team. And
I don't know what that
is a 2015 TV show called Insane Pools Off the Deep End, which appears to have been an Animal Planet show, perhaps? And DIY Network. Lucas Lagoon Sink or Swim. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Insane Pools Off the Deep End is a reality TV show that follows pool designer Lucas Congdon and his team at Lucas Lagoons.
Okay.
WRL Off the Deep End.
Sweet.
Do not tease me with a swimming pool right now.
So speaking of surprises, about 15 minutes ago, we added a new car to the field.
Is it the 59?
It is not. It was the 63.
Ooh, there we go.
Throttle added another car.
Let's go.
I wonder if the 65 is going no further today, and the solution was just to replace it with the 63.
I mean that very well could be the call.
Mike Gorman will get you your track time.
Yeah, absolutely.
One way or another.
What if, okay, hear me out. What if part of the WRL driving, traveling circus situation was one of those above ground pools?
On a trailer or just generally?
I mean, you have to put it together every time. But
right.
When it gets here, put it in, and then you jump into the above ground pool after you accept your trophy on the podium.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
That way it's like Belle Isle or whatever.
Or you put whatever team had the most visor up penalties in the pit lane into the dump tank.
Yeah. For sure. World Racing League powered by Intex Pools.
Powered by... Layla, posited earlier the idea that the WRL podcast should be WRL off the deep end.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is anyway, if I'm being honest.
3 wide into turn 1. Number 3 fires it up the inside. 9.4 Motorsports Corvette. All of a sudden, after JT told us about 10 minutes ago that there was about a 1-second safety margin between the ASM Honda and the number 3 Corvette, it's ballooned out to 10 seconds.
Yeah, but Palomar
9.5.
breathing down their neck as well.
Yeah. I mean, it was really just 2 slower laps is really all it took, but that ASM car's been going very, very quickly in the meantime. 138.7 on its 103rd lap.
What was the fast qualifying time in GP1? It was a 37 something, right?
It's a 36.7, I think.
Oh,
or
36.
36.9.
Okay, got
yeah,
it.
It was 36. Yeah.
I was going to say, we're
High
in 37s, but no, it was 36. You're right.
Also, don't look now, but for the first time all day, the GTO lead has a challenger. That number 70 now only leads by 6 seconds from the number 188 Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW M4. Headed down towards turn 2 and 3. See a bright yellow BMW. There's the Porsche, just cresting the hill. Into
There's
4,
BMW.
there's the BMW, exactly. So the Rapscallion Ligier sits in between them at the moment. The Lupe Tortilla car around the outside of PC Racing.
Which you should take note of who's directly behind PC Racing.
A Screaming Goat.
Exactly, that's a fight for position.
Yeah, we've got 6 cars on the lead lap in GP1 at the moment. Sorry, 5 cars on the lead lap in GP1 at the moment. Minute 15 in between them, and just about everybody, well, I say just about everybody has somebody to play with here, but Palomar's chasing down that 9.4 Motorsports Corvette, Screaming Goat chasing down the PC Racing BMW, and they've all kind of taken stabs at the class lead at one point or another, really except for, I guess, that Palomar car. Was it in the lead? Maybe it was. This PC car also appears to have damage on the right front. I'm going to look at it next time it comes through.
It's been like that since the beginning of the race.
Has it?
Yes. It looks different.
Yeah, it's missing half its front bumper, I believe.
Yeah, it appeared to be more on the right front sort of wheel arch area, but I'll take your word for it.
It's hard to tell from the shadows, but yeah, you can see it's a bit loose
car
here.
off at turn 1. It's one of the NP01s. Is that maybe the 95?
The white
Dawn
one?
Motorsports?
Yeah, I believe, yeah, Dawn.
It was a very awkward, long lockup headed down into turn number 1, but it really wasn't slowing the car down very much.
Oh, 908. That's right.
Oh, it's a 908.
The 908
Good
is just a white livery.
Yeah, very good call.
It's interesting to see that the car still has that base white livery. For second race of the year for it.
Speaking of race, JT, do you have a race to go to today, or are you?
Sorry, spun car around
No, go ahead.
14. Exit of 14. I think it's 669, which is their Scallion Ligier JS2R. Yes, it is. Sketchy recovery there.
Yeah, don't really think you get to get back to the racing line there.
Missing corner of the car? Right front? No?
It did look like it had a toe issue. Like it was crabbing a bit, but...
Oh, definitely. Yep, down the front straightaway. Very much not up to speed. I wonder if it spun and caught the barriers there to driver's right. Turn 1 apex is so awkward if you've got a car on the inside.
Yeah, that's
not at racing speed.
Is it the left rear?
It would be. If it spun and clanged the barriers on driver's right, it would have caught it with the left side.
I'm trying to tell if it's a tire going down or not.
Tense moments here up over the crest of the hill. 739 leads 70 and 1 down into the braking zone. None of those are for position. The 1 and the 70 are now a full lap apart. or almost a full lap apart, will be when the one clears that number 70 Porsche 991 Cup. Or if it's going the other way. No, I don't think that's the case. But anyway, that 739 is holding the 70 up just enough. They're entering the shot is the number 188 BMW M4. So a gap that was 5 seconds, I think is going to be even a little less than that when they come around to start finish here in just under a mile's distance or so. Off to the right, number 1 has cleared the Porsche. Oh yeah, it's visibly coming down, this gap between first and second in GTO. So arguably our most stable class lead of the day for the entirety of the day to this point. Now very, very much in play for that Lupe Tortilla squad. All this happening while they stretch the margin just a little bit from the number 4 of Thunder Bunny Racing. Gap is down to up to 53 seconds. Last laps this time through, Lupe Tortilla 136.225, the number 70 137.7. So a second and a half clawed in this last time around, 4.4 seconds. Oh, stopped Ligier. It is the number 669, has not made it around. And pulled off into the cut here at the exit of turn 6. Just, actually, you can see it there.
Wait.
Just behind the Armco. Go ahead, JT.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought it got further along the track, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of tucked itself into a place of safety over there on driver's right at turn 6. The problem is, even though it's in a relatively safe location, not completely, but relatively, it still can't be recovered without dispatching safety vehicles.
Jordan, enhance.
I wonder, when does vMix get AI image upscaling? What we need here. Layla suggests AI Jordan, which I think is a play on Air Jordan. Drivers AI Live. Yeah. As long as it's in our 2003 AI, that's some good stuff.
I wonder how we could. It's probably doable that we could export the updates at the bottom to ChatGPT and then have it commentate live from that.
That's an interesting idea.
I'm guessing it would work. It would sound awful, obviously. Which is to say no different than how I sound all the time, which is awful.
AI
but,
Megapole. Megapole would be the time to test that.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. I wonder how... Get with Joseph on that. See what we can do.
I don't think that's an option.
The bootleg feed. If you didn't notice before, we did just see on the screen earlier. This is Alabama.
This is the closest track we go to a Buc-ee's by some margin.
It's not by some margin because Daytona is still only like 7 miles.
Never been.
Yeah, but this is like
1.5.
A 3-wood, like from the track.
Yeah. I mean, it is the closest, obviously, but it's not like the next one is like 200 miles away. The next one is, like 6.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you guys have been to Pensacola, please give me food recommendations.
JT, are you stopping in Pensacola on your way to Sebring?
I am.
Didn't
Take
you
a
do
guess
this once
why.
before?
I haven't done Pensacola yet.
It's an Air and Space Museum, obviously.
Yeah.
Or
Naval
a
Air Force.
Museum. Yeah. Okay. There you
Yeah.
go. Yep.
Jordan Worth, our Florida expert here, having seen all of Florida for his previous job, do you have any Pensacola food recommendations for JT?
I would go to the next town.
That's quite good.
Fair enough.
No, never mind. I was gonna say, what's the WRL go to the next town track? But I don't think we need to do that. Most of the places we go are actually very pleasant, like towns to also be in. The only one that's a little weird is Mid Ohio. It's because Lexington is like there's just nothing there. It's not bad. It's not big enough for it to have anything. Gotta go up to Mansfield.
Beautiful Mansfield.
It's all right.
Fine. I stayed in what used to be a Holiday Inn that was attached to the convention center in Mansfield, and there was no parking one night. It was a disaster.
Yeah, that's weird. Was there something at the convention center?
There was some, like, it wasn't Kids Bop Live, obviously, because it's Mansfield, but it was some, like, kids-themed, like, traveling circus show.
Shouts to Kids Bop, huh?
Thing. Big Kids Bop household here. I'm impressed at the ways that the writers are able to write out the bad parts of, like, pretty awful pop songs.
Sure.
Like, sometimes I'll be scrolling through the list, because my daughter's in the car, obviously, and I'm like, how did they clean this song up? Let's see.
Probably also AI.
Maybe.
Should we read out the intro that AI wrote for this race, or should we save that for tomorrow? I didn't use it this morning.
I'd like you to do it right now, because I'm not.
You want me to do it right now?
Yes. Yes.
All right, give me a sec. Pull up Google Docs here.
No, because you can do it in the tone of Sam Posey. Like, you can tell it to do that.
I did specifically ask it to make it like more dramatic or something like that.
Oh, okay. In the style of Jackie Stewart. And then you gotta do the accent, too. I suppose you could tell it to spell things out phonetically to do the accent correctly.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yep. Okay. Well, for real though? It's a legitimate question.
I mean, I can now.
Okay.
But if you were already reading it, I couldn't hear it.
No, I was not reading it. Very, very
got
close,
it.
by the way. Very nearly contact in pit lane with the number 3 Corvette being released almost into. I'm gonna have to look for the car when it comes by. Just very taken by the cars involved, or by the number 3 being released there. Anyway, get that here in a second. It reads. Welcome to Barber Motorsports Park, where endurance is the name of the game and only the strongest will stand tall. Over 2 days and 15 grueling hours, nearly 60 machines will carve their way through this twisting, undulating circuit, pushing speed, strategy, and stamina to the absolute limit. On Saturday, the battle rages for 8 relentless hours. On Sunday, the story continues with 7 more. Prototype rockets, Grand Touring warriors, and battle-tested production machines will share the stage, threading through traffic, chasing glory, and defying exhaustion. The engines rise, the tension builds, and the road ahead promises triumph for some, heartbreak for others. This is endurance racing at its finest. This is the World Racing League at Barber Motorsports Park, and this is DriversEye Live.
There's a lot of this.
I added the last part. Well, but that's
okay.
that's what it wrote, and then I added that this is DriversEye Live myself.
Got it.
Shameless self.
If I recall correctly, you also added something else after that as well.
Did I? This is Sports Car Wars. This is how racing ought to be. Rest in peace,
better.
Tom Nacho. Yeah. The big honka from Minnetonka.
Shout out.
Yeah.
So I think the 58 is jumped to 10 here with our pit stop rotation.
It is certainly up into third. I think the 10 was one of the first cars to pit. It was one of the first cars to pit, as a matter of fact. Nick Kacharski in the chat. I love Laguna Ticks. This apparently has a bigger following than I realized.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Love to know more.
Don't know anything about it. It's a big blind spot in my...
Mostly I want to keep thinking about swimming pools. Also comments in the chat about some shaky cameras. It is pretty windy here today. We're up to about 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Alabama state flag blowing pretty much straight out on the inside of turn 5. Whatever you feel about our camera shaking in the breeze, however, I can assure you they're less shaky than most of the PTZ cameras at the moment that Race Control is using to monitor various recovery efforts. It's a slow recovery for that 669, by the way. I don't know if they had to move it around or if they're just having a difficult time getting it loaded onto the flatbed. But we've been at this for some time now, and the car has moved from its original location. Remember, that car was stopped on the inside of turn 14, and it looked like maybe had some suspension damage as a result of a tap to the barriers on the inside of the turn 14 exit. Pit stop for the 38th, third place car in GP1.
Yeah, it does unfortunately look like the 94 Motorsports Corvette will be receiving a 1-lap penalty for that unsafe release.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
They had already been warned for having, I believe, too many people over a pit wall during an earlier stop.
This is not what our GP1 battle needed. It has been so good all morning.
Yes.
Now into the early part of the afternoon.
Yeah, but again, it's the small mistakes on pit road will cost you.
They frequently do in WRL competition. These things are oftentimes the difference makers. And while the general lack of green flag pit stops is obviously not enforced, but the frequency of code 35s does tend to drive that, does mitigate some of the variance that you get in between pit crews, pit crew performance, overall pit stop time. A lot of that is mitigated by the code 35 itself. The mistakes on pit lane, the penalty causing mistakes. You know, you use up your one warning for the day, second one is a penalty. Those things still have a very, very sizable impact, especially when you consider the lack of safety cars. It is so much cooler next door. It's unbelievable. Oh my God.
I think I had the door cracked when I was there.
I just opened it and kind of stepped into the doorway. Unbelievable. Thanks for being with us today, everybody, as we approach halfway. It is it's a first in a couple of ways. First, it is the first time we've been responsible here at DriversEye Live for the World Racing League. The World Racing League social media. I have been taken off of the commentary squad.
He's gone.
And replaced with my lovely wife, Layla.
To be fair, you were there earlier, but your internet cut out.
That's fair.
Yes. Yeah.
Hi guys.
Hey.
We are hard at work. My second favorite Ginger here
Correct.
is hard at work on the socials. That's quite good, Jordan. Thank you for that. More to come on the marketing and promotional front from DriversEye Live and the World Racing League, but we were able to put this together within the last 2 weeks, and we're going to have a little bit of an expanded presence on social media. Give us a like and a follow. WRL is at World Racing League on Instagram, at DriversEye Live on Instagram as well for us and our side here. And of course, like and subscribe here on YouTube if you're enjoying the coverage. It's also the first time we've had an on-site cell tower at Barber Motorsports Park. And for what I was dreading as maybe the worst race of the season in terms of cell coverage in years past, I think that's fair, right, Ryan? You've been to most of the venues. I think this is about as bad as it got.
VIR is not great when it doesn't have
It's better now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they put a cell tower up on the outside of 17, true 5G,
okay.
and it rocks.
All right.
Yeah.
Then yeah, probably this one.
Yep. So when you bear in mind, we've also got the Alabama Boat Show this weekend.
Boat show. Come on down.
Yeah.
Sorry.
we'll sell you the whole boat, but you'll only use the edge. Yeah, bearing in mind we've also got a couple of hundred, maybe a couple of thousand people on site this weekend for the boat show. Things have gone remarkably well. It's a very, very welcome change, and whoever made the investment to get AT&T to build the tower, like half a mile behind the tower, the timing and scoring tower here, very, very much appreciated. Been really good, and good to see some like quality trackside shots now of what I think is one of the best driving tracks in the country. I don't know that it races exceptionally well, but for what we get here, the slight variance that we get here, and the use of Code 35s, it's very important for us in terms of maintaining the integrity of an endurance race. Personal opinion only. I think it's all tied to make this maybe one of the best events on the calendar now. We've seen some real bangers of races here in the past.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jordan Worth on the 1s and 2s.
Jordan Worth's holding it down for us.
At
now.
bottom split CEO.
Doing a hell of a job.
Yeah. If anybody's got the social presence, it's Jordan Worth. It is nearly halfway, and we are back to green flag racing at Barber Motorsports Park. After an extended recovery of the stricken number 660.
Yep, the extended code 35. We're going to head back to green here. The Lupe Tortilla BMW, we see it was looking for the lead at one point. Now I'm caught off guard looking at something else. They're about 48 seconds back now, so that yellow hasn't gone the direction they would have wanted. That gap was shrinking quickly, and now the 70 has consolidated its position back at the front. Glad we have lots of MBA and broadcast experts in our live chat here today.
I think we're back.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, so I think...
Ah, darn.
Yep, now he's gone again. I do too. Again, I keep trying to go back to the thing I was trying to research, so I have something to talk about, and then Brendan returns and then doesn't return.
Yep. Are we back yet?
Yeah.
We are.
All right. Still on this last.
There we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. I've technically been here the whole time, but... Anyway, you were saying, right?
I had nothing to say. I'm struggling, Brendan.
Anyway, the point I was going to make is that the lead battle in GTO, which was before that code 35, arguably our most interesting class battle, was 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds. It's now 48, which I think is a lap under code 35, so it's not nearly that much, but still, 15 or 20 seconds difference under the code 35 is a big, big time loss for that 188. Wait for everybody to cycle back through here and update our lead gaps. It's a closing margin as well in GTU. Stratus number 60, 19 seconds ahead of the number 1 from round 3 racing.
timing correct, the 1 lap penalty drops 94 Motorsports to 3rd in GP1. Screaming Goat 1.5 seconds back.
And Palomar is. See, that's not doing the maps correctly.
They're 17 seconds ahead.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now, multiple timings that you would need to do.
Yeah, and we kind of do need them all here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very odd situation.
Yeah, gotta mix them both. For Blitzkrieg Racing, benefiting earlier from the unfortunate spin from AR Motorsports in that final corner there, had promoted them up position. Currently running 8th in GP1 at the moment. Unfortunately, timing not showing me the gap to 7th. TC Klein Racing in a bright green M235IR, blending in with the open throttle BMWs. Yeah, Screaming Goat within a 10th of the Corvette ahead.
Timing screen stopped updating there for a moment. Go back now.
Oh, and that pass is complete for 3rd in GP1. Screaming Goat coming by this time through. As you see going through the shot there, Screaming Goat here, followed by Kingpin Racing, and then Stratus alongside 94 Motorsports Corvette.
Yeah, so sorry, did Screaming Goat clear the Palomar car?
No, the Corvette.
Oh, okay.
So they are, I believe, 16. Well, I'm gonna have to check.
17 seconds.
The other timing.
Yeah, I'm showing 17 seconds.
Yeah, 17 seconds back.
Yeah. 7 seconds is your lead GTU battle at the moment, by the way, from 60 back to 1. 12 seconds is your refreshed margin from 70 to 188 in GTO. So that's, let's see, 2 class battles, the top 2 class battles within 12 seconds. And a really good scrap at the moment for 3rd place down in GP1, which could have been a lead scrap, but unfortunately that number 3 having picked up a 1 lap penalty for a pit lane infringement. We have officially crested halfway. It's been something of it's not a grind to get to this point, but the start-stop nature of things and not really having either a flow of pit stops or pit stop information for us on live timing has made it a little bit awkward getting to this point. But we've reached 1 o'clock local time here in the far eastern reaches of the central time zone. Thanks for being with us. Many of you tuning in, tuning out throughout the course of the day, but just nearly peaked up to 400. Hello to Georgie Boy. Let's name a track. It's Barber Motorsports Park. in Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. The Pittsburgh of the South, some people call it. I asked Layla the other day, who has a significant number of family in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, if that makes Pittsburgh the Birmingham of the North. And she said, no, it does not work that way. Which, having been to both cities now, I think is probably fair. It is March the 1st, 2025, and we are in Alabama. Look at that, Jordan Worth. Thanks to 381 of you out of the 382 of you who are joining us. I do want to address this. For those of you who've never turned into a DriversEye Live production before, this is grassroots racing, and it is a grassroots racing production. We are one of the very, very few organizations who put this stuff together for budget racing, right? A budget production for budget racing. We make the most out of extremely limited resources. Some of the numbers I think would shock you as to how you put together a multi-camera live video production. And we've been doing it for a number of years. Thank you for all of your support over the years. We worked very, very hard to put a little bit of shine and polish on things. And yes, they're static cameras and a couple of team-provided onboards, by the way. We do love what we do. We love the opportunity to be a part of the World Racing League. We have other tremendous partners at DriversEye Live. We're going to produce something like 40 live events this year. 40. Which it turns out is how you build a business. Consistent video production at a value that even amateur motorsports can accept. So happy to be doing what we're doing, and feel very fortunate to be a part of the World Racing League in 2025 amongst our other partners. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It is the world's hottest TED Talk here in the booth at Birmingham and Barber Motorsports Park. And we've got some races on our hands at the moment. GTU, GTO, the battles rage on. And again, even with that number 188 Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW M4 having given time back.
Having given time back, that gap is still at about a 4.8 seconds between the top two in GTO there. Sitting 4th and 5th overall at the moment.
No, JT. Oh!
Ooh.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're back.
Thank you. It's nothing. The margin is nose
screen.
to tail. The 70 actually just nosed the number 188 out into the dirt in negotiating traffic on the run into 9 into 10. There is your lead battle in GTO, the Trimtex Porsche and the Lupe Tortilla BMW M4 up over the rise at turns 12 and 13. 8 seconds became 5 seconds, is now nothing. Absolutely nothing around turns 13 and 14. We come into the last sector of track. I think that 70's been balked in traffic quite badly. And as they head out onto the front straightaway, actually coming up to lap the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra as well. So we've got the top three in GTO just in a slightly mixed up order, all together on track. There goes the Supra. There's the Porsche and the BMW. The BMW shows the nose to the left, looks at maybe around the outside of turns 2 and 3, but thinks better of it. Tucks back into line, down the hill out of 3 and into 4. This will be the best passing zone on the track, headed down into turn number 5 on the brakes. 70 goes not defensive, but shoots up the inside of the number 5 All-Star Racing BMW, a GP1 class competitor, and they follow with about 2 car lengths in between, follow each other through the general production traffic down into turn number 7.
Yeah, the 70 last time through a 142 flat. That is noticeably off of what the GTOs are running, so that must have been a lot of traffic.
And the move is done. Round the outside into turn number 11. Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing
The number 188 inherits, or takes, I guess, the GTO race lead from the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche. Move done.
So yeah, new GTO leader, 4 hours into the race.
Gentlemen, we still here?
You're still here.
Oh, fantastic. All right. So I'm happy to say that we're no longer quite so alone here, you and me, JT. We welcome to the booth Evan Darling. Looks reasonably fresh out of the number 76 Boulder Racing. Oh, no, wrong mic. There we go. Welcome to the booth first and foremost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. I take it you've been in the car today.
Yeah, I started the car.
Okay.
I qualified and started it.
So you guys were, from memory here, I don't tend to keep notes on these things, but you guys were locked in a pretty good battle for the GP2 class lead there for a while, were you not?
Yeah, we were back and forth.
Yeah.
I got a really good start. Everybody sort of checked up, and I saw it opening to the right and just drove past everyone. But that Palomar car was fast.
Yeah.
I held him behind me for a while. I was like, oh, let's see how this goes. And yeah, he drove around me, and there wasn't much I could do.
Yeah.
And then I had a good battle with the rapscallion guys. We went back and forth, and I was able to hold it. We made a questionable decision to come in and do a splash, top me up and get me back out. And
under the code 35?
Under the code 35, and it kind of hurt us a little bit. And then I kind of ran the car out of gas. Not quite completely.
Yeah,
Started fuel starve, and we had to do a driver change and pit stop under green.
Okay.
And that killed us.
It's interesting. The code 35 pit stops, usually you want to extend that run out as far as you can.
Oh, yeah.
To avoid the chances of making a green flag pit stop, but sometimes it's unavoidable.
Yeah. Well, we started to have a little issue with it. Was reading a quarter tank. It generally will read all the way down to the light, and it was reading a quarter tank, and I fuel starved. And I was like, guys, I'm coming in. And
pickup issue, or do you think it's just a gauge issue?
I think it's a gauge issue. Because going by the laps, we were right on schedule.
Okay.
It should have been. They're like, oh, just stay out. But with all the purple 35s, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, sure.
Because you're like, oh, I'm driving around fifth gear, just really conserving. Maybe I have more gas, and evidently not.
So I haven't seen the number 76 up close. It looks to be a very well-built car. It's obviously now competitive in GP2. Tell us a little bit about the car, the team.
Well, the car started off, that was my daily driver for years when I lived in Florida.
Yeah.
It's definitely a Florida car.
Sure.
And I got two business partner people that I coach a little bit, and they got a GT350 and an M3. They were autocrossing and track days, and they got their SCCA license, and they wanted to go endurance racing. And we were talking about buying a car, and finally we just said, let's just build one. And so we took my old car, and I built it, and we call it the COVID car.
Yep.
So during COVID, I just did nothing but build the car and ride my bike. And it came out really nice. They're easy cars to build and set up. They really are. They're E36s. There's a reason there's so many E36s, E46 chassis out there. They're just brilliant cars. They can do a whole lot with them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so the Team Boulder name came from one of the guys. But two of us lived in Boulder. One lives, another part of Colorado. And he's like, we need a name. He's like, Team Boulder. He just wrote it down. And we're like, really? We're Team Boulder. And so it ended up, unfortunately, it's like you say something 3 times, it sticks, it's stuck. So now we're Team Boulder.
The working title becomes the actual title.
Yeah. And we've had some pretty good luck with it. They're learning in the car. We had a rough time here in 2022. Final stint, end of the day, we got taken out going into the spider trap over there.
Oh, yep.
And it almost ended the car. We were able to rebuild the car and bring it back. And, knock on wood, we've had great races since. We cleaned up at the 13-hour last year at High Plains. That was a good run. Mark Bear, he's the owner of SCR Performance. He drives with us once in a while.
Okay.
He's a good shoe, and I use his shop a lot. We're all customers of his, and it's nice to get him in the car once in a while. He's a good driver, so we do that. And all these other races. We have Justin Shu, who owns Koala Insulation of NoCo. I told him I'd give him a little call out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're in northern Colorado and you need insulation, call Justin. He's got a great little business, and he's a great businessman. He does a good job. His heart's in it, and he does good work. So
very nice.
It's good. It's a good thing. And
Very
he's got a great racing history behind him too. So between the four of us, we're trying to elevate these guys a little bit and see how they do. We're having a lot of fun.
So are you towing the car out from Colorado?
I have that brown van over there with the high top on it, and that thing's been. Everybody says, "Oh, that 5.4 is going to blow up." I've had it across the country half a dozen times, and it just keeps on trucking, and it drives perfect. So, yeah, I tow it.
So what is it? Just is it the racing? Is it the track? What brings you all the way out to Barber? Not that there's a ton left in the Midwest, but
the tracks here are just next level.
Yeah.
This track is probably, as far as just guilty pleasure, it's the most fun track I can think of. Next to VIR. Another one is Carolina Motorsports Park, which is an absolutely fun blast track to drive.
Really? I've never been.
It's a riot.
Okay.
It's similar to this. It's not as much elevation, but it's got all kinds of fun corners that really challenge you.
Yeah.
It's a great track to coach someone on.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of ways you can, it's good to have open passing.
Yeah.
You can set cars up and set people up and do all kinds of stuff with a slow car there. It's so much fun.
Interesting.
But this track and VIR are my two favorite, absolute favorites. So I come out here for. I drive anything. I have shopping carts with numbers on them. I'd be like, oh, you're racing? I'll race you. This is fun.
So for 2025, are you guys just kind of cherry picking events and what you want to do?
we're planning on doing this event obviously, Mid Ohio. Then we're going to do Tooele, High Plains, and Coda.
Okay.
That's for WRL.
Yep.
If some other opportunity arises, I might jump in a car at Sebring or somewhere, because those are I came from Florida. I was
so sorry.
Born and raised there, but I lived there for a long time, and I left the swamp. I had to leave the swamp.
Hey, I spent 3 years there. I don't need to go back. Yep. I'm done.
Drive down there, go do races, do winter. It's great. It's great fun.
Sorry, we've got a car in the wall. You'd say automatic. Oh, it's right here at the exit of the last corner.
Is that the 909?
It is the 909. It's the painted up Sebeco NP01 from Auto.
A bit there. 909 automatic. That car had a issue earlier, I believe, an alternator.
I'd venture to guess that's not an alternator issue.
No. Unfortunately, they had lost a lot of time repairing the car, getting it back out there, putting in the laps to get back going again. Brendan, I believe you're back.
Are we back?
No,
yes.
We're back.
Hey.
You're good.
Yeah, they're purple 35.
Yeah. You proponent of Code 35? Not a fan?
It keeps going to workers safe. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
If it gives people. I mean, you got the Flagtronics. You can monitor people. I think that's a good thing. Without Purple 35, without having the ability to monitor, is too much stuff. And it's too hard to keep track of. And I
assume you've got no limiters or anything like that. It's all.
I do have a pit limiter in the car. I don't have it hooked up yet. I messed around with it a little bit, and then there's more important things. I was like, we have a speedometer in the car. Just go 35. It's not hard. So that's where we're at on that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we go back and forth about it. I think generally, we watch a lot of endurance racing, obviously. We like to maintain the integrity of the race, but more and more as time has gone on, I think there are cases to be made for safety cars now just being part of it.
Well, in a club racing format, too. I mean, pro races are a different animal, and they're generally, a lot more happens.
Sure. Yeah.
There's a lot of carnage in those things, and a lot of hotheads, and a lot of money.
Yeah, for sure.
But here, not that there's not a lot of money here now, but it's more of a club format. It's keeping everyone safe is the priority. Racing is the next one.
We talk a lot and have talked a lot about the World Racing League over the years about how far the top classes have come, and GTO now basically being like a GT4, almost not performance balanced but success balanced type of class. it is a far cry from where WRL was when we started in the series 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
I ran back then.
Yeah, sure. But GP1, GP2 are still very much the grassroots-friendly builders type classes. Yes, you've still got to spend the money to build the car, but the approach is much more similar to what WRL has been over the length of its history.
Exactly.
So a little bit, I'm sure it's a little bit less pressure down there in those classes, and you're probably having a heck of a lot more fun and spending less money to do it.
The less pressure. We got, there's a lot, like our car, we're 6 figures into racing these things, and it's just a, $2,500 E36 it starts life as, add zeros to the end of that, and that's where you end up. I like the class format. I would like to see, there we go.
Hey!
I would like to see the, maybe bump up GP2 to a little more power, because we're really restricting some of these cars. I know the Boxsters might have a little tougher time reaching that, but they're already super competitive because of mileage and light.
Sure.
So, there's tracks they'll do good at, tracks that they won't do so good at. The same thing for us. You know, but it would be nice to have maybe just a few extra points to on the GP2, and just make everyone GP2 and GP1, and because I like GP3, I think it would be a neat class. But when you're talking about making those GTU cars faster, to separate them a little bit, and you have a GP3 car on the track, now you're talking 15 to 20 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
And those things beam themselves up behind some of these cars, and it's,
I'm sure you could poll 200 drivers in the paddock, and 198 of them are going to be okay with having a little bit more power.
Oh yeah.
And I know that 9 to 1 number has kind of been the magic number for GTO and GTU now for a while. If the GTU cars are going to get quicker and they're going to allow them to have a little bit more power, I think you do maybe need to look at bumping up those slower classes so you don't have the giant performance gap in between. That does make sense.
Yeah, the next step would be to have separate events, which you did with Road Atlanta for a while there. You had a GP only and a GTU only weekend. I don't know if they're doing that anymore. I didn't see it on the schedule. It's a lot of logistics for that, I can only imagine, but
yeah, and you're not gonna stack the deck with 60 GT cars and 60 production cars. You're gonna get like 35 and 35.
Yeah, so it's a borderline event for profitability or even break even.
I'd happily go to Road Atlanta twice a year anyway. Right? Yeah, no problem with that.
That's a fun one. I've had some good races. That was some bad race. I raced there back gravity cavity. And I rolled the car down the hill 5 times and crawled out of it. Went to the Quack Shack. A lot of fun.
Be headed there next weekend, actually. SCCA Supercar. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. The WR class structure and the targets, let's say, it's kind of a living, breathing thing,
it's fluid.
Right?
It's fluid. It's moving along. It's going in the right direction, I think. I mean, we got tons of people here. Everyone's smiling.
Yeah.
Good racing. I mean, I had an absolute blast out there. And to tell you the truth, I like driving in these multi-class things. I mean, I had a really good battle with the Rapscallion car and a couple of the other ones. And it's just, if you're patient, you just say, all right, here come the little wedges and the big turbo things. You just move out, just let them by a little bit and let them hound the guy in front of you and just follow them through.
Yeah.
Pass done.
You know what? It's not oversimplifying by any stretch, but there are also a number of people who don't quite grasp that. Like hey, just back out of it. You're going to lose way less time by just letting this car through here than by trying to fight it.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to cause problems for both of you. You're better off just playing it conservative. And that is what is preached in the drivers' meeting.
Yeah,
right?
and you can tell like the fast drivers in the fast cars that know what they're doing and the fast drivers in the fast cars that are new.
Yeah.
You can tell. So you have to give them all just the benefit of the doubt that they are new, and then when they do something good, you can work with it. I raced Grand Am ST for a long time back in the day, and we had a really good car. We ran the German Speed Merchants GTI.
Okay.
We were really fast in the beginning, and then we had co-driver things, and team owner passed away, and a lot of stuff. And then 2010 happened. And that was the end of all that. I raced an RX-8 as well, but it was interesting going in that field. It was sort of the same thing. You had like 9 or 10 guys at the front, and everyone else seconds behind. And like one of these people is going to win the race, not them.
Yeah.
And then of these 10 people, 4 of them have a capable co-driver. 6 of them are going to get in and they're going to go backwards.
Yep.
And you're calling it a pro race. You know, it's like, well, what is the definition of a pro race anymore? You know, it's. I get paid to drive a car.
Yeah.
Does that make me a pro?
Technically?
You know, technically, but you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of people that claim to be pros, and it's, you know.
So, I remember the flagging down at Daytona for for the Rolex 24 weekend. And you'd get those Coney Challenge or whatever it happened to be at the time, Continental Tire. Fields of like 75 or 80 cars, right? And the whole thing would just turn into kind of a mess.
Oh yeah,
right.
It's crash fest.
Exactly, right.
It's a crash fest.
And we've even had drivers come out of the World Racing League, go out into Super Trofeo, spend a boatload of money on crash damage and body parts, and be like, "What am I doing here?" Yeah. And they come back, and all of a sudden, here they are running in WRL again, right? So sometimes those Pro Series aren't really all they're cracked up to be.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard call.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a Pro Series should be requirements, and to drive like they do have GTD Pro and GTD and all those different levels now on the real high end in racing, which I think that's going in the right direction.
Yeah,
and that you get awards for the old guy that's fast, and he's hanging with all the 20, 30 somethings that have been doing it their whole life.
Yeah,
and here's some retired CEO blasting away. It's kind of neat to see. The talent doesn't have an age really.
Oh sure.
Paul Newman, he was fast right up
Absolutely.
until he was gone.
Yep. And experience matters. If you start later, you get a couple of years behind the wheel, you can find yourself in that type of position. But everybody's got to be willing to learn, keep an open mind that, hey, just because I'm on a racetrack with the pros does not also make me a pro.
Does not make me a pro.
Exactly. Well, Evan, I'm going to let you go cool down outside. I think it's still cooler out there than it is in here.
I gotta. We have a pit stop coming up, and I'm getting in. I'm doing the last stint, so
very good.
Ought to be kind of fun.
Absolutely. Evan Darling out of the number 76 Boulder Racing BMW. Thanks for stopping by.
No, my pleasure.
You're welcome.
I've been wanting to come up here and say hi to you guys for a while, and now I finally got the chance.
You're welcome anytime, sir.
Yeah, maybe I'll come up and say hi at Mid Ohio.
We'll be there.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
At the moment, Boulder currently running a 4th in GP2. Looking at a solid result at the moment.
Fourth in GP2 is a good day out for the first day. You got tomorrow as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like they're running the current pace relatively similar to a couple of the cars up front, like a 66 open throttle and the 779 from Lagunatix. All seem to be relatively similar pace at the moment. Looks like they just recently moved to 5th. Directly ahead of them, a couple seconds, is the 85 AOA. That's a GP1 car, and then the Lagunatix, I believe, another second in front of them. Yeah, it looks like quite a few of these cars, the 66 open throttle, Rebel Racing 222, the Lagunatix 779, Boulder, all have best laps within the 143 range. Same with Club Motorsports behind them as well. So we've still got 3.5 hours to go, and we can definitely still see some more shuffling in the GP2 order because the cars are quite competitive with each other.
Oh no!
That's Blitzkrieg. Looks like they're still on pit road at the moment. Actually, no,
No, because they got the tent.
Yeah, this is the garage.
So they're in the paddock tending to some issue. Jordan, how are we looking on onboards? It's happened again. always works that way. The handful of onboards that we're able to get end up being the ones that run into trouble.
So up at the top of the field, still leading overall, the 60 from Stratus Racing. About a 18.5-second gap over the number 1 from round 3 Racing. And about, let's say, additional 42 seconds back, 58 from Stratus Racing, the sister car, rounding off the podium there. The bright yellow BMW Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing leads GTO. Over the number 70 round 3 Racing in their Porsche Cup. And then Thunder Bunny Racing in their Toyota Supra rounding out the podium in GTO. After a strong run at the moment. GP1, the ASM Honda S2000 back in the lead again. Over Screaming Goat Racing, which has been working their way back up towards the front. In their LS-powered BMW. And Palomar Racing in their E36, sitting 3rd place at the moment. The healthy gap over the 94 Motorsports Corvette. And then GP2 still going to be the 83 from Palomar Racing. I believe with a 1-lap gap of safety margin over the 222 from Rebel Racing. And the 66 from Open Throttle. And then down in GP3, Off the Leash continues to dominate the class.
Yes. They're also last in the class. They need to pick up the pace. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Just want to make sure. I think I'm starting to have microphone issues now as well, so that's fun.
Oh boy.
Yep. Yep. So Brendan had mentioned that we're into the warmest part of the day here, and that it's likely going to start cooling off shortly, was what he was positing here.
Mm-hmm.
If the lap times have held up to that. We're still kind of in the high 139s, low 40s in GP1, which is kind of my bellwether, I think, for cars and speeds, because I know which tires they're on. They're all on the same tire, etc. Yeah, the only car in the 39s right now is ASM. The rest are in the 40s. We think the number 10 is stopped on track somewhere, potentially coming out of turn 9. The car runs wide there in the sand.
That was the Kingpin Supra.
Aha, there it is. That is the 10. Or is it the 1? I thought the 10 was the blue one and the 1 was the...
The 1 is blue, the 10 is red.
Oh, okay,
and
so I had it
that's
backwards.
the one that is stopped here. That was, I want to say, 4th in GTU. That is now promoted to 739 at Rapscallion Ligier.
And that's going to bring us to another full course yellow here.
Yep, number 10. Assuming we do go to it.
Yep. So I imagine we almost certainly will.
Alright, so if I'm correct, the battle the large group of cars we saw coming through the camera just a moment ago, inside there was the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW, and I believe behind we did see the 77 Kingpin Supra.
Yep. Another new livery for the 2. The 2, Team ACP always coming out with the fire liveries with like lots of colors, lots of interesting patterns, and the double yellow does come out, so everybody's going to check up here and slow down to 35 miles per hour as we await for the recovery of the number 10. Just going to go on board with PC Racing here. And you're looking at the back of what I believe to be the 64 of Open Throttle.
64 or 63, one of them.
Yeah. 64 has the red highlights, but you can't see the red highlights from behind here.
Okay, either way, the sister car, I think, is... Yeah, both are still running at the moment.
Yep. It's just the E46 that was not running, that they had to bring out the backup car for. Coca-Cola signage off in the distance. And here's a part of the track we don't get to see a whole lot. Not where the camera placements lead us. Looks like the boat show's starting to pick up over there. The parking lot a little bit more full. Of course, if you're at the boat show and you want to come watch some racing action, you can indeed see one of the more complex corners on the racetrack. Lots of passing opportunities, especially for some interclass passes.
Yeah, it'd be a real shame if you went to go buy a boat today and instead got the race car bug.
Yes, that would be a bummer.
Thoughts and prayers.
It is about the same price, I reckon. If you buy like a nice boat versus like a reasonable race car, you're going to spend about the same amount of money.
Alright, so under yellow, that gap between the number 2 ACP and the 77 Kingpin, about 1.3 seconds.
Moorhead's pulling into the pit lane here. The 290, the white Janetta.
Not a fourth in class.
Yeah.
And if timing is correct, they had almost a lap advantage over the BMW from 99 GTR.
The 99 GTR 99.
Yeah.
Brendan almost certainly having some lunch. If it's lunchtime where you're at today, chat, what are you having for lunch today? I had a pancake, which was the size of a medium pizza, delivered to me in a pizza box. I didn't eat the whole thing, I want to be clear. I left about 2/3 of it in the box there. JT, what have you had for lunch?
I haven't.
You haven't? Might this be a good time to run an ad, and then JT can get himself a snack at least?
I'm good.
Okay, well, we're still probably going to run an ad. I'm going to level with him. So we'll be back here shortly with some live racing action. 3 hours, 22 minutes to go at Barber here. Of course, we've got tomorrow. If you've just joined us and you've missed half the race, no worries. We got you for tomorrow as well, around the same time, about an hour earlier. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back from Barber Motorsports Park here in Alabama.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back, Barber Motorsports Park in Leeds, Alabama, just outside of Birmingham. This is the World Racing League, DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. As always, Brendan Kazmarek. Nope, it's Ryan West, JT Tammy, and Layla Kazmarek.
Yes.
I am Brendan Kazmarek, but I'm not here, as the graphic rightly shows. Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos. It's bottom split. If you're unfamiliar.
I had to go ahead.
At bottom split on Twitch, is that right? I think it's at bottom split. Yeah, that's it.
I had to explain to someone the concept of bottom split.
It is unexplainable.
But like, I had to explain what the split came from. Like, I had to explain how iRacing worked.
Right, yeah.
Who was it that I talked to? It was somebody last time out.
Oh, like here?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was a little surprised. I was like, you don't know who was it? I don't know. I'll think of it later, I'm sure. But yeah, I had to like describe what it was, and how the name has got to. And of course, by the time you've had to explain it, it's not interesting. So
sure. Yep. It's the bit that's important.
Yes.
And if you have to explain the bit.
Oh, it was Johan. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, right.
Johan had no idea what a split iRacing was.
It's a shame we didn't have a booth camp for that. Very good.
Like it seemed like he didn't understand why it would be funny to watch the box. It was like, well, it's the people that are trying, but don't have the same skill. Yeah,
imagine a I don't know. Take your E-Prod F-Prod race in SCCA and
oh boy,
everybody's 8 seconds apart. No, there's some hustlers there. Johan's a super touring guy, I think. Anyway,
he is.
Oh, we are back to green. It's a good jump for the number 7. They're out of turn number 6. Kind of caught everybody else napping. We should briefly reset the field here. GTO.
JT has done it. JT's done it.
Perfect.
So I did before we went under full course yellow. It's important to note that the 188 from Lupe Tortilla did pit out of the lead in GTO.
Yes.
The 70 did not. The 70 stayed out.
So that's quite interesting here. It does promote the 70 into the class lead, which suggests to me maybe oh wait, it's 2 laps in the lead, is that right? What am I missing here? So Race Monitor is showing it as a 2-lap margin between the 70 and the 188. You concur?
I do not at the moment.
Weird.
There we go. Coming across the line
right,
here,
there.
45-second gap.
Yeah, that was very odd. Oh, car in the tires at turn 12.
Oh, no.
I think we've had a big off there up at the top of the hill.
Wow.
Or well, maybe. Is there a car there? Or is it just a ton of dust?
Tons of dust.
It might just be a ton of dust.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Sorry, we cut to it on the PTZ as I looked over, and it was the total, like a massive plume of dust. I wonder who it was. Huh. Very interesting. Anyway, back to that GTO situation. Yeah, it's about 45 seconds, and I do wonder if maybe the Lupe Tortilla squad took the opportunity to do tires. Because I would think it'd be difficult to lose 45 plus seconds under code 35. It's about a 2 or 3 to 1 ratio while you're stationary there, in terms of time spent stationary relative to time loss.
Yep.
If you're stationary for a minute, you're still only going to lose like 20 to 30 seconds.
at racing speed, obviously. So that suggests a longer stop, and I do wonder if maybe they kind of took that opportunity. Which would set it up very well for the end of the race here. I'm not sure what the tire status is on the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche 991.2 Cup. But my guess is if they haven't done tires already, they must have done tires already. Excuse me, they tend to go a little bit before halfway, from memory on strategy there. The rest of the GTO margin kind of stretched themselves out upwards of a minute. It's up 62 seconds from 188 back to 4. Another 78 seconds back from the Thunder Bunny number 4 to the Moorhead number 290. Same thing goes in GTU, where the margins have stretched out to above 45 seconds. From the race and class leading number 60 back to the number 1. And again, back to the Stratus number 58. If you were not with us at the very start of the race today, you may have been looking for the third Stratus racing car, the number 59. That car was due to start today's race on pole, both overall and in class, but suffered a fuel leak on the grid. You can actually see the stain over in pit lane across from the automatic racing pit stall here. And they took that car to the paddock before the cars ever left the grid. And I don't think we've seen it. We definitely haven't seen it, as a matter of fact. So some really good racing earlier on today in GTU has also stretched itself out a little bit here over the middle portion of the race. Battle rages on in GP1, however. It's about a lap from ASM back to the 94 Motorsports number 3 Corvette. That is owing to the penalty, a one-lap penalty earlier for that 94 Motorsports Corvette. It was a...
which was rescinded, actually.
Oh, was it? The unsafe release?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, due to video evidence.
Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they only went into the slow lane. I saw the whole thing develop, but... yeah, okay. So has that been... Is that now reflected in live timing? Because they were right together, strapped together basically all day. And now it looks like there's still a lap margin between them.
There is a lap margin. It's really hard to tell because we had ASM 2 laps down for so long. It's hard to tell exactly where they were.
There was no overlap in the penalties, right? It was just the 2 lap for the ASM that was rescinded, then the 1 lap for the 9.4 that was rescinded. Yeah, I wonder if we'll get an update on that here. Used to be pretty easy to tell it, or easier to tell on race hero anyway, so we don't have that ability anymore. It is a 14.6 second margin anyway between the 94 Motorsports number 3 and the Palomar Racing number 38. That BMW third in the GP1 class, with 20 seconds in hand over the Screaming Goat number 29, another 21 seconds back to the 44 of BC Racing. That second through fifth segment there in GP1 still very much up for grabs at the moment. I think that's about the best race we've got on battle for 4th in GP2. Boulder back to Lagunatix is 7 seconds on track.
We talked about how at mid-race, the GP1 leader was only 1 lap off of the GTO lead.
We haven't talked about that yet, but we should.
Let's do it.
I mean, okay. So here's the thing. Many of those GTO cars, some of those GP1 cars, excuse me, are detuned GTO cars. At least the Screaming Goat car is.
Sure.
Right. Like, the
Well,
Moorhead
the
car.
Screaming Goat car, they changed the motor in. It's now a 4.8.
Wait, they changed it from when it ran in GTO. They changed it to run in GP1.
Yes, they put a smaller.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still the
didn't
same theory. It's just way smaller displacement. But yeah,
Got it. Okay, yeah,
theoretically,
I
the build is the same. Yes.
Right. Yes. So, to some degree, I mean, yes, the power to weight target is different, but I mean, you could have made a case that like when it was at its quickest and most reliable, the Moorhead number 147 of the last 3 years prior to these two, anyway, could have been competitive in GTO. Like if you gave it a little bit more power, it would have been right there.
Right.
And at a tighter track like this, I mean, GTO isn't the strongest here. GTU is a good 4 seconds a lap quicker. You know, right now the Lupe Tortilla the round 3 racing race leading in GTO, Porsche 136, 130.5, 136. We know the GP1 class leader qualified yesterday at a low 36.
Yep.
Right? There's not a whole lot in that. Last lap time was a 139.4, so still lapping well, or under that 1 minute 40 barrier bracket there. But in any case, I do wonder if that's maybe the ASM car just going really, really well at the moment. Last lap was a 138 flat compared to the 9.4 Motorsports Corvette, a 144.4, and before that it was a 142. Backwards NPO1 here on the inside of turn 8. Is that the one? It is. It's not backwards, It's facing forward, but it looks either high-sided or maybe low at the left rear here. Anyway, it stopped. Has not been able to continue off the inside here of turn number 8, and I don't see tire marks that suggest a spin coming down that tight right-hander at turn 8. I think this car's had another problem.
Yeah, it had
Or
a
another
38-second gap to the 58.
Yeah, I think this is going to give us a Stratus 1-2 down in GTU. Oh, it is pulling away now. Race control have to say about this? Spin and stop drivers right. So it was a spin. Just took a while to get the car restarted. See if everything looks well here as it approaches turns 11 and 12. Yeah, seems all right. A little bit of minor dramas here in GTU. There for the number 1. It's going to cost it. What did you say that margin was, JT?
Could have sworn Race Monitor said 38 seconds.
Okay, no, I'll buy that. As it refreshes.
They're now behind the 58 by 42.
Oh, stationary upwards of a minute. Yeah, again, I buy that. We did see it there for quite some time, and the PTZ cameras from Race Control had caught it pretty quickly after the car came to a stop over there. Again, it wasn't the spin itself or it wasn't like stuck somewhere that required extra time to get it back on track. Just seemed like they had issues getting the car restarted. Had a note posted in one of my Discords here at the moment, bemoaning the current car off there at turn 1, one of the open throttle BMWs, the current commentator assignment in the IndyCar series.
I don't mind.
You don't mind Will Buxton?
Nope.
Well, yeah.
I will take him over Paul Tracy any single
Sure.
day
Sure.
of the millennia.
So here's the thing. I thought Will was good in his earliest days with speed when he was just doing whatever he thought he should be doing. And then I think people started to get to him like, hey, here's what you should be doing. And it's completely thrown him off. And now nothing is natural anymore. There's like almost no natural passion left to it. Everything has an odd like cadence.
I think that was a lot of the influence of the F1 community.
It might be.
So I'm looking forward to seeing how he is with IndyCar.
Apparently it's not been great so far. I mean, we're like 3 sessions in, 2 sessions in, so okay. We'll wait and see. I think there were better choices. Let's put it that way. Do we still have a Ryan West with us?
You do.
How is it lunchtime for Ryan West?
Just finished.
Another off that. How'd the softball game go?
It was basketball, and it went.
Basketball, sorry.
It went all right. Yeah.
All right.
I currently have a thumbnail open on my ultra wide screen here, and Jordan, do you also have a thumbnail open of the Focused Health 250? No. Okay. Well.
Should I?
It's not gone well.
Oh no.
Somebody with the last name of Burton, J. Burton. I don't know which of the Burton family that is.
Jeb Burton?
Jeb Burton just absolutely dumped your boy into a tire wall on like lap 4 or whatever it was.
He's already done.
Well, yeah. No, it's over.
Was it on the short course?
Yes.
Yeah, the turn into the short course.
Oh, good.
And it's the lightest of contacts.
Just but like you can see like where he touches him, it like looks very intentional. I don't know. Like I know Rubbin's racing and all that stuff, but just it's like whatever, man. That's disappointing. Anyway. Now we can watch out for Sheldon Creed and Connor Zilish.
Looks like the 739 will be attempting to get around the Lupe Tortilla BMW here, as it does. So that's going to move them up to 5th overall. So still good, solid running from that Ligier there.
Three hours to go here. Brendan takes his leave yet again.
I have a feeling he'll be back.
He will. He'll absolutely return.
WRL is irresistible.
Yes. Also, by contract, he has to return. That's like a rule. You know, Brendan, I've noticed something interesting, and it's the red mist timing resets every time you leave as well. So I don't know what that has to do with anything, but like it goes blank and then comes back when you return on TeamSpeak. So I don't know.
I wonder if that's a data upload thing, a data feed thing for leaving, like the data leaving the track.
Perhaps.
Internet, yeah. I think these things are related. Very, very related. I am not Mr. Red Mist. I have nothing to do with it. Are we kind of coalescing around Red Mist timing at the moment?
I'm trying. Kind of the still giving the overall when I'm trying to sort by class is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But it didn't do that when we first opened it, is the thing.
Yeah.
I think a setting has been trimmed somewhere or something.
You're on ultra wide, right?
Yeah.
On an ultra wide? Yeah. So I think it needs to be, if you full screen the display, it needs to not be so wide. Right? Because I can't.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's a long ways away to keep data.
Right. No, I have it
that,
windowed
I'm enjoying
down.
it.
It's using like a sixth of my screen. So like when you have it narrowed down, it
Yeah.
fits really nicely.
Yeah, I just went half on my screen here. It seems to be all right. So, JT, you were just talking about the 739, I assume, the Ligier?
Yes, getting around the Lupe Tortilla BMW.
So I had a thought for a discussion. Being that we have the Ligier now finally into GTU, it's no longer a Sebeco NV01 class. It's not a spec class, to be clear, but right, all of the competitors to this point, I think except for one Mazda Miata,
Yeah.
like at Mid-Ohio a couple years ago, or Road Atlanta, or Road America a couple years ago, has all been NPO1s. What car would you like to see in GTU?
Oh, okay.
In GTO or GTU?
In GTU.
So I've had a dream of this. I don't know how financially feasible it is, but I would love to see a GT40 kit car in GTU.
So those don't cost that much money. I don't know if you would get it safety approved would be the bigger concern, because there's not a whole lot of room for a cage in there.
You can get them, depending on who you go with a cage option already built in.
Interesting.
Can you get it under 1,000 kilos?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Barely.
With a cage. With a cage.
With a cage.
With the carbon fiber panels, you can get it down pretty low, JT. That was my understanding. There's like a manufacturer that makes one that's like, I thought it was like 900 kilograms.
Yeah, probably.
Like with an LS, so it's aluminum motors, like that's lighter, and like you can get them pretty light, was my understanding.
That sounds actually like a lot of fun.
It does.
Yeah.
You could get a tuned V8, you know, that make it a bit more reliable. You can meet the power to weight ratio. It looks awesome. It would sound great, and it would be, you know, something different in GTU that I think could still potentially be competitive. If not, it would definitely be a fan favorite.
Well, if you recall, one of the top running ES cars at Thunder Hill for many years was a kit car.
Yeah.
It was one of those GTM things.
Super
yeah.
light. Well, there was the Factory 5 GTM.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's in the same flavor as the...
with Carl.
Super light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rudquist.
Yep.
Carl Rudquist. Yep.
I saw him at Portland.
Did he recognize you?
Oh.
No.
No,
'Cause
weird.
We've never met in person, but I took photos of his car and sent it to him.
Oh, nice. Never met in person? Like even up in the booth? Oh, you
No.
were probably out taking photos. Because we'd done interviews with him a couple of times.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I could see a car like that being kind of fun and competitive. I'm not sure.
I know
mean,
it's
without
not the
Aero,
answer you like and what you would prefer.
That's not where I
and
was-
that is
that's not
the
where I was
official
going.
DriversEye live position for the proper GTU car, which would, sorry to our friends at Sebeco, but they would not have a chance.
Oh, are you saying my VW Fun Cup would have no chance against the 701?
It would break WRL's GTU class, and Brad McCall would feel so bad about all that money he just spent, knowing he went the wrong direction.
That's right. That's right, JT.
This is a huge reversal on the traditional takes on this matter.
Isn't it just? Yeah. Running 11-inch tires or whatever the Fun Cup runs. You can, get that out and put some arches on it, I guess. Really tune the thing down to, or up for GTU, It's at 10-1 now. You just got to get a little more power out of it. That's all you need, really. The problem is, like, the NP01 has a huge wing, a good-sized wing on the back and a huge diffuser. So, like, turns out VW Beetle tube frame cars don't have any of those things. And not a whole lot of room to design them either.
Oh no, I think you definitely can. Just watch a little bit of Time Attack, get some inspiration. You will find some Aero.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think it would be competitive. The GT40, the kit car idea is an interesting one, right? There goes the ASM Honda S2000 on the PC race car. That is putting another lap on them, I believe.
Yeah, and Screaming Goat
Yeah,
does
2 laps
take third from Palomar.
See, my timing is not updating.
Refresh all the timing.
Yeah.
Well, you can also buy Superlight makes the GTR, which is the Robertson Racing
the modern
GT2 car.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, no. They have the rights to produce the race car body, and they put it on a tube frame.
And the street car for that.
Oh, and they do a street car now as well.
Yes, they do, and it is fantastic looking.
It's still a kit, I assume.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. But that starts to look really attractive when this generation of Ford GT is like a $500,000 car now. When they really had a hard time selling them when they were new, and now they're worth a ton of money. I think that would be fun, but you know.
Are there any production-based cars you could realistically get into GTU to be competitive?
Modern ones? No.
Yeah.
They don't make cars that light anymore. Like just straight up, like that's not.
Yeah,
a thing that gets
no,
made.
that's why I asked. Because like,
Yeah.
even if you were going to take a full-bodied car, right, that you built off the road, the only time we've ever seen it has been that Mazda Miata from. Actually, was it a Rapscallion car?
I'd have to go back.
That was some years ago. Yeah.
Yep. You could potentially. Oh, here's one for you. No, because that was a GT car, so that had to weigh 1,100 or whatever. But that Lotus that they ran in GTE for like 5 seconds.
Oh, the Evora.
Yeah, with Alex Cobb.
Yeah.
Maybe that's light enough. I don't know.
The GX car specifically.
Oh, that one too. I mean, yeah, either. We'll take either.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That car might not
make it.
Finish
the race.
2023 Road America McGibbons Biohazard Racing ran a Toyota MR2 in GTU.
Oh, that's right. There we go.
Where'd it finish?
Talk about
fourth on Saturday.
Out of 5.
Nope.
And I did not race Sunday.
Okay.
Ooh. Classic.
Was that by chance the day that 9-4 won because they were the only car left on track?
No.
Fought it back from 40 minutes behind or whatever it was. That was an all-timer of a race.
That was a good race. No, this was they beat Racers Motors.
Oh yeah.
Handily, by the way.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is Billy here? Not here.
I don't know.
Our Billy correspondent has been absent the last several races.
Scott's been busy.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Been busy with his Jensen Button opinions.
I haven't seen those.
Oh, it's in a separate chat. It's a.
Oh well, there you go then. That's why I haven't seen it. Brendan's gone, of course. He has vanished.
Screaming goes very, very quick right now in GP1. They've managed to pull 10 seconds away from Palomar, and now about 16 seconds behind 94 Motorsports. So that BMW is moving.
We're back.
And we're back.
What a day.
Sorry, I read that wrong. Different timing. 24 seconds behind the Corvette. 16 seconds behind the Bruce Innovations GTO BMW. Interesting. I think. Is it possible the 66 just came down pit road?
Ooh, let me look.
Because
I see an 85. I do not see any other cars in the pit lane at the moment.
Because I believe they had been running a bit higher in GP2 not too long ago. It's promoted, I think, Boulder to 3rd in class with about a minute gap over
It's
Laguna.
just come through, JT.
Okay.
Just come past start finish.
maybe I missed something. Oh, it did have some spins not too long ago.
Quite a
And
few of them, actually.
And a report of leaking. But still running 5th in GP2. So like I said, Laguna ticks up to 4th, Boulder to 3rd. Rebel still running 2nd. With
Quiet
Palomar
day.
still leading.
Quiet day for that triple two.
Yeah, we've seen it a bit alongside in some of these camera shots and on boards.
Well, my point was more that if you type 222 into the race control log, in the 168 lines that have been filled on that spreadsheet, the 222 appears 0 times.
Yeah.
That's no 4-offs. It's no pit lane infractions. There are literally 0 errors have been made. Notable errors have been made by that Rebel Racing team. And even though that Palomar number 83 is a well-oiled machine at this point, they still sit, second place within about 2.5 minutes of the class leader, with 3 laps in hand over the Boulder squad, which was fighting for the class lead earlier on. We have cleared the 3 hours to go mark.
We're at 2 hours and 50 to go.
Cleared.
We're at Lord of the Rings, the 2 towers to go.
We are 10 minutes longer than a standard length IMSA race to go.
Yes. That's a joke. Like, don't even get me started on that.
Oh, no, we've talked about it at some length, and I'm happy to do it. Because you know why? This is endurance racing. Much like the ChatGPT intro I read off earlier says.
Yeah.
This is endurance racing at its finest, because it is actual endurance racing. Even 4 hours, is barely cutting it. Barely.
Like, who asked for that?
TV.
TV asked for it.
Yes.
The TV that no one watches because it's terrible.
Well, I mean, it was designed to not have an entire series that couldn't be consumed on television before it's digital, before streaming, obviously, right?
Yeah, the idea.
No, because they used to run 6-hour races way more frequently than they do now, and that was like 2015.
Fun fact, Ryan, like half the IMSA calendar is still 6-hour plus races.
Is it?
It's 5 out of 11. So it's not half. It's close.
So I was saying that's not half, and the other ones,
like 45% or whatever.
Here's the races that are acceptable to have as a short format: Long Beach.
End of statement.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
maybe Detroit.
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 Okay, sure.
No, IMSA at that Detroit track is not acceptable at any length. There is no race length, which is acceptable.
Baltimore.
That was an event.
I really want them to bring that back. I'm certain they will, but
absolutely. We were sharing at a. I think we were at an SCCA weekend recently. We were reminiscing about the 2002 ALMS event at the RFK Stadium parking lot. And the general take is that event was unsustainably hot. Like, it was just so hot.
Sure.
Which I don't remember because I was 12 years old. And wasn't there.
Sure.
But apparently that was no good. It was also a terrible track. Not that Baltimore wasn't, to be fair. It was also a terrible track, but at least it was hilarious.
You know where you could run a convincing race now that there's no one there? The Oakland Arena / Oakland Alameda Coliseum complex.
Yeah, I mean,
effectively nothing in it.
Better than the 2005 San Jose layout, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh man, I love terrible street circuits.
There's a terrible street circuit on, I think it's Grid, the video game, and they have a San Francisco street circuit that is kind of dope that they would absolutely never do. But...
Well, so that's the problem. So like Gran Turismo 3 and 4, I think, both had a Seattle layout.
Yeah.
That was awesome. It was so good. And if you could get rid of the hill, the jump hill,
right,
and flatten that out, it would legitimately be an awesome fake street circuit layout. Like, genuinely just do everything you would want a street circuit layout to do. The problem is You can't have that. You can't have those jumps that rise. Like,
No.
it doesn't work, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Trucks.
That's what you need, is a stray stadium truck going into a building. That's, you know.
Layla and I were discussing Grand Rapids, the city of Grand Rapids, the other day as a concept. And
Sure.
the first thing that came to
As
mind
you
was
do.
the Trans Am layout there from the mid-90s. 96 and 97, I think. Which is also pretty lousy. It wasn't goofy or anything, it was just kind of terrible.
I would also like to see, I don't think it would be a very good race, but IMSA at Chicago, I think would be fun. Just for why not? Just for all the giggles.
So there were rumors, I think, when that event first got posted, that IMSA was going to send, like, Porsche Cup.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Yeah, obviously that didn't happen.
Porsche Cup echoing off the buildings in
It
a
would've
city
been
like
cool.
that is so dope.
Yeah, and I mean, so that course is a little awkward for Cup cars. Obviously,
Yeah.
it is designed for Cup cars, so it works. It works okay. I think
Right.
it would work exceptionally well for sports cars.
There's a
It's
lot of
fast,
straights.
wide open. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, that's what I think would make it not as entertaining, because it's just a point and shoot thing. Like, I don't know.
I mean, is any street circuit entertaining on its own merit?
I think
You
Long
know,
Beach
like, it
is. I
relies
think Long
on
Beach
chaos.
has actual good complexes. Yeah, that whole section basically after the fountain
Oh, that off-camber turn on
until you get to underneath the bridge.
That's
that
fair.
whole section right there is really good.
That's fair. I'll buy that.
Because there's multiple lines available if you're trying to pass somebody.
Bad lap from Palomar Racing that time through 154. That's allowed PC Racing to close a gap of 8 seconds and get around to take the position for 4th in GP1.
Yeah, we can ride with this number 44 here for a while,
Yeah.
Gordon, as it's chase. A little long. We're in podcast mode here, so a little
Yes.
long form onboard here is not a bad thing. Up the inside of a couple of cars, and I can tell you by looking out the window, that is tight. But there is a 77 Kingpin car that is, I think, going to try to shoot the gap.
Yep.
Keep an eye on the right-hand side. There it is. Yeah, all of this happening, too, while they're closing on the Screaming Goat number 29.
They've been trying to.
Oh,
The problem is
sorry.
Screaming Goat has been able to do a lot of low 40, like 1 and 2s. So it's actually been trying to reel in the Corvette up ahead. It's got that gap down to 10 seconds now.
Under 12 seconds. 36 from Screaming Goat to PC. And then, actually, that change just happened. PC Racing now ahead of the 38 of Palomar.
Yeah, now Blaze Racing last time through 10 seconds quicker than Palomar, so that gap can be tumbling as well. That's a 45-second gap, but that last lap in Palomar, I don't know if that was traffic or a mistake somewhere, but that was unfortunately not ideal for a GP1 car.
Yeah, and it's worth noting here we're talking about the 38, obviously, not the 83, which still does lead in GP2. Sadakal calls in the chat. Rob Walker with the move in the 77. Hello to Sadakal. Hello to Kingpin Racing.
Hello to Boy from New York.
What's Boy from New York? Where's Erwin?
I haven't
with
seen
all the racing we've had today, from dawn till dusk, we would have seen Erwin at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see him
I
tomorrow.
haven't seen H in a while either.
Yep. We've got regulars, man.
We do. Global
Baltazar
audience. We don't
Leguizamon.
broadcast. We narrowcast.
That's true.
The narrowest cast. Good little scrap here in GTO. The 188 has fallen a lap down to the 70. Is, I think, clinging desperately to it, headed down towards 2 and 3.
Yeah, the 70.
There it is.
Having not done that pit stop, has since been running relatively consistently quicker than the 188. So getting through, that's kind of critical for them, especially if we have another code 35 at some point before their pit stop. If you look a little bit further behind, Thunder Bunny themselves have also been going relatively quick. So they've been closing that gap to the 188. Still a ways away though, 24 seconds or so. And then a little bit further behind, GTR and Moorhead have been running almost identical times.
Car off at turn 12. I think it's the Random Vandals number 28.
Yes.
82, excuse me. Yeah. Right car, wrong number. I don't know if he made it to the tires or not. See any obvious damage on the front end? Does he make the left-hand turn here? Or stay left, I guess, into the pit lane? Yes, he does. Shadow's beginning to lengthen over there at turns 14 and 15.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I think they're... Yeah, I think anyway.
Oh, are you watching a separate event?
I am.
Keeping tabs?
There's a situation developing for Connor Zilich that's... I think he tried to be too clever, timing a yellow, and didn't get to the pit line in time by 1/10 of a second.
Mm.
And so he punted on the stage, I think, and now is going to have to go to the back or whatever you do when that happens.
Yeah, Jeff Gluck confirms that didn't work out for him.
Ugh, yeah.
Layla just stepped out briefly here with and returned with a note that the 185 has returned to the paddock. A promising day for the Roberts Motorsports. Sebeco gone a little bit south.
Can't get much further south. We're in Alabama.
Are we, Jordan?
Yes, we are.
Confirmation, we are in Alabama.
Yes, we are. That's right. One of my all-time favorite Jordan Worth production moments was the bouncing or the swirling World Racing League logo in the center of the screen on the backstretch TV at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The world's largest WRL logo. None has ever been bigger than that logo was in that moment.
And it was spinning.
There it is. It was doing this. I mean, it was an all-time moment. You know, we don't do this on any of our other broadcasts.
And that's what's wrong with them. That's what's wrong with the other ones.
Yeah.
Partly because we're not steering the ship is with regards to commentary. Our other broadcasts also don't go on this long.
That's well, they kind of do, but with breaks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, like we've had some 9+ close to 10-hour days in our SCCA Super Tour broadcasts, and red flag.
Oh, all right.
Oh, that is a car that has engulfed itself over at turn 14.
Driver
looking for the flag here.
Driver's out of the car. Yeah, it's we're very, very clear there, and is walking back to the pit lane, kind of Lewis Hamilton style. This looks a lot more dramatic than it is because
oh my goodness, that's a fuel tank.
That's the rapscallion.
Yes, it is. Yeah, if we could let's pick up something else here, Jordan, as we go to recovery here. So that was made to be worse than it actually was in the beginning because of the grass fire.
Yeah.
Right. That was, and well, let's be clear about two things here. Number one, in almost every case of car fire that we've had in the World Racing League over the last, 8 seasons since we've been involved, car fire results in red flag almost 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a normal response to that issue.
This is something we see very, very commonly when we have this problem.
But the driver was well clear.
Yes, to do exactly what we're doing here, which is to send a vehicle counter race to go to the car and get the fire under control. On top of that, we have this issue here at Barber specifically with the grass being so dry.
Yep.
With grass clippings and other stuff out in the grass, off track, obviously, that you get these long burns where the grass spreads, it scorches the grass, and occasionally spreads to other things. The problem is when the car stops moving, that fire will spread from the grass to other parts of the car eventually. And that is exactly what we just saw there. So this is not just a car fire bad on its own merit. This is a car fire exacerbated by very, very dry grass offline here. But we've done all of the right things that we always do in the World Racing League. Everybody over my shoulder here is always exceptionally quick to be on the button, red flag, get everybody where they need to be, make sure the driver is safe first and foremost, and then worry about the car. And the most important thing here we know is that the driver is safe. That is the one thing that matters most. I can tell you from the PTZ cameras here at the track, the car is not. That car is looking pretty sorry for itself at the moment, but they've got the fire at the car under control. The grass fire needs some tending to at the moment, but car's got to be concern number one here, and that's exactly what we've done. So, as uncomfortable as it is to see red flags and to be in this situation where we know we've got a car burning out on trackside, everything's been done right, and we know the people that need to be safe are safe. And to that end, this has a happier outcome.
Might be a good time for an ad here. We're going to recover. Oh, I think Brendan's gone away again. We're going to recover this field under safety car, which I believe is policy when you have the red flag like this, to get the field back kind of bunched up so that we can get going safely. You don't want to send everybody from stopped to green. So we've got a little bit of time for them to work out that process. So when we return, hopefully we'll be in the middle of trying to get that going again. So we'll be right back live here from Alabama.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park, underneath our first red flag of the day. This one is due to a car fire over in between turns 14 and 15. We don't need to show it. If you need to see what happened, you can always go back and watch the YouTube replay. The driver is safe. That's what matters. The car is not. The car has taken a beating here, and there's a lot of a lot of pretty forlorn faces up here. Everybody did exactly what they needed to do, and that's very positive. But I don't think this rapscallion number 469 is likely to see track action again. It's really, really tough. And again, everybody did everything right. We got the best possible outcome here under the circumstances. It's just that that outcome was still bad. The driver is okay. So that is the most important thing here. We're 2.5 hours remaining on the clock. And we hadn't anticipated seeing a red flag today. We were expecting the one tomorrow, obviously, because we've got our county-mandated quiet hour in between 11 and 12 o'clock.
Yep.
It does tend to feature in this part of the country.
It's time to go to Buc-ee's and load up on a Slurpee.
It's not a bad idea, actually. But obviously, we do this from time to time in the World Racing League, and with what we've got for the remainder of the race, we are setting ourselves up for a safety car restart. So having not anticipated seeing a safety car either, that is now something that will play a role in determining the outcome.
Yep.
RJ Tilt did speak at the drivers' meeting yesterday, and the take there, or the protocol there, is that we're going to do a minimum of 3 laps underneath the full course yellow with the pit lane open. And that is to give everybody an equal opportunity to make stops underneath the safety car, right? Because we're not catching the safety car under racing conditions otherwise, it kind of creates an unfair advantage for the cars that are closest to pit lane to be able to get the stop done and then catch the queue. And while that opportunity still exists, you don't want to go back to green without the rest of the field that is 9/10 of a lap down to the safety car not having the opportunity to come in and make that pit stop. So this will be kind of an extended recovery here back to green flag racing. Again, the red flag is going to play itself out. We'll get back to yellow flag running, and then another 3 laps, probably about 10 minutes of running behind the safety car to get the field back in order.
I have an other racing update. Glenn McGee qualifies 4th and 5th for MX5 Cup this weekend. Part of the iRacing sponsored Mazda MX5. That's a little update there. He, of course, a champion in World Racing League in GTO with JTR Motorsports Engineering and the BMW IB4, a car which still runs in the series under the 444 number. Unfortunately, it's difficult to expand on what we think might happen when we've got this safety car procedure coming up, which is an outlier, again, as Brendan and I have alluded to. It's an outlier for this type of race where we typically see the code 35, so we really have to wait to see who decides to pit, when they decide to pit, and how that shakes out with the traffic under the full course yellow with the safety car.
Gentlemen.
Yep.
Brendan.
We've been sent a guest from heaven here. Somebody to help us kill a little bit.
Oh, well, it's not going to kill much time if we can't hear Brendan, of course, so I'm sure we're about to have a lovely guest that's going to tell the greatest stories of all time. Place your bets on who it might be. Brendan's back.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Did you catch the laughter there at the end?
I did.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So our media assistant, Sadako Kalsa, has been bringing people up at the various points of the day. And I'm happy to welcome Tyler Sharrin out of the number 77 Kingpin Racing Toyota Super GT4.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome up. We have you pull your mic a little bit closer there, Tyler.
Sure.
There we go. So start with your driver lineup. We already spoke to Pedro Torres this morning. Haven't seen Greg Herbach or Mark Sharrin. You're Tyler, obviously. Fourth on the lineup there. You've already been in the car once, I presume?
Yeah, just finished the first stint.
Okay.
Yep.
How'd it go?
It was good. We had a little bit of contact earlier on, so the car was out for a bit. But he managed to put the car back together and felt great out there.
Was it what was the nature of the contact and the recovery there?
I think on the uphill right here, just pinched the car, trying to pass another car, and made contact with the wall and spun and hit the front and the back.
Got it.
So just mostly cosmetic stuff.
Okay.
Nothing structural. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty quick and easy fix.
Yeah.
You guys find yourselves now, I'm going to pull up timing here, which is not the easiest of things when you no longer have Race Hero. 12. Oh, you're still P12. That's fine.
That's fine considering we're out for 45 to an hour. Yeah.
Was that right? Oh, then I must be way behind here. Wow. What?
77.
Yeah. 77 Cargo Shorts Racing Kingpin. 12th place. 163 laps complete.
Car 11, my friend.
11.
Oh, 11. You're in the 11.
11 car.
Oh, he put it backwards on the sheet. Why would Sadakal do that? Why would he put the 77 first and then the 11 after? What? All right. That makes a lot more sense. So the 11 is further down. I did see that over here. Yeah, down here. None of this was making sense to me. Backwards at turn 4. Left a little grass fire behind there as well.
Yeah, car came in the pits a little on fire, but...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Took some with him.
Yeah, just some diffuser and basically rear quarter panel. Nothing crazy.
So you were out there kind of in recovery mode, click-off laps mode. Did you have anything to kind of go chase while you were out there, or was it just finish the stint, bring it back in, and do it again?
No, I mean, the car felt pretty competitive, given there's missing some pieces up front.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I found myself dicing up with a few guys out there,
cool.
so I wasn't like I was just driving around.
Yeah.
It felt good. Yeah.
So we've been provided a number of notes on some of your teammates. Nothing on yourself. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, your racing background, driving background, and kind of what you guys are doing here as part of the number 11 squad?
Sure. Yeah. Started, I want to say, 2018, 2019. Been doing mostly SRO stuff in GT4 America Series. Everything I do is pretty much with my dad, so it's pretty cool. We get
Mark,
the
I
switch.
presume.
Mark, yeah.
Yep.
We get the switch on and off. But yeah, no, we did a few WRL events, maybe the past 3 years or so. I do like the endurance racing better, I think, than the sprint racing, and it's fun switching on and off with my dad. As much as it is fun to race against him out there, but it is nice to share a car with him. So.
It's an interesting point you make about switching or going back and forth between the sprint racing, the endurance series, WRL, SRO. Do you find it's I don't want to say a difficult step back towards WRL, because I think you can make a case that in some cases the competition is even better here than it is in some of the Pro Series. But the Pro Series, it's a little bit more anything goes. Contact is acceptable there. It's not here in the World Racing League. Do you kind of have to change your mindset when you come back towards an amateur grassroots-based series like this? Does it feel different? Do you drive differently? Like, what's the...
Yeah, I mean, going from a sprint race, you're kind of 10/10ths, first lap. Here, it's all about being consistent, handing the car off to your teammate in one shape, in one piece. Just knowing when to push, what gaps to go for, what gaps to not go for. Right, like, so you could lose the race on the first lap. Can't win it in a 12-hour or 8-hour race. But yeah, it's about... I think it makes you a little bit more mature as a driver, and the seat time is. I think the seat time is invaluable.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I mean, did SRO run any truly multi-class, like large-scale multi-class races for you guys last year that you would have been in this kind of position? GT3, GT4, TC.
I haven't run a GT3 car. We've only been doing the sprint formats. GT4 car. We did one in Coda last year. That was the 4-hour, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So the enduro, but nothing truly endurance racing.
You heard that, Ryan?
Yes, I did.
4 hours, not truly endurance.
It did feel like an endurance race, though, in Texas heat at 100+ degrees.
I believe that. Did you join us last year for the Coda 8 and 7 here?
I don't think so. I did Mid-Ohio when it was snowing. I don't know if that was 23 or 24.
Yeah, I was there. It was 20... Might have been 22.
22?
Well, it snowed on the Friday as well last year.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Still had the cool shirt on. and then we did Daytona a few times. Forgot where else. But
Yeah.
It's great. It's great to race in WRL. I prefer the multi-class racing. It's fun figuring out where to pass slower cars, getting passed by faster cars, keeps you on your toes. But no, this is obviously you don't want contact on the car to be in the garage, but car feels great right now. So hopefully we just finish the race.
So obviously because I don't think Kingpin runs in SRO with another team over there.
No, I think they run IMSA.
Right. Yeah. So how'd you get connected with Tyler and the guys down at Kingpin?
One of our coaches, Mike Skeen, friends with Tyler, so they came highly recommended. So I mean, it's been great so far. The car's been set up. Everybody's been great, professional. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Plans for 2025?
Some SRO, I think some SRO GT4 racings on the calendar. Probably a few more WRL events, and then hopefully make it out to Europe and do some GT4 endurance racing out there.
All right. What series out there?
I think they call it 24 hours.
Oh yeah. The Creventic series. Yeah.
Correct.
Pedro was up here earlier talking about it. Yeah, he's running that series before. Yeah, that'll be exciting.
Yeah, GT4 is. I think GT3 is a little. The competition there is crazy.
Yeah,
I don't have the seat time to compete there. But GT4, I mean, the cars are, I think, the best. You could drive at WRL, you could drive at SRO, IMSA, overseas. And the Supra's been awesome. It's my first time driving the Supra.
Oh, yeah.
Coming from the Aston.
Okay.
So totally different. But I'm happy with it.
Are you in the current Gen Aston, like the newest Gen Aston in SRO?
They just I don't know if they released the Evo package yet. I don't know, but it was bought brand new 2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. So we've got a couple of those here that run in WRL. The Speed Syndicate car is actually the 68, the Airbnb car.
Yep.
But that car is, competitive here.
I think the Supra's set up a little bit better for this track.
Okay.
Just given you don't have super high top speed here, where the Aston kind of pulls away from the
Interesting.
Supra.
Okay.
It's a bit more technical, so I think it caters to the Supra pretty well here.
The feedback we had gotten from the earliest days of the Supra in the World Racing League was that it had a very positive front end, and if you were asking it to do something at turn-in down to the apex, it would do basically whatever you asked it to do, right, within reason. As we go back to full course yellow running here, we'll go catch the safety car in the back of the queue. Pit lane is open, of course, here as well, so we'll keep an eye on all of this. It's interesting, the note about the Aston Martin there. I didn't realize it was so heavily reliant on top speed for overall pace, but it kind of makes sense. Its first win last year in WRL was at Road America, right? So that does make actually quite a bit of sense. It was good in the wet, though, too, to be fair. So.
Yeah, no, it's big fat car. So it is stable, yeah. The Supra's a little bit more twitchy, more playful.
Yeah.
So pretty fun to drive around here. But yeah, two totally different cars, but each have their own strengths.
Is that kind of the sweet spot for where you're at in your racing career at the moment, being able to cross the pond with it, run multiple series with the GT4 type cars, or do you have kind of views down the line of doing something else?
I think I always kind of want to run with my dad, so not going to just go off and try to do something crazy without him. But I think the GT4 is SRO's IMSA is highly competitive, as is WRL, but I'm not at the limit of the car yet, so I don't think I don't think I need to go anywhere else. Just kind of learn this car and build from there.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, Tyler, I appreciate you coming up and stopping by. Are you back in the car before the end?
I am. I'm finishing it. So,
fantastic. All right. Well, we will keep an eye out for you this afternoon. Hope for better things tomorrow. If we keep it out of the tire wall here at turn number 4. The sister car's certainly on for a decent result today, and you guys could be on for one tomorrow as well, I'm sure.
Appreciate it.
Tyler
Thank you.
Sharrin out of the number 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra GT4.
So we'll just gather all the cars back up under safety car here as people are taking to the pit lane. I think a safety car situation that people weren't anticipating.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how these gaps are now that we have a safety car collected in the field.
Yep. Jordan, I think one more ad here might be appreciated. That way we can get one out of the way and then only have one more left for the whole event. So if we could break off a quick ad here, that'd be lovely. That's the cue. I did the cue. Thank you, sir.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. Just over 2 hours remaining. The Saturday 8-hour enduro. We're under full course yellow conditions. Safety car conditions properly for the first time this weekend. Had a number of code 35s, but this was preceded, I guess, by a red flag turned safety car. A couple of laps here behind the safety car to allow everybody to make pit stops in a sort of fair and equitable manner. Let everybody catch the cue, and then we'll send it back racing. We do need a moment for all of this to cycle through on live timing.
Yes.
And to understand where the gaps and the one-lap gaps and all of that are. To be honest with you, we hadn't really planned on needing that skill set today. So we're going to lean on our timing monitor here, red mist timing, race monitor, all of those things to kind of piece the race back together. But we'll be in a good place here in a couple of moments' time. Our broadcast at the moment in a better place than the Kentucky basketball game, which is happening at the moment. Auburn, Kentucky went out with technical difficulties with 12 minutes remaining and did not return. That is a network telecast,
wow,
which just disappeared.
Wow.
Wild. Should try running it off a hotspot. You ever think of that? 60 gigs, boy.
Wow. We truly are cutting edge in some ways. I don't think we've ever not finished a broadcast. That's a new one. Just give up. Like, you know what?
Yes,
back it
all
up.
350 of our viewers compared to all 350,000 of theirs.
I guess.
Yeah. I believe we've got lights out on the safety car. And
lights out means we're potentially ready to rock.
That's right. Stratus 60 will lead Stratus 58 down the hill. The safety car peels off. It's actually not Stratus 60 at all, but that is the running order in GTU. I think it's going to be the 95 that leads us back to green.
Yeah.
Green flag
908.
finally waves. It's a long hold there for the green. Oh, it's the 908. I did it again, JT. Thank you. If I had $1. There's the 60 through past start finish. Need a moment here. That's my right hand side. There is the 58. Under attack from the 739 and the 444, who sends it up the inside at turn number 1. So your lead margin is 13.5 seconds between the team cars out of the Stratus Racing stable. 60 leads 58. The 739 from Rapscallion Racing, 2 laps adrift, but third place and on the podium
in GTU. Your GTO class leader is round 3 racing number 70. That Porsche 991.2 Cup, GT3 991.2 Cup, leads the Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing as it has for much of the afternoon portion of this race by 20, let's call it 22 seconds between first and second in GTO. Now, a little bit further back is going to be the number 4 from Thunder Bunny Racing, I think over a lap in arrears. We'll need to get the details on that when it cycles back through, but I think that's about where that lands for third place in GTO. The GP1 class leader by about a lap is the number 150 from ASM. It's the Honda S2000, led for a good portion of this morning and this afternoon. And as competitors have fallen back just a little bit, some kind of a slower stint for the number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette. It's left it alone out there a little bit on its own ahead of the Palomar Racing number 38 and the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing, that LS-powered BMW.
So that's they are 4th place. 94 Motorsports. Coming across the line here, ASM has a 2-lap advantage over Palomar.
It's 2 laps.
Yes, and Screaming Goat 5/10 behind in 3rd place. And then 5 seconds to 94 Motorsports Corvette in 4th. Oh, is Lupe going wide here?
Oh man, there's so much traffic.
Right around the Screaming Goat BMW.
So much traffic. There's about a dozen cars here in a football field headed into, look at this.
Oh my gosh.
Left side of the screen. 2, 3, 4 wide headed into the braking zone there.
So there's
and everybody...
Palomar and Screaming Goat. Screaming Goat going through Palomar, who you see directly ahead of us.
Oh, 4 wide. Oh man. That was Rapscallion and the 739 there, and I think the 444 was involved in that as well, picking their way through traffic. There's the ASM car.
Corvette trying to go around the outside of Palomar, exiting 8.
So
they're side by side, heading to 9.
It's just over 2 laps in the lead for GP1, right?
Yes.
ASM and 38 are right there together on track, and the margin is that 2-lap differential. Ooh, 188's out wide, catches the curb, is going to slide wide. 444 leaves just enough room and not a foot more for that 188 to recover itself at the apex curb of turn number 12. Up comes the number 739 from Scallion Racing. That's your 3rd place car in GTU. Probably quicker than both of these BMWs ahead of it in most parts of the circuit, just not these apparently. Be quicker through the first sector here, almost certainly. It's the 2nd Palomar car that was in that bunch there, JT. 38's a little bit further back.
Yes, so this is the 83 coming through here, and if you keep waiting, you will see Screaming Goat followed by the 38, followed by the 3, or the 3 has got by the 38 now.
They both have.
The 3 has got by the 29 there.
Correct.
In the final,
yes.
here you see him coming through shot here, 1, 2, 3, and then Blaze Racing behind them, a further lap down.
Yeah, 3 ahead of 29, ahead of 38 is completely backwards from the way it was 2 minutes ago.
Yes.
That is, as you were talking, things were changing, JT. So I think we've got it all sorted out now in GP1. The GP1 fight is no less intense than it was when we started this race nearly 6 hours ago. It's just all happening 2 laps off the class lead. This battle for second is just as hot as it was early this morning. Fourth place in GTO, currently separated by 5 seconds. That's
And Brennan's left there
man.
again.
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay,
There's
there
a
he
quick
is.
one this time. Yeah, fourth place is separated by 5 seconds, and I think it's less than that now. Last time they came across the line. Yeah, 1.7. So almost certainly this battle here, headed down into turn number 5, is likely to favor the 290, even in traffic. You can pick that up, Jordan.
out of 5 now into turn number 6. Yeah, there they are off the right side of the screen. The race leader is in there as well. That's Stratus number 58 and 60, which are now separated by half a second. So that margin has come down as well. So we're going to watch 2 things at once here. Groundbreaking, I know, but I have confidence we can do this. Let's look out for the pair of Stratus cars, black with white accenting, black with blue accenting, and also the blue BMW M4 and the white Ginetta. There's your race leader, number 58, followed by 60, followed by 99 and 290. So they're both now in line, working through traffic. The 99 goes ultra defensive on the way into turn number 12. May have been in self-preservation, trying to protect against a potential lunge there from the Moorhead car. Would not have been a move I would have thought that the Moorhead car would try. But it balked them both kind of awkwardly down into that long right-hander. And they sail off down the front straightaway into turn number 1 again. This is the 172nd time of asking. On the long right-hander at turns 2 and 3. The 58 has gapped itself ever so slightly now into the braking zone at turn number 5 in the bulk of that traffic. 99 goes up the inside of the Toyota Supra number 119, while the Moorhead Ginetta tries the outside, is going to get held up very slightly there by the number 460 Porsche Boxster, which has rejoined the race. The Off-Leash Motorsports GP3 entry.
It's been out there actually for a little bit. It's unfortunately had to come down pit lane a few times. Stratus locks up.
Yeah, haven't had much reason to talk about it. The number 3 and 29 are embroiled in a heck of a fight down into turn number 5, but let's stick with this. Heading up into the quick chicane at 9 and 10. I think our lead battle was mostly kind of artificially compressed in traffic there. Oh man, the 290 has not been able to clear the AE Victory number 119 Super. Now I think it's on trajectory to do exactly that. Indeed it does. And heads off into the final couple of corners here with a couple of seconds to make up, where it was directly behind the number 99. PTZ camera finding a piece of debris somewhere out on circuit. Fairly sizable chunk of tubing.
There was turn 8, I believe.
I have absolutely no way of telling where this is. It's just zoomed in on a square foot of concrete or asphalt. Now, the fight for fourth place in GTO has to deal with the number 77 Cargo Shorts Racing Kingpin racing Toyota Supra. Oh, a little bit of dust kicked up there at the apex of turn 7.
Hours to go here.
Yeah, that's correct. Lily and I were admiring some of the track dogs up here.
Actually, we just recently added 2 cats to our inventory here at home.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
My wife got a allergy test done. It turns out she's allergic to dogs, which kind of put a stop to our ability to do that.
Well, cats are better anyways.
Confirmed.
We picked,
which is why we have 4.
We picked these beginner cats from the shelter that
What is
like
a
have
beginner cat?
they have all the things where, like, on the sign, they're like, they're chill, they're good with kids, they're relaxed, they just like hanging out.
Sure, yeah.
Whereas all the cats that I'm used to taking care of, like from my previous job, are like obnoxious, and, like, want to be around and jumping on things, and you know, big personalities.
Yeah, that's where we're at. We're on AP cats.
Yeah.
At the moment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Going through a shot, we can see that PC Racing also got around the 38 of Palomar as well. So now they are 5 seconds behind Screaming Goat, or sorry, by 9-4 Motorsports, who's been passed by Screaming Goat this past lap in their continuous fight for second in GP1. There you go, you see Screaming Goat leads Corvette, and then off in the distance, you see a white and blue PC Racing BMW.
If any photographers happen to be down in the turn 5 area and you see a tripod with its legs sticking up in the air, wouldn't mind picking our camera up and orienting it towards the track. That's the one place where we can't really use the walls to show the things we want to show.
Yep.
Well, despite having a good 25 pounds of stuff in the counterweight bag.
Oh, you need to. That's rookie numbers, man.
But there's no rocks here.
Okay. All right.
If you're not a turn 5 shooting, I recommend going there. That looks like it's a very good head-on spot for locking up brakes and stuff. So you can, go ahead and do like a F4 maybe, and just get a nice, good head-on shot there. And while you're doing that, just go ahead and write that tripod for us.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
Charlotte is being very lazy over there. Spider sculpture in the runoff. Not helpful. Battle for second place in GP1 is also very good at the moment.
Still.
Yeah.
And keep an eye on this BMW here, PC Racing. They're pulling him in.
Unfortunately, because we also lost the turn 3 camera, once they leave the entrance to turn 2, we don't see them again until the rise here out of the exit of turn 6. I suppose I have enough time to go fix that turn 5 tripod, but somebody else wanted to. What's Scotty up to?
I don't think Scotty has come on the broadcast yet. He said he was,
I haven't seen him.
He was going to, but
he's definitely there. He's
gotta
absolutely, definitely there. This is his home.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If anyone in the paddock sees Scotty Elkins right now, can you please have him contact Brendan? And or send him over to turn 5 to put the tripod back up.
So there are a number of people I've collected business cards for over the years that I just should have put in my phone immediately. And Scotty Elkins is at the top of that list. Is somebody that should have gone in the phone on day 1.
Yep.
Didn't, and now I've lost the business card. It's at home. I mean, it's not lost, but
I mean, I could. Let me see. My backpack close to me? No.
We're about to have guests.
Ooh, that might be a good opportunity for me to go find this
pair of
business
guests.
card. Pair of guests.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be a pair of guests.
Pair of guests or Periscope depth? Yeah, I don't know. That was just free association there. We're just not really.
That's where we're at right now.
From the hours of 1 to 3 a.m. this morning, there was a sideshow going on about 2 blocks from my house. So I didn't get a whole lot of sleep the last few hours there.
Interesting.
Pretty sure I'm friends with him on Facebook. Let's see. I'll just Facebook message him. Oh, he's on as well. There it is. Maybe he's doing social media.
See going through shot. That battle still continues between Screaming Goat and 94 Motorsports. Nose to tail. I believe both LS powered.
I don't know if that small motor is technically an LS or if it's an LT.
Okay. Yeah.
GM 4.8. Don't want to get a. It's an L20 Vortec. It's not an LS.
Isn't it basically the same block though?
Oh, it is a truck version of the LS1. Okay, so
yeah,
it is.
it's
Okay,
it's
all
like all the same basic block if I understand correctly.
Sorry, guys. The number 4 Thunder Bunny car was 2 wheels in the grass, past the Palomar 83, and one of the open throttle BMWs headed down into turn number 5. Wild stuff from the number 4. I wonder if they're pushing. I wonder if they see that number 188 as an opportunity, if they think they can get second place out of this. Yeah, they might be able to get the lead out of it yet. It's a minute and a half, and we're under 2 hours remaining. 4 hasn't really had the ultimate pace today, but all it takes is one good, really solid stint.
That was a lunge.
29-3. Same as it ever was.
Good song.
It's 29-3 battle, Screaming Goat and 94 Motorsports Corvette. Of course, that LS on LS battle. V8 GP1 action. Oh, no, number 3 shows the nose to the left-hand side, cresting the hill at turn number 4. And as they dive on the brakes into turn number 5, 29 is later on the brakes on the outside. 3 holds the apex, but not able to get alongside of that orange and white BMW. The TCB Supra has rejoined the race as well, that number 246.
Yes, that came back a bit ago, I believe.
A big old incident down there at turn number 5 some time ago, and
yeah, you see it right here.
Yeah.
Traffic as a pick. This fight's allowed PC Racing to close up to about 4 seconds. Then a little bit further back in the GP2 field, we have a Lunatics in the BRZ. I've caught up to the 66 of open throttle. Significantly quicker last time through, so I expect that to be a change in position as it does come across the line. So that moves the Lunatics up into 5th in GP2.
We're entering the range here for, well, we're not quite there. We're getting close, though, for GP2 to pit here and not need another stop, especially if we get more yellow. Usually they're about 90 minutes.
I think we're about to get a code 35 here, guys.
Okay.
We've got a car beached in the gravel at turn number 1, down at the exit.
Is that the? Is it green?
669. And the green car, which I think is TC Klein BMW, was a protagonist in that, down at the apex of turn number 1. So as we trend that direction, now the purple flags come out, I am delighted to welcome to the booth, first off, Sarah Montgomery.
Oh, wouldn't you know it?
Classic. Isn't that crazy? It's a WRL race, and Sarah's found a microphone. It's wonderful. Sarah has also brought along a season-long teammate. Well, are you full season?
Yes.
Okay, so a season-long teammate.
Yes.
Winner of the AE Victory shootout out at Indy Motorsports Ranch in the fine city of Tucson, Arizona. It's Alana Carter.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
welcome. first time up here. Happy to have both of you along. I've been slightly put off by the code 35 here because I wasn't really expecting this, but we'll let the race play out as it will. Sarah, we caught up with you yesterday. AE Victory Racing.
Yeah.
Get the branding exactly right. The number 119 is now a Toyota Supra.
It is.
The Audi days are over.
Surprise. So maybe at COTA you remembered me giving a little teaser with a carrot.
And then you spoiled the secret as soon as you took the headset off.
To you, but not to the world.
No, that's true.
But yeah, so yesterday I announced it to the world that we have the Supra.
Sure.
And it's crazy what horsepower it can do. It's super fun.
Is that the biggest differential between the Audi and the Supra? Is this the power?
The Audi was just restricted a lot because it didn't have the turbos like all the other cars winning in GTO do. So it helped a lot. But it's, these cars aren't pulling on me on the straightaways like all the others did in the Audi. So
sure.
It's been fun. We definitely still have a lot of setup work to do, but the car overall is exciting because it's competitive. I just can feel that we're so close, you know, and it's our first race. They did a test weekend. I wasn't able to make, but yeah, so we're just getting things dialed in.
Were you a part of the shootout out at Indy Motorsports?
I was one of the judges.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that might have been the case.
Yeah, so Ashley Freiberg also joined, and her and I were both data coaches. So I took 2 girls one day and Ashley took 2 girls the next. Next day we swapped. So we tried to make it as completely fair and even as possible for everyone. So no one could say they had favorites or whatever, but to be honest, I knew one of the girls loosely, but the other 3 I had no idea. I've never met, didn't even follow her on social media even, so it was just cool. We just really tried to make it as fair as possible. And Erin is just the coolest person ever. I call her like my mom because I swear she just has everything together and is just really cool and just wanted to give women an opportunity. So not only do we have Alana joining us, but we also have a female data engineer and a female who's doing all of our logistics for us, and then the team owner being female. So it's cool. She's doing a really good thing.
So while I would love to hear more about the shootout from the perspective of somebody who watched it on computer screens with Motex races, I would much rather hear it from somebody who participated.
Exactly.
Apologies for the mispronunciation. It's Alana Carter.
Oh yeah,
Apologies
that's okay.
Yep. It's the language difference, obviously.
I gave up on correcting people.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No,
pronounce
you should. As a Brendan, I get Brandon
I bet.
constantly.
I bet.
So I totally get it. Alana Carter. You obviously came out of the AE Victory Racing shootout as the winner.
Yeah.
Spent a couple of days behind the wheel. It was the Supra or the Audi at that point?
It was the Audi.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you go ring that thing around Indy Motorsports Ranch for a couple of days. What was the shootout itself like? What was driving the Audi like? And then what was the transition into the new Toyota Supra like?
The shootout was very well set up. I felt like I had done another shootout before that was very stressful, and everyone was picking at their skin. But this one was very laid back. They did a very good job of just.
Well, we've lost Alana and Brendan and Sarah there. So hopefully they'll
be back.
Yep, they'll return in just a moment. But I figure if I say it, then Brendan will know that it happened, and then they'll stop. And they can reset where they were. Still under full course yellow here. I really do think we're in the window for GP2.
Are we here?
Now you're
We're
here.
back. Oh, are we
back?
back?
Welcome
Yeah,
back.
we're back. Thank you. As you were. Alana.
Anyways,
Okay, I don't know where I lost it.
You were. We were talking about it was a very relaxed sort of environment. Everybody there was there to make sure that you were enjoying yourselves, but also, you know,
Totally, yeah.
task at hand.
Yeah, it was cool, and they really took the time to like actually get to know us, give us a little bit of coaching, see how we like responded to coaching, and then we actually got quite a bit of seat time. Like we got some proper sessions on track, which was awesome. I thought the Audi was super fun. It was very easy to drive, but then now getting into the Supra, it rotates a lot more. It rotates a lot more, which is for me much more fun. And it's just really fun. I really enjoy that car.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how the team goes this year with the Supra. Obviously, you know, the team as a unit has been through a couple of different identities, a couple of different cars, had a couple of different challenges presented there.
Yeah.
But it always felt like maybe it was one step behind. Right, the Porsche Cup was one step behind what the field was doing. The Audi was one step behind what the field was doing, and now you've got the Toyota Supra, which is still uber competitive.
Yeah.
Right, it does what most drivers need it to do. The electronics are quite good, from what I've heard.
Too good. Yeah.
Oh, too good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you're
what's
like,
that
how do I turn this stuff down? And so it's like a rocket ship, right?
Yeah.
You're sitting in it. You have you have 11 ABS settings. You have 11 traction control settings, and all while a throttle map to make whenever you press the gas pedal, how responsive it is. So you're like constantly adjusting things in the car to see like what fits the best and what's going to make it the fastest race car. So it's a lot going on. Audi did not have that many buttons in it, so.
It was a much more raw car from what I understood, and maybe that made it not quite so competitive in this type of environment where you're taking it off of racing slicks and putting it on a DOT 200 tread-wear tire.
Yeah. You could tell this Supra definitely wants to be on slicks, but
did it arrive with AE Victory Racing kind of well sorted by its previous owner, or was it stripped back down to the factory originals?
No, it was honestly, it was race ready. We did do a little bit of testing with the setup that they had on it, but it just was wacky. Like, wow, that is way too much. Yeah, so that's what we're working on now, is really just finding a setup that works for all three of us, you know, because Aaron is still our third driver. So just finding something that keeps us all happy and fast, you know.
So we launched now into, are you guys doing a full season with World Racing League, or is it just the team is going to stay consistent for the events that you do?
Yes, so both of those.
Awesome.
We will not be at 2 races, just because you know how some teams do like 7 or 8. We're going to be doing 7 or 8, but we're going to be skipping Mid-Ohio and Sebring, but we will be at Utah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's the first commitment we've had for Utah. I'm sure there are many, many more who have.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
So it's closer to where the car lives, so they're excited about that.
Very, very excited. I'm looking forward to the event tremendously.
Yeah.
Also looking forward to the development of the team. Alana, you've got experience in other series behind other cars, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Is this a trend towards the direction you want to go in a career? Is this just, hey, it's where the seat time is, so it's what I'm going to do? How does this fit into the larger plans, let's say?
I think it's a good trajectory for me. Like, I really like endurance racing, and that's kind of where I want to find myself. Last year I did Radical Cup Canada, so this is a very big change from a Radical.
She's a Canadian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We were due to have a Canadian anchor the broadcast today, but somebody came down with the flu.
Oh.
Yeah, so sorry about that.
The better Canadian.
Yeah, obviously. We like Robert, but
I don't know who the other one is, to be fair, so.
But anyway.
Yeah. So it's been a big change for me, but I'm really excited about the fact that we get so much seat time. Like, even just in my stint today, I figured out a lot by the end of my stint. So I think I'm going to learn a lot, and I'm happy to be doing it with such an awesome team. I feel like I'm in really good hands with these ladies.
Yeah. That was one of the things we did a lot of like small tests at the shootout without the girls realizing it, and it was just things that were real life for endurance racing at WRL. So we gave them some short stints to like see if, you know, get comfortable, and then we tried to give them each like long stints, like just to see if they were gonna radio in and be like, I'm tired, I need to come in, and be like, you're not gonna make it, you know. So that was one of the things, and just getting comfortable with being in a seat for that long, because most everyone's used to sprint racing. So it's definitely a different style of racing and traffic. We were going to be mean, but we didn't. So we were going to throw other cars out there and like make it traffic, but we're like, you know what? They're overstimulated already, so we'll be nice. But yeah, no, she is going to be a great fit personality-wise and driving-wise. It's already been fun for us, so we're excited.
That matters a lot, right? The personality fit. When you're spending 15 hours behind the wheel under racing conditions, which are already pretty pressure-packed, on top of the long weekends, you're stringing together most of a season.
Yeah, and staying in Airbnbs together, like together all the time. And that was a big thing for me and Aaron. Like, you know, it's just important that we really get along with whoever it is, because her and I are best friends. You know, we can talk to each other about anything. Too much sometimes, but you know, so we're like, we need someone to fit in with us.
Our little squad here at DriversEye Live was born out of endurance sim racing, and we grew up as teammates doing sim races together, you know, 12, 24 hours, and made friends at 15, 16 years old, and still best friends now, right?
That's awesome.
So that kind of stuff does matter. It helps the time pass maybe a little bit more quickly when things aren't going quite so well. But when they are going well, it everything just feels right. It feels like it clicks. I'm sure. It's been very cool to watch the progression of the team. Into not just a presence, but I mean a real competitive force in GTO.
Yeah, exactly. And we are just getting fancier and fancier every race. We have a full-blown pit box now, which is exciting. So like we have somewhere to sit and like look at data, and it's crazy. And our new data engineer has this like filling out spreadsheets after every time we get out of the car, and like having proper data, which is super important and helpful for next year too. But it should be a good year, and I'm excited to see how we progress with the new car and getting everything. And a new teammate. Yay! So
having come from Radical Cup Canada last year, we obviously have the difference between the cars and the sprint racing and all of those things, but the level of preparation, right? WRL is still kind of billed as a grassroots motorsport series, an amateur motorsport series. I don't think anybody here really treats it that way. But, you know, obviously, once you put the helmets on and you go racing for the weekend, everybody straightens up a little bit more, and it all gets a little bit more serious. Do you find that there's an obvious step down from, you know, a spec but national level category like Radical Cup Canada down to WRL? Does it feel, or does it feel like you're still, like the drive is still there? You're still pushing the way you would have been in a national championship?
Yeah, it still feels very competitive, very professional as well. Like the only difference is that everyone doesn't have to have team shirts with all the logos and stuff. That's the biggest thing that I noticed. But
you mean I can wear leggings and into race
weekend? Whatever you want.
Are they fireproof?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Hey, there's a business idea.
But yeah, it's you know, it still feels like high level racing. If anything, it's a lot of fun having so many cars out there. Like, it's just crazy passing cars while being passed in different classes and everything going on. So it's cool. I'm having a blast out here. I was even on the radio yapping. I was like, guys, this is fun. Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun.
When she got out of the car yesterday, because that was her first, you know, real time in this car, and same with me, but she was like, God, the traffic is so overwhelming. And I could see her like lifting off the gas pedal around a car, and I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, you put your foot down and you let them know you're there and you pass that car, you know? And so she did so much better today.
Yeah.
She had Sarah yelling at her in her head the whole time.
That's the difference maker.
Yeah, exactly.
So your plans, we vaguely know your plans for 2025.
Yeah.
A lot of this.
Yeah.
Anything else on the side?
No, I have my full-time job now.
I was gonna say, she could tell you, but she'd have to kill you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Full-time job is now.
Exactly.
Got it.
Thank you. Someone had to say it.
That's fair.
No, but yeah. So this is it, and it's a good thing. Like just coaching, helping her get to where she needs to be, and you know, having fun and just enjoying this. I like it here because
we've lost Sarah again. She likes Barber Motorsports Park because
WRL
the track has a really good flow. It's a really good handling circuit, and you really get to feel the car and what it's doing, and left and right, and transitions and braking and all of those kinds of things. That's the direction I'm going with.
I love this. that's not at all what I was going to say, but I'm here for it.
All right. Well, look, I'm left only to speculate.
Oh, no.
You know.
Burned by the Barber internet again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
We'll
I
get
don't
after that, Ryan.
remember at all what I was saying, but that was really good, Ryan. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I tried.
For yourself, Alana, is this one program of multiple, or is this kind of the main focus for 2025?
This is the main focus for sure. Might do some one-offs as they come up.
Up north or down here?
Probably in Canada, yeah.
What does that look like? What does a one-off sports car driver do for racing, motor racing in Canada?
We've got FEL Motorsports, which is our
Yep.
biggest series. We've got GT4, TCA, TCR, Radical Cup, all in the same weekend. So if I get an opportunity, I'll go do that again because it's close to home and it's a lot of fun. And it's going to be very competitive this year, so it's going to be fun to be back. But yeah, just kind of feeling it out. I'm all over the place.
Yeah.
Figuring out a lot of things right now.
Have you done Trois-Rivières?
No, I did Tremblant last year though. I'm glad I got to do that. Yeah.
I hope that track sticks around for a long time. I fear it will not.
Yeah, it was like the first and last time Radicals have been there in 10 years.
Oh, they're not doing that again?
No, we tried to stay within sound violations, but the limit there is 92 decibels.
Oh.
Yeah, and almost every car got black flagged like every session.
Do they get extra days to go over 92, or is it just 92 all the time?
All the time.
Is it really that close to places that matter?
There was some...
Spoken like a true racer, guys.
Yeah. There was some,
it's
like...
out there, though, right?
It is. It's kind of in the middle of
they're
nowhere.
in the ski resort.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. Yeah. I love Mont Tremblant. I mean, for me, I'm sure CTMP is great.
It's fun. Tremblant was more fun, though.
Exactly, right? And that's what I've heard pretty consistently from people who have gone up and done racing in Canada. I love Trois-Rivières as an event. I love terrible street circuits. That one sits very nicely in between this is a little bit sketchy and a little bit terrible, but also it's an iconic event.
Yeah, that one's really about like the city coming together. It's on our schedule, or it's on the Radical schedule for this year.
Oh.
So maybe I'll get the opportunity to go. But what's cool is the whole town shuts down for the event. Like, load in is a parade. It's crazy.
Oh,
all of the locals come out.
That's cool.
That's very good. Yeah, they have plenty of coverage up there, so I don't know that DriversEye Live ever needs to be a part of it. But it is one of the few places I would just go and spectate. I just take it all in.
Yeah.
I've talked about it for years. Never got the chance to get up there. So
yeah.
Anyway, thank you, ladies, for stopping by.
Of course.
You guys are welcome, of course, anytime. And obviously, we're not going to see you at Mid-Ohio.
Correct.
Told us that. But if you have the time at Road America or later on in the season, please do. Feel free.
I'll be here.
We do know.
We love to yap.
Don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I'll be here.
Feel free to bring Erin too. I'm assuming Erin is doing the hard work.
She's in the car. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just the one.
You bailed on the whole
and
team
snacks.
and on Erin.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, tell Erin we said hi. The best of luck to you the rest of the way today, and hopefully for a good race tomorrow as well.
Yes,
And
thank
then,
you.
We'll see you, hopefully at Road America.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Alana Carter, Sarah Montgomery, out of the number 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra.
Nailed
GT4.
it.
Wow.
Always fun stuff getting to talk to that group of ladies. What I really enjoy about them being a part of WRL is they have a good time. They're usually in a really good mood, and they're very pleasant, very cheerful. Everybody around that team, it's always really, really refreshing. There's a degree of, this is, as they spoke about, pretty close to professional racing in terms of how serious you take it, but I also appreciate people who are willing to take the time and have the kind of bright and cheery the sort of mood about it, because I think it's really easy to get tunnel visioned into like, this is serious, this is life and death, we have to, and it always seems like Sarah especially is just really having a good time, in addition to being able to wheel the car pretty darn well as well. So always love to chat with them. I'm sure Alana will have a great season this time around. JT, we got about 90 minutes left, 92 minutes. Give or take a few seconds here.
It's a wild battle up at the front. The 58 and the 60, the two Stratus cars have been nose to tail for quite a while now. They're still at a half-second gap coming around. Down in GP1, PC Racing managed to get past you know, Palomar, then they got past Screaming Goat, they got past 9-4 Motorsports, and they've moved their way up to 2nd place. So there's still lots of really good racing going on right now.
Another little bit of dust here at the top of the hill. I think that's just got to be people running wide on the exit there.
Yeah, easy to do. Just because the compression you get as you come into turn 11 through turn 12, and then you just come up over that rise as the car starts to push out as you come up over the hill, and it's easy to put a wheel off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear the first and second here, nose to tail.
I'm going to go through a rundown here. Just open up the timing again. I'm going to use this timing this time. This timing this time. All right, in front of GP1, we still got ASM. They're 2 laps, give or take, out in front of GP1, followed by the 44 PC Racing, and then 2 seconds to the 9-4 number 3. So that 9-4 Motorsports is off in hot pursuit of the number 44. I don't know if we still have the 44 on board, Jordan? Maybe? Yeah, there it is. So you cannot see the 3 right now, but 2 seconds on the straight, you're definitely going to be able to see that. And then that would be in the rearview mirror, of course. So that'll be, yeah, our graphic blocks that, unfortunately. And then 3 seconds behind the 9-4 is the 29. So the battle for second in GP1 still very much in play, especially with 90 minutes to go here. They'll have to make one more pit stop, and then they'll be good to the end. GTU, we got the Stratus 58 and then the Stratus 60. So that's 2 cars at the front of GTU there for Stratus Racing. And then the 739 of Rapscallion has managed to climb back up the order after some issues with round 3 racing as well as automatic. Both sets of cars running into problems today. So
That's not done yet, by the way. That 3rd place GTU battle?
No. Well, the 2nd place battle isn't really done yet either.
Well, obviously. Well, the 1st place battle, yeah.
Yeah, or first, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's still going. It's not nearly as close as the GP1 battle, but yeah, I agree. GP2, Alana Racing leads Rebel Racing by 3 laps right now. So this GP2 field, unfortunately, looks like it's, I don't want to say settled, because you still have to make it to the end, right? You still got 90 minutes of the car needing to run. But there's no same lap battles in GP2 right now, and the 83 has a comfortable gap ahead of the 222 and is running more consistent times as well. Times that are consistently quicker at the same time, about a second and a half at least. GTO, we've got the 70 of Round 3 Racing, followed by the number 188 of Lupe Tortilla, powered by Fast Track Racing. We're looking at a decent-sized gap here.
Yeah, I see 35 seconds there.
All right.
5.5.
So that's still the lead lap. We're still looking.
Oh, no, that can't be right.
No?
Well...
It's in this between spot where I'm waiting for a minute 23, so they're about to be lapped.
You know what I need is a 4th timing source.
Yes, we can check all these things. Thunder Bunny Racing in 4th position, way behind them as well. 13 seconds behind the 188, but again, still quite far behind the 70. So Thunder Bunny still has a shot here to catch the 188, but the 188 came on pretty strong earlier in the race. They were able to get going really quickly and start taking time out of the round 3 Porsche almost at will, it seemed like. They were just pulling the gap right down, and then now it's kind of ballooned back out. So depending on the consistency of that car, I think the 4 has a shot to catch the 188.
Absolutely does. Yeah, absolutely does.
Currently running about half a second faster as well. So if we check back in on that here in about 2 or 3 minutes, I expect that gap to have come down another couple seconds. Moorhead Speedworks, the 290, in 4th position. They're a ways away. And then there is a battle for position for 6th between the GTR 99 and the 77 of Cargo Shorts Racing, powered by Kingpin. That car having had some issues here today as well.
you know, you kind of forget until you lose all of your automatic tracking sources in live timing. Just how little stays constant in WRL races. Like, we're watching the 58 and the 60 run around basically nose to tail, right? We're watching the 188 and the 4 that are close. The GP1 second place battle is off the rails and has been for some time. But it's not very often that this stuff just stays where it's at. Like, you can't take a battle and say, oh, this is close. I'm going to put it over here until something changes, and I'm going to focus on this other thing. Right, we've got 3 things that are all changing pretty rapidly. I think, if anything, the overall in GTU race lead is probably the most stable thing right now. Maybe GP1, but that also involves 3 cars. And the GTO thing, like, Thunder Bunny is almost certainly going to catch the 188. Like, that is almost certainly going to happen. So you can't really take your eyes off that either, because that could come down to from 14 seconds to 0 seconds in 10 minutes. I mean, these things can happen very, very quickly. So we're bouncing eyes around. Producer Jordan Worth is kind of trying to keep track of all this in real time as well. It's a genuine challenge, this thing. And if we do lose track of it, and you would like to see something different, dear viewer, please do point us in that direction. We're happy to go pick it up.
Connor Zilich hunting for the lead here.
Could have been here, you know?
He could have been here. Could have been in GP2 even. It's interesting. Watching him, it doesn't... The attitude of the car is different from when SVG is driving. When SVG is driving, it seems like he's driving a completely different car, and it's playing the game in a just completely different way. Connor Zilich is doing everything the NASCAR drivers are doing, just 5% better every lap. That's all I have to say about that.
It has been a minute since I think we've seen, like, a raw talent like Connor. Like, and I'm not saying he's like a once-in-a-generation kind of guy or anything like that, but so often you'll see a young guy who's crazy quick and crazy competitive, and just everything around the edges is so rough as to make them uncompetitive, right? Or take them out of a competitive situation. And those mistakes will eventually get into a driver, can eventually get into a driver's head, and now all of a sudden, as they get older, they're unrecognizable from the sort of fearless talent that they were when they were 17 or 18. I feel like Connor, well, he does still make mistakes from time to time, is just so raw as a driving talent, and yet so clean in the way he presents it. He's not over the top, he's not overly loud, he just gets behind the wheel and he goes fast. And he's done it in almost literally everything he's driven.
Are you saying that Connor Zilich shuts up and dribbles?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Participates in broadcasts that are more successful than college basketball, it turns out.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah,
successful is a broad term.
Lights only go out on the safety car, not on the broadcast.
Hey.
Yes, correct.
Well done. Connor's just trying to get off the track and finish the race faster, but he can go watch the MX-5 Cup race from St. Pete.
Correct.
You know, we were flying.
So he could almost do the double.
That's true. Yeah, the great March 1st double.
Yeah.
We were flying down on Thursday from Allentown. We're leaving Allentown going to Charlotte, and there was somebody behind us and their father kind of next to us in a different row. And when the woman who sat in between them asked them where they were going or what they were talking about, the answer was, "Oh, we're going to see an IndyCar race in St. Pete."
Nice.
It was very nice.
It's the tide is raising all the boats.
I think so.
I believe that genuinely.
There was a guy who boarded the plane with a Nazareth Speedway lanyard, or like ticket holder, on a lanyard.
There you
The thing is at least 21 years old. At least.
Right.
I texted my family about it. My mom said, "I'm sure I have a couple of those in the attic if you need one."
That would be great.
I think we do. But it is really genuinely nice to see, a series that has had its ups and downs now being kind of, let's say, thrust into a little bit more public visibility. After being restrained to, outside of the Indy 500, being restrained to USA.
Yeah.
USA Network. Like, that's not a great place for an already kind of niche sport to be. And I think if Fox continues to lean into this the way that they are and just put their eggs in that basket, eventually it will reward them. My fear, not belief, but my fear is that they'll bail on it a year and a half in and say, we're not getting the returns we want. We're just going to kick it all to FS1 and FS2 and be done with it. We'll see. Maybe they're too invested for that to be the case, but that is just always in the back of my mind. But so far, I think early returns are promising.
I think Fox doesn't have a lot to show when it's not football season.
Fair.
I think that's what it comes down to. And if they can put this on TV and, like, IndyCar very specifically, they are very forthright about saying we finish the season before football starts. That's our whole shtick. So especially with March Madness about to come and go, I don't know if Fox Sports has that much else to cover on a Sunday. The golf, maybe. But even now, a lot of that's on NBC now, so I don't know. At a minimum, it's content filler that's not paid programming, basically.
Yeah.
So there's value in that to some extent. But it's the same way that ESPN initially wanted the F1 rights, because it's like, it's something to show. Like, we got to have something on TV, and it's probably cheaper to show that for free at the time than it was to run reruns of First Take or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's down at turn number 5. It looks like just a long lockup over there. Nobody went off as far as I can tell. But the road does fall away in the approach to turn 5, and it's easy to lock an inside front if you're not careful. Honky Tonk Tennessee in the chat says, check out Target Newfoundland if longing for the Rock. Don't hear references to Newfoundland as the Rock very often. But, I'd be into Target Newfoundland sometime. Atlantic Canada is one of our favorite parts of the world. Spent like 30 hours in Halifax a couple weeks ago.
I have a friend whose family lives in Moncton who goes to Halifax.
Oh, we stopped in Moncton.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an air traffic controller-owned brewery right in the heart of Moncton. By which I mean it's pretty much DF.
Sure.
There's not much else in Moncton, to be honest with you, but Nova Scotia, New Brunswick is a beautiful part of the world. It would be cool to go. Do they still do Target Newfoundland? That's still a thing.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's a good question for your boy.
RHJ, Notorious RHJ.
No, well, that boy too. No, the sometimes NFC driver. Why am I blanking on his name?
Aaron Povolato.
No, the other one.
Well, he's the Canadian, so.
No, I know, but there's the other pro driver that they employ sometimes when Aaron's busy. JT, what's his name? He's on YouTube and stuff. He does the other series.
I can't remember.
Come on, he's famous.
Randy Popes.
Randy Popes, thank you. Randy Popes is a big Target Newfoundland guy.
There's a photographer over at turn 5. Come on.
You could do a photog.
Scotty is not at Barber Motorsports Park.
I didn't think he was.
Yeah. Apparently other people thought he was and just hadn't seen him either.
Yeah.
So
the problem is you don't just not see Scotty for an entire weekend. Like, it's almost impossible to not bump into him somewhere.
He is around. He is places.
Okay.
Constantly. No, indeed, he has found. There's another event going on this weekend that he's working at.
Oh, cool. Oh, is he in Sebring by chance?
He was at VIR.
Okay. All right. Cabot Trail or Highlander Targa, a hope in the future. Might be one already. Cabot Trail Targa.
Oh, Brendan was going to say the Cabot Trail Targa would be fantastic. You could get some cheese to go with that. And he will have, of course, a story about a brewery that he went to with Layla that also has to do with the Cabot Trail. And he knows about some town of 35,000 people that nobody else has, ever heard of. He'll know about that too and have a little anecdote. I don't have one of those ready to go.
Are we back?
There
They're back.
Yeah. So the Cabot Trail, Cabot Targa would be fantastic. No, we've done part of the Cabot Trail. It's a very, very pretty part of the world. The Atlantic coastline of Nova Scotia. There is a great brewery in Shubenacadie. It's not. What town is Big Spruce in? Do we remember? It's not Shubenacadie. It's nowhere near there. It's not Antigonish either, which is where Riverside International Speedway is. Yeah. Anyway, out on Cape Breton Island. Anyway, town of about 35,000. At most, it's like 3,500, and it might be 350.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, we need to get WRL to Atlantic Motorsports Park. And boy, if you haven't looked up Atlantic Motorsports Park, well, it's in Baddeck. B-A-D-D-E-C-K, that's right. Which could be Baddeck.
That's
nobody
Baddeck.
knows.
That's how a hockey player says badass.
Sure.
That's Baddeck.
Is it?
Yeah, Jonesy.
Triple A.
Okay, we'll get letters.
It's okay. It's okay. 75 minutes remaining.
It's winded down here.
It's 25 minutes less than a typical IMSA sprint race.
This is about the time you change drivers.
We are closing in on the beginning of the last stint here, I would think. Last pit stops, perhaps?
Yeah, I was thinking 20 or 30 minutes ago you entered the window for GP2, and now you're starting to get into the window for the other classes as well.
Yeah, I think obviously you continue to push it as far as you can in the hopes of catching a code 35. Those that pitted, we had a code. Oh, we had the code 35 down for the incident at turn number 1, didn't we?
Yes,
when,
and I think that
Alana were up
was
there.
still a little far for the GP2 teams to make it from there.
Yep, agreed. 3:08, yeah, it's an hour and 50. It was an hour and 53. It's a long time. That's not happening. Not even at a track like Barber, which is pretty technical. But you want to stretch that out as far as it'll go. So I would have pitted there anyway. I don't know how many did because we were conducting the interview. But I would have pitted there at hour 53 and basically just hope, you can get down to 45 or maybe 40 minutes remaining in your GTO car. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Barber Motorsports Park. We are in Alabama, just outside of Birmingham. Still in Alabama. Yeah, that's correct. Who would have thought? We haven't moved. It's been a pretty good one. A little stop-start. A little weird to catch the flow of, but once the most competitive cars kind of put themselves in a position to succeed, they've all been pretty stable there. No, say, dumb penalties. Right, other than 2 that were actually rescinded down in GP1. The GP1 scrap has been arguably the most consistent and most compelling we've had all day. Once that ASM car set itself apart, the 4 remaining, 44, 3, 29, 38, kind of picked up the mantle there and right back at it. We're down to 8 seconds in the fight for second place in GTO. Between the number 188 Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW and the number 4 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra. We're still at 4 seconds, or out to 4 seconds, I guess, in the GTU lead battle between the sister cars out of the Stratus Racing stable, 58 and 60.
You flew into Birmingham, right, Brendan?
Sure did.
Yeah, so you didn't go past Talladega.
No, I've flown over it a couple times, and I visited it once as a child, but not for a race.
Gotcha.
Yeah, many of my family vacations when I was a child not centered around, but when it was asked what I wanted to do, it was to visit some racetrack, and I would just find a racetrack. We went to Atlanta for a week or whatever it was. We stopped at Talladega. rinse and repeat that concept over many years.
Yeah, just as the complete opposite, I actually wasn't able to go to a non-Thunder Hill racetrack until I was like 17.
Well, when you're already at the pinnacle, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, the first time I had ever been to a racetrack with an event going on that wasn't the 25-hour was that IMSA race at Laguna Seca.
Which year was that?
Whichever year that Rebellion was running most of the season.
It's like
2013, probably.
Last year of ALMS?
Yeah.
12 or 13.
I remember, I think I've told this story on the air. I remember asking, because they had like the fan forum at Dyson. Dyson had a fan forum, and it was when they were messing with the hybrid thing, kind of.
Yeah.
And they had decided they weren't going to run the hybrid for the weekend, and so people were asking, like, how fast does it go? How much miles per gallon does it get?
Yeah.
And I asked, why aren't you running the hybrid system this weekend? Which the guy, like, looked at me and then was like, well, you know, it's not the right track for it, blah, blah, blah. You find out later that it wasn't very reliable.
Yeah.
And then I also asked, I said, why don't you have that was the year that Rebellion successfully convinced it would have been the ACO at the time, that their rear fender extension was not an additional
Not
wing.
the rear wing. So
Yeah.
It would have been 13, because Toyota did it at the end of 2012, like after Le Mans.
Yeah.
They showed up at Interlagos with those extensions, and then Lola copied it on the bodywork for 13. Yeah.
So I asked, obviously, because they were the same car. It's a different motor, but
Yep.
it's the same car Dyson ran. I said, well, why don't you have the fender extension part? And he, like, looked at me again, all, like, befuddled. Well, you know, it's not the right
Shut
track
up.
to have that type of thing. You know, it's a high-speed track, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
blah,
we're
blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, no.
It's like the highest downforce track on the calendar.
Exactly. So they lost, obviously, that
sure.
weekend. That would have been the first, one of the first outings for Core when they weren't quite the Porsche factory team, but they were going to be. So they ran the RSR in their colors.
Yeah.
Which was kind of goofy.
I forgot that Core was the Porsche factory team here in the U.S.
Yeah, for like 5 seconds, and then it went away.
Yeah. This is CORE Core.
Yes.
John Bennett Core, not KOHR
correct.
Core. Yeah. Of WRL fame.
Indeed. And that was also, I saw somewhere these were running again. They ran as an exhibition class. They had these like reproduction Can-Am style cars.
Yeah.
That were supposed to be like a one-make thing. That was the first time they had ever raced. And then I didn't see them again for 7 years.
They did that weird exhibition thing at like Long Beach, I think.
No, at Long Beach they did the actual Can-Am like historics race. Where they raced these fake.
I thought it was a weird fake kit thing.
Well, the year
There's
I
a
went,
GTU car.
Yeah, no kidding. The year, jeez, oh man, no. The year I went to Long Beach was the year they stopped doing the celebrity race and they did an actual HSR Can-Am race instead.
Oh, okay. All right.
And the Shadow won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the same Shadow, the type of car that went flying up at Road America like a couple years later?
Yes, it might have been the same car.
Yeah. Can't be that many Shadows still running around.
No. Especially not with that livery with the UOP and the And I went to, that was the first press conference I'd ever been to as media for a race, was the end of that historics race. And the guy in first and the guy in third were, it was like the son-in-law won the race. And he had to go for whatever reason. He had to like leave to go do something. It's like me and two other people watching the press conference in the press center at Long Beach.
Were you grilling him about why they weren't running like full width rear wings? And
No, I just I didn't have anything to say about historic racing at that time. I had I was just intrigued, like, to be in there. As
credential
I also
media.
watched an awkward Patrick Long answer questions from your boy Scoops McCargo Shorts, who is like 2 feet taller than Pat Long. That was probably the most uncomfortable I've ever seen someone, but you know, whatever. Now he's got his own website, so what do I know? Brendan's left us again, or he's not that impressed by my story. Either way.
He was just trying to see how he could put Rami into that picture to
Yes.
make it more uncomfortable.
Correct. Oh, that one's real. Now it's really over. So there we go. Anyway. JT, have you had any awkward interactions or viewed awkward interactions while at a pro race weekend?
No, not that I can think of.
We made it.
You did. You made it.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say I've heard he just has that effect on me.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was the height thing or if it was just the awkwardness factor. I don't know. To be fair, I didn't see a lot of it, but I saw enough to be like, ooh, that doesn't look great.
Are we the scoops of WRL?
Yes.
Yeah,
Me
that's not
specifically.
Good. Yeah, that's not good.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a heavyweight to bear. Oh, we had a pit stop from the number 4 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra. My guess is that's going to be the last pit stop for that car. If it is, A, I think it's a little tight on the fuel window, and B, I sure hope that was as far as they could go. Because they've now fallen a full lap behind the 188.
We've seen them stretch the fuel on this car successfully on numerous. Well, not this chassis, obviously, but on the 111, they stretched the fuel a lot. That what was that? 22 or 23, where they were going an hour, hour and 5, hour and 10.
Oh,
like it seemed pretty consistently.
Right. Yeah.
One of them might have been here actually, so I think they'll make it. As you say, if the yellow comes, then that'll be a problem because now they'll have lost time. But if they're gambling on no yellow, then sure, this might have been the move. Maybe it gets you into a little bit more clear air. Connor Zilic is going to bring this one home comfortably.
Good on
ahead of today's last place driver, William Byron. William Byron's record since Jordan Worth declared that he would come in last at the Daytona 500 is just unstoppable.
And you know what?
I don't know what. I'm waiting to hear.
I'm going to continue to pick him to finish last every single year. One of these years he'll finish last.
And you'll look like a genius.
Exactly.
There you go. I actually caught a reel of Jordan the other day, wherein they detailed his pitting 100 times exploit.
Is that
you're like
still making the rounds?
It was, yeah. I saw it. It was probably 3 days ago I saw it.
I did that like 2 years ago. It's still...
Yeah, it was some third-party guy. This is Jordan Worth at bottom split. He set out to, and you know, the whole bit. You've seen a reel before. You know what a reel looks like.
Right. I've seen that video.
Okay, got it. Yeah, no, I saw that a few days ago. So are these cars like the Camping World, or whatever they call it now, Craftsman, etc. cars where the bodywork is still metal, and that's why Connor Zilic keeps rubbing the tire?
No, the Xfinity cars are composite bodies now.
Okay.
They were actually the first series to go to composite in NASCAR. The trucks are still steel.
Okay.
And then Xfinity and Cup are composite.
I watched the truck race here last season, the Dakota truck race, and that was quite possibly one of the worst NASCAR broadcasts I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well,
that had
you could pick any truck race from the last couple of years, and
I believe it. To be fair, I don't make a habit of watching the truck race. It was just at COTA, so I was like, oh yeah, I'll watch this. He's lost. Oh, it's just their timing thing isn't very good. So he's lost like a second. This is going to be closer than I think Connor Zilic would like here. Oh, this is the checker. Okay, I thought he had one more lap.
Speaking of losing a second, the 58 that last time by.
Bigger problems, JT. The 44 is losing many seconds slow out of turn number 6.
It had just had a relatively decent good lap in GP1. They had done a 142.
That's the problem. They're always fastest right before they blow up or expire.
Because the Corvette gained only 0.3 from that time, so they still had a decent gap. But as you can see, this car absolutely crawling here, and he's gonna pull off to the side because I think he might be dead stick.
What is going on?
Where
is
must
Andy?
be Windows 11 installed on that.
Yeah, parked up under the bridge there, headed into turn number 7. And as you said, dead stick. I don't think that car is going any further under its own power.
No.
And almost certainly this is a code 35 inside of the fuel window for just about everybody.
Oh, no.
In comes the 29 as well.
Oh, this is awful for the 4. This is going to be dreadful for the 4.
Yeah.
This is exactly not what they needed. Ugh.
It's going to bite the 29. It obviously bites the 44. And yeah, through goes the 9-4 Motorsports.
Oh, it's refired.
Well.
Okay.
Everybody take a breath. It's going to be fine, probably.
Maybe, hopefully. Potentially.
So why is the... Are we showing the 150 on the same lap? No, okay, now it's reset itself. Impossible to follow.
No,
yeah, we're getting into that part of the day, Brendan.
Yeah.
It's not really...
Yeah.
Well,
The timing
he's
has many
hallucinating.
opinions.
Can you
just
slap
on
him
what
for
is
me,
going
please?
Maybe Layla could just stand there and hand time the race.
We call that taping. Where you
Yeah,
just
there we go.
write the number of every car that comes past start finish.
Yeah.
This is what they do in the SCCA. I mean, as a backup.
Sure.
So we can just everybody take a breath. Everybody calm down. It's gonna be okay. We've got an hour left. And we're not going to full course yellow. So we're
Thank
good
goodness.
there. Into the pits comes the Blitzkrieg Racing number 2.
All right.
42.
Good. Great.
Yep,
By
into the
pits,
paddock.
he means garage.
Yeah, sorry, into the paddock. Apologies. 44 has made it back into the attention of its crew. The 119 leaves the pit lane for presumably the final time of the day.
I got a question.
I got an answer.
Jordan.
And I didn't notice it until about halfway through the day. On the right side of the screen here, is that a body of water?
It is
Yeah.
a body of water.
That is literally a swamp. Because it's in Alabama, it is therefore a swamp.
Huh.
There's also one that has a lady swimming in it. Do they show that in the preview for iRacing or no?
Are you talking about the half submerged, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but Layla has featured that in social media posts over the years. Because every time we're here, it is off-putting.
It's
Like,
very creepy.
Yeah.
Don't love it.
Of all of the artwork here, that one is almost certainly my least favorite.
It's got a distinct style, doesn't it?
That is a way of putting it, yeah.
I also like the elevator that's specially tuned to make you want to take the stairs anyway.
Yeah, that's correct. Unless you're carrying things.
Right.
Yeah. In which case, you just have to hold it for longer.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Charlotte. I want to ask a question. So, that corner kind of ended up being named, like, Charlotte's Web because of, I think it was an IndyCar broadcast. They just started calling it that because of the spider. I don't think that was the official name of the corner.
Sure.
GTU lead has changed hands, by the way. It's gone the way of the 60, and I think it's because the 58 is essentially into the pit lane. But if they can just name corners, and I posited this to our friend Brian Belansky last weekend at the circuit at the Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and he was like, "Oh well, they're never going to stick, so why?" I don't know, because there's nothing nothing has an interesting name or story or whatever. Like, I'm sure we could, or it's just chat engagement.
Yeah.
You know, like get people involved, make them feel like they're part
Part of the family?
You love to see Connor Zilch taking his retainer out live on TV.
Still, as you can see, going to shy here, nose to tail with these Stratus. But it is interesting to see that the 60 has got around the 58 to take the lead overall.
Are we back?
Yeah. Hey, welcome back.
Hey. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. What I was gonna say was we've become a part of Watkins Glen lore forever, based on our Achilles corner naming. Surely it's okay to just name some corners, you know?
Yes.
You ever just name corners? I posited earlier, by the way, that I thought maybe the 58 had pitted. That is not the case. That move happened on track, and they now head into turn number 5, nose to tail. I think we may be in get home mode for a couple of these teams.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
I think most of them.
So we know a couple of things have got to be worked out here. The 60 and the 58 are likely going to fight this out on track down to the end. The 188 and the 4 in GTO is going to come down to the pit stop for the 188. Now, the 188 is going to have to take less fuel than the 4 did by virtue of pitting later in order to get to the checkered flag. So, it'll probably advantage Lupe Tortilla, but we'll see how that kind of shakes itself out. GP1's been split apart by this PC Racing problem of an indeterminate nature. And it's 21 seconds between Screaming Goat 29 and Palomar 38 is kind of the last thing we've got left to sort out. 70 is in and out of the pit lane for the final time. Heads back out through turn 1. Stand by for Porsche.
We got to get an onboard of that. The 70 onboard is what everybody's demanding.
It's what the people are asking for, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absent the 997 onboard.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a pending report of contact at turns 12 and 13 between the 149 and the 4. Under investigation.
There's
15 minutes ago. What's that?
There's unfortunately quite a bit.
Yeah. So that may have a role to play in the end of this yet. And if it does affect something, it's likely to be the 3rd place on the GTO podium. Whether that goes away the number 4, the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates. Potentially the 290 role to play there in catching the number 2. For lap times last time through. The number 2 flashes through. It's a 133.327, which almost exactly matches Moorhead Speedworks' last lap. So we'll wait for the genetic here in about 5-10 seconds time. On the front straightaway it comes, cross start finish. 135. Has not gone the way that I thought it would.
Say this might be the first race I can think of in a long time where we've seen GTR 99 really not show up at the ends.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, JT.
usually we see, you know, as the race goes on, they just very quietly and almost stealthily work their way up the field, staying out of trouble, being consistent. But unfortunately, it seems like, despite the fact that it appears they've been doing that today, it seems like the competition's just been so high that it just really hasn't paid off yet.
It's tough. It's a tough race, for sure. I think what we just saw there is the 188. Where's my timing not updated? Was that the wrong car?
Ooh,
No, that's the
number
188,
three
but that is not the Thunder Bunny car, though. Right?
Which car?
The one that just passed.
Correct.
Okay.
That was the 119 that just came through shot there. That's Thunder Bunny just came out of shot here, directly ahead of the 70.
$27 seconds now, the gap between the 70 and the 188. That's a tall order, and I think it means the pit stops are going to become important. Brendan talking about advantage and disadvantage as far as stopped time.
You gotta also keep an eye on that Corvette on pit road getting fuel now. Trying to see if they will beat out the Screaming Goat.
Sorry, who are we looking for to beat out Screaming Goat? Number 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, number 3 just left the pit stall and headed down towards turn number 1. PC Racing has
Just
come
came
through.
But they are a lap down, I think.
There's 9-4.
So it looks like they've retained that position, I believe.
I think you're right. Yeah, 206 laps against 205 on board the PC car. Car's not happy on the throttle.
Or if there's a diff problem.
I don't know if we mentioned the pit stop for the Stratus Racing number 60. It's the first of the leading Stratus NP01s to pit out of first place in GTU. This race has been really compelling through like the first 6.5 hours, and then it just sort of belted. I'm not really sure what the change was, or if it was just a couple of bad luck type of events back to back, but all of a sudden now we've narrowed it down to these last 2 or 3 battles still in play. By this time tomorrow, we will have wrapped up 7 hours of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. Kickoff coverage an hour earlier than we did today, so it'll be 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll run for 3 hours. Well, a little less than 3 hours. We'll go collect the field under safety car conditions somewhere between 10:40 and 10:50. And bring the car down pit lane. It'll be a mandatory
hour-long break, I believe, is where we're going.
Is there more Alabama tomorrow? Are we sure? Because I thought we were going to pack up the whole, crew here and ship it back over to Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Yeah. We'll in that hour break, you can do anything you want. I mean,
no, I
you
mean,
go to Alabama. You go to Buc-ee's.
Don't work on your car.
Yeah, don't work on your car. That's true. Well, you can, but then you take a 50-lap penalty. If you're out there just getting time. But anyway, we'll have a quick 3-hour stint in the morning. Red flag at 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 11 o'clock. We'll stop the race for an hour, and we'll pick it up just after 12 o'clock local time in the 4-hour run to the finish. It is, like all of our Sunday races now in the World Racing League, a 7-hour finale. This one just happens to take place across 8 hours because of that locally mandated quiet hour. We do the same thing at Road Atlanta. If you caught our race there last year, it's exactly the same, just different in that it's an hour shorter. If you're looking forward to the rest of the season as well, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course no longer deserves the asterisk there because it is a confirmed date. At the time the schedule was released, it was unconfirmed, but we're riding with it April 4 to 6. Remember, too, that Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course has undergone recent changes down at China Beach. Turn number 4 will be the debut event for those changes. Then head to Road America April 25th through the 27th. What we're planning to call the Bratwurst Brawl. Doesn't get much better than that.
I think there's some workshopping to be done on that.
You think so?
Yes.
What are you concerned about? What better baseline than the backyard brawl, right? And then you just adapt it a little bit for the packaged meat products.
The brat and cheese 16.
Well, the problem, so Trans Am has claimed the Cheese Capital Cup.
Oh, okay.
Right, and Champ Car has the Landjaeger Cup.
Got it.
Right? And I'm not about to give Spotted County free airtime. So, what better way to go than a bratwurst-like sausage? In any case, we head to Daytona after that, 14 hours at the beginning of June. It's a hot one, but it's a fun one. And then we head into the second half of the season. Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, the West Coast swing, if you like, the Rocky Mountain swing, High Plains Raceway, and Utah Motorsports campus. It is a campus.
Yes.
Excited to see who turns up to that one, but very much looking forward to the weekend out there. That I think we've had confirmed now is going to be an 8 and 7. There were some questions as to whether it would be a single day, but the last communication I had from Mr. RJ Till was that we'd be headed for an 8 and 7 out there at Utah, and then the same stretch to close out the season that we had in 2024, Watkins Glen International, Sebring International Raceway, and then Circuit of the Americas, the national championship event. Potentially some wrinkles to come for that event as well. And I do say potentially because I only vaguely know what the proposition is and whether or not anything is likely to happen there. Well, let's wait and see.
I just hope we bring back gear after qualifying on Friday in the media center. That's
at the event, yeah.
That's it. That's
sure-
what I've been pumping
sure
for
we
a
can
long
find
time.
some.
I've been telling RJ we got to bring that back.
At least for Coda.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm sure that can be done. If only there were breweries in Austin.
Yes, indeed. If only.
If only.
Well, as I
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm not going to speak out of turn because I'm no expert, obviously, but I had my eyes opened about some of the specialty distilleries in Austin and the quality of products therein after going on a tasting.
Were your eyes opened or were your eyes shut?
Well, both. They were.
Yeah.
My eyes were opened to the possibility that maybe small distilleries aren't necessarily making the best possible.
That's weird, huh?
Thing all the time.
Yeah.
I imagine that extends to beer as well.
It sure does.
Okay. Can you rub beer in your hands together to evaporate the alcohol and then smell it?
No.
No. Apparently you can do that with whiskey.
We've got a couple of cars off at the exit of turn 3. One of them is a black BMW, and the other is I think it's the 11 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra.
So the BMWs stopped more or less on the racing line, basically at the exit curb. I think it might be the 118.
Does it have like a little bit of yellow, like stripes, kind of, or accents
Oh, it's
to
the
it?
76. It's the 119 and the 76.
Oh,
so I've got them
Boulder.
both wrong. Yeah, now that Boulder car is still, I guess, third in GP2. So before we head to an inevitable code 35 here, I think specifically because that Boulder car is stopped on track. Indeed, we do.
Yes.
Straight to code 35. So that makes sense. That Boulder car is going to have to be recovered and almost certainly will lose third place in GP2 here. The other car involved was a 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra on its debut weekend. And contact has been noted in the race control log there. So I'm not exactly sure how everybody got where they did. The 119 was backwards in the grass, but not in the gravel. And actually just let it coast itself backwards down the hill until it got to a point where it could kind of make the K turn and proceed safely, which it did. I think we've had most of our last pit stops of consequence here. Certainly in GTU, we've had equivalent pit stops from both 58 and 60. It's handed the race lead to the number 58 Sebeco NP01 from Stratus Racing ahead of its sister car. The Rapscallion number 739 Ligier, they're in third in GTU. In GTO, it's a 27 second margin between the 70 and the 188. And the interesting thing there is I don't think the 188's pitted yet. 70 still it has definitely pitted and is out in front. So I don't think that's of major concern for anybody. But it does hand what I think is a pretty sizable advantage to that number 188 and will almost certainly shut down any chance the number 4 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra had of catching the 188 for second on the GTO results sheet. Remember, too, we still got a question mark hanging over the head of that number 4, which is under investigation for contact down at turns 12 and 13.
This could also be an opportunity for the 4 to save a bit of fuel here.
Yeah,
they did pit early.
We thought it was going to be on the edge. You're absolutely right, JT, as to whether or not it'd make it through to the end without an extra stop. Well, the 4 driver has its hand out the window, and I'll tell you what, if you're trying to reduce drag and save the fuel, you're not doing yourself any favors there.
Yeah, I think if you're a little hot in the car, it's worth it.
Yeah, sure.
Also, at this speed right now, they could come in and do a half a can.
Yeah.
And a 5-second loss.
I really don't think they need it. I really don't.
You're probably right, but also you wouldn't want to risk it. And if it's the difference between losing half a second a lap to fuel save or a quarter second a lap to fuel save, you're going to lose less than that. Just stopping, throwing a can of fuel in the car and going. 188 is in and out, so we were correct in our suppositions that we were owed that 188's pit stop. It's worked out tremendously well for the Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW M4, being the only car in the lead running here in GTO that was able to get its last pit stop done underneath code 35 conditions.
We should see the 70 dive in here as well, in theory. That's all I got. A little surprised not to see the 70 take to the pit lane here.
Nah, 70's done.
Oh, they are done.
Yeah,
They've already done it.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they came in about halfway between when the 4 stopped and our current time here. So,
do you think the 2's going to show the nose here down into 2?
You ever just show the nose?
No, they did not. Blake Wiggins asked, how many pit stops do the crew do? About 8, I would say. Between 6 and 10. I think that's a good number.
I'd say you're a little on the you'd go to the lower end of that, right? At a Code 35 race, it's a little bit different because you do take the opportunity to top off oftentimes where you can underneath Code 35 because of reasons we've discussed at some length already. But if you were to run the race entirely under green flag conditions, you could get away with about 6 pit stops, which would make each of your stints right around an hour, 10 hour, 15 minutes. If I do that math properly.
Can the GTUs do a full hour?
Yeah. I think they're right at an hour.
There are some very large pieces of in the runoff just outside of the exit in turn 3, down at the bottom of the compression. Oh no, that's I think that's where that is.
VLPD.
Oh, there had been earlier.
But here's the hot take.
I live for hot takes.
After the race is over, the top 3 have to go to tech or whatever. So that's fine. Let everybody else do a mega pole session at the end of the race.
I have to go pull cameras before it rains, guys.
It's not going to rain.
We can't do more track activity when it's going to rain.
It only rains at end of day.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
Brendan, I need
if we extend
more
the day,
mega pole.
Oh, that's fair. Right. Green flag.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Green. With just over 33, over 33 minutes remaining on the clock. We're done just under 34 there. What are you going to do? Word choice is hard sometimes.
Here's another hot take. They should ban all radio communications for the first 2 laps of an IndyCar race.
I think that would be a terrible idea.
Nah, it's great.
No, you would end up with so much contact. No spotters?
The road course, you shouldn't need a spotter.
And yet.
Well, I mean, for like the oval races, yeah, it's a bad idea. But like for all the road course races, like no, you don't need a spotter. You don't need the spotter telling you when the green flag's out. Just look for the flag.
I tried to tell you that Ferrucci spun at the kink and he is broadside in the middle of the track, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Little. It doesn't seem to matter. Toronto. Last year.
Right.
But, yeah.
I hate that Santino Ferrucci
speaking
from
of
being one of the last 3 guys in the IndyCar grid, you know, that like hang out at the end, that it's like one of those guys that you don't know if they're going to be there for the whole season and they're paying for their ride at Ed Carpenter or whatever. So like now he's actually like a midfield driver, and like that makes me grumpy.
I think it makes many people grumpy. No, I don't know if this is something we caught or has been discussed. Speaking of Road America and the kink, are we aware that Road America is getting new track out curbing at the kink?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know if they're going to make it higher or lower, but I assume it will be one or the other.
So my solution after the Spec Miata debacle last year there during qualifying was just to pave everything out to the wall, all the way down to the first little left-hand kind of dog leg there, and basically let everybody run to the wall. Like, that's your new track limit. If you feel like you need to or can go that far, then sure, feel free. Right? It prevents the giant clouds of dust. It opens up the corner a little bit further. You don't end up with people spinning on the exit back across the track. Does it reduce some of the consequence of the corner? Potentially. But, like, the cars that were not close to flat out are still not going to be close to flat out. Like, Trans Am cars aren't going to bustle through there, without lifting.
Oh, I think if it's paved all the way to the wall, they might.
No way.
No, they don't have enough front grip at that speed.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. TA2 cars, same thing. It's just not. It's not there, but like your borderline cars, I expect me out of barely borderline, but it prevents that cloud of dust. It prevents the blind exit foot to the floor doing 120. I think it's just the way to go there.
I guess there's not really a way to reduce grip on the outside there and not make it sketchy.
So just leave the wall.
Right. I don't know. Like,
you can, if you paint it right now, you got painted tarmac in the wet, and that's no good either.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like you can't paint it. You can't do grooves either, because that's going to be the same problem.
I mean, you could. No, I mean you could groove pavement like you do on highways, right? Do like a grooved paved concrete pad on the
but then you're just reducing the contact patch of the tire that you really need to be working correctly, or you're just going to slide into the wall. Like,
yeah, but hitting the wall on the left is better than spinning back across the track to the right and throwing up a cloud of dust.
Is it? I think it's still going to spin back across as soon as you nail the wall anyway.
Still better because there's no dust.
I guess.
I'm interested to see what it looks like.
The dust, I understand the dust being the problem. I just... there's a fine line between... I don't want to be the guy that's like, the halo looks dumb and we shouldn't even have it in F1.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be that guy. But at the same time, it's like, that's kind of the part of the track where your driver skill matters a lot. Like, a lot. Like, you're either set up for that corner or you're not. And if you're not, you're losing a bunch of time.
I mean, the alternative is you are eventually going to have cars run the chicane.
That might be better. I would almost rather that be the case.
I just completely disagree with that.
I kind of agree with Brendan on this one, just because you have a lot of street courses around the world that have fast kinks that, that basically you run up against the wall. That's how it is. I mean, if you're racing at Singapore or wherever, that's just how you gauge it. The old Belle Isle track was the same thing with quite a few corners. It's just you judge the right speed going through this kink, and if you get it wrong, you hit a wall.
But the reality is most cars don't need the extra room. It's the borderline cars that would take advantage of it, and you are reducing the consequences of somebody getting it wrong there at a place where, as demonstrated by what happened last September, they can be pretty significant.
Yeah, visibility will be much better, and
I don't know. I haven't seen any pictures or proposals of what that actually means. It just said new track out curving. So, it's probably not as dramatic as paving the whole section of runoff. I think that's what they should do, but my guess is based on what people have said that that's not exactly what it's going to look like. So, we'll wait and see.
Speaking of waiting to see, we've got 28 minutes left. Speed Syndicate is only at -8 laps at this time. They're out on track circulating. They've got that down. I'm hoping we can see some positive laps.
We'll get positive laps
at the end. Well,
I was trying to figure out how that happened. It was a 50-lap penalty for working under our red flag earlier.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense. GTU is down to 3.9 seconds between the Stratus 58 and Stratus 60. So that has dropped down from, I think, 15 or so at the restart, down to very, very little. And the 60 is still charging. In GTO, the lead margin is 43.7 seconds. It's closer than it was some time ago, but still very much favors the 70 there. I don't anticipate seeing changes. Battle from second, or the gap from second to third is a minute 23. Third to fourth is a minute and 14. Really very little of interest there towards the bottom end of the top 10 in GTO as well. GP1 has fizzled out to some degree, although this battle between 9-4 Motorsports and Screaming Goat Racing sits right at 15 seconds. No, I mean, it hasn't been smaller than that. In, you know, some time. It's the biggest it's been for, or bigger than it's been for the bulk of the race. But anyway, there hasn't been enough to choose between those two cars at most points during the race. I'm not sure 15 seconds is doable in the next 26 minutes. PC Racing recovering from a stoppage out on track a little over an hour ago. No chasing down the number 38 from Palomar Racing. Did get itself going. The margin is 10.8 seconds. So we have the onboard from PC Racing. I think I heard Jordan say we lost it earlier. Yeah, okay. It's disappointing.
I'm wondering if maybe they just had a fuel issue and had to maybe refire it, and I don't know if they have a safety reserve tank, but
you're talking about the number 44?
Yeah.
I don't know, because we don't really have the pit tracking data that we used to. Back when RacewRl was around, it's difficult to tell exactly where they would have been in their fuel run. But with the frequency of code 35s, I would have been surprised.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out the reason for it, because they were going relatively quick before they come to a stop. They get the car going again after 20 seconds or so, come down pit road, they come out of pits, and they're back up to pace. And they have been since. So I don't know what that issue would be, other than a fuel-related one.
Margin from second to third in GP1, 9-4 to Screaming Goat up to 16.1 seconds. PC Racing has the gap from fourth down to 7.1.
No, just check. It just refreshed again.
Oh, did it?
1.8.
Gotta find it again. Yep. Well, that is a little bit anticlimactic here. It's happened a lot more quickly than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 38, I think, is in a little bit of conservation mode here. The 44 really aggressive on the brakes on the way into turn number 5. Gets right up to the rear bumper of the number 38, and they head out onto the run from 6 into 7, with the 44 already showing the nose before they even get to the braking zone there, and the move is done. Took absolutely nothing from the PC Racing squad to make the move now for fourth in GP1.
Nearly identical times for 9-4 Motorsports and Screaming Goat Racing. So that gap's going to remain at 16 seconds.
Gentlemen,
You.
as the clock winds down,
Yes.
We've been graced with the presence of another visitor who I think you guys had back at Eagles Canyon. I've been reliably informed. Ryan, did you speak to a Cal DeNyse from Sebeco?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, he's come back up. Cal, welcome back to DriversEye Live.
Having me.
There we go. We did it again. Yeah, no, thanks for stopping up. We just caught up very briefly off air as we get into the dying minutes of our Saturday 8-hour enduro here. You're here with Sebeco primarily in a customer support role this weekend.
Yes. Here with Sebeco, and we've got a definitely growing field in the GTU class, and here to help out as much as we can. I know, as you race BMWs or Porsches or something, you can find a lot of those parts places, but for a bespoke car like this, we bring those parts to the track.
So I'm going to follow up on the customer support thing very briefly, but first, because I wasn't a part of the chat back at Eagles Canyon, we've got a little bit different audience this weekend. GTU just kind of popped all at once between the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. We went from 4 or 5 cars in the class now to 12 or 13, and the potential for even more. All but one are Sebeco NP01s.
Yes.
Just the one Ligier is the one that we've got it there in GTU. That's not a small task for Sebeco, right?
No.
Doubling your car count is not just the work of a moment.
Correct. It's been a long time in the making, and we're really excited with round 3 coming on board. I know you had Brad up here a bunch talking about it, and David with Automatic has come on board as well. But with that, once more people started to hop on board, then it became, again, more people then said, hey, well, as long as I'm not racing only against Stratus, this becomes a better option. So with car count comes more cars. So, the 185 out there who started on pole and led a lot, they actually picked the car up about 2 weeks ago, came out here, did the max track time event, and straight from the factory were running sub track record. So they were excited. They were on pace. Had a little bit of contact, unfortunately, this morning. So they've just been using the rest of the race as sort of a test session. That's why they've been in and out. And so they're looking for a great showing tomorrow. And we're excited to have them with us as well.
So that car's lineage, the NP01's lineage, before its Evo spec, was primarily as a kit car, right? You receive the chassis on its own. You get the extra parts, the bodywork, everything, and you're meant to piece the thing together in your own garage. Is that how the car is still arrived, or can you order it completely assembled as a ready-to-go race car from the Sebeco factory?
So actually the only way that someone can pick it up now is fully built.
Fantastic.
And so like I said, Shane came by, he was there, did a seat fit with the guys at Speed Seat right there in the shop, and literally took the car Friday and drove all the way here to Barber and spent Saturday, Sunday, Monday on track with it, straight from the shop. So it comes ready to go. And back when they first started with the NP01s, with I see a little action going on between them right now. But honestly, they started with the concept. They wanted to be somewhat like the NASA version of a Spec Racer Ford. And but more of a proper prototype, and that's where it started. And the guys at Panos with Alana really took that project on and developed a great car. Unfortunately, after Panos had passed away, the car wasn't really doing as much, and some of the guys got together, bought the rights to it, and the only problem was the timing. It was right after COVID. Or the year that COVID hit, and so it took a little bit of time, but now the car's been, obviously, as you've seen, it's been progressed over the past few years, and Ben Cooper, who heads up all of our technical stuff, is a phenomenal engineer, and so he's been really the brains behind getting everything done and getting these cars to last and be reliable and quick.
If we could pick up the race lead battle, Jordan, it's headed up into turn 9 and 10, I think, at the moment. The two Stratus Racing 58 and 60 going at it, hammer and tong. There they are, actually.
Yep.
So they made it even further than that. 58 still leads 60, but it was side-by-side not so very long ago.
Side-by-side not so very long ago, and they raced. And they did all the racing, so there was a lot of it going on. Yes.
Good.
There he is.
We back?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah. All right, we did it. Sorry, back with Cal here.
Yeah.
So one of my follow-up questions, and we'll start to kind of move along here. We don't know when the internet's going to do this again. There was a time in GTU where the Sebeco NP01s were still very open to development, right? There were some cars that had taken on the Evo spec, some that hadn't, some had some teams that kind of made their own Evo spec out of it. Is that opportunity still there to take the base Sebeco NP01 Evo car and turn it into a team-specific endeavor, make it better, maybe a little better suited to WRL action, whatever that process would entail? Or is the idea to try to keep it in that Evo spec for Sebeco support?
So we run, we've got a pretty well-proven chassis now. I think early on, a lot of people were trying to put their own spin on it as a way of, hey, it's a good starting point, but let's see what we can do. And, over time, Stratus has really shown what works well. And I mean, even just now, they're still running fastest laps of the race.
Yeah.
Within the last couple of laps. So it's a car that runs well right now. And sure, if somebody wants to take it on and do something a little different, we do still have teams that do that. But the great ability right now is to cross over and still take this car. And Stratus came and ran a PSSA event with us with these cars. And so that's part of the package is, hey, if you keep it as close to the spec car, then you can still go run other series with it and get extra seat time. But, there's nothing stopping somebody from, you buy a car and you want to, people ask us all the time, why don't we do a K series? Can I K swap the car? Sure, if you want to K swap the car and you want to do the development, nothing's stopping you. But the car was originally developed next to the DPO2, which ran that Mazda motor.
Yeah.
So when the DPO2 had it, they already had it sitting there, and Alana said, hey, this is what we're going with.
Change for the GTU leads. 60 now leads 58. Happened just on the last lap. We followed those two Stratus cars around. With regards to support, your role specifically, Cal, there's a dozen plus BMWs this year, maybe 24, right? There was a time where we had a bunch of Audi TCR cars that ran. And there was always this kind of rumor floating around that, so-and-so's going to bring their parts trailer. When we did the 24 hours at Sebring, that was going to be a thing. None of it ever materialized, right? We've never had, maybe one appearance, or a couple appearances from Toyota to help support the Super Crew. Really never had that hands-on manufacturer support. That is exactly what you're here to do, Spec.
That's it. So we've been a part of it, maybe not as bold as we are now with it as the field count is growing. But yes, that's exactly what we're doing. We've got a whole gooseneck full of spares and parts, and again, technical support as well as part support. And we also work with the teams between the races. So when we get done with this, we'll talk to the team owners and go through a full recap of the race and their weekend. And just because we've developed the car and it's a great package, Stratus is obviously, taking a lot of overall wins. They're leading right now. Doesn't mean we're still, stopping right there. We take the feedback, we implement whatever we can do to make the car better.
So as the GTU ranks have grown, obviously plenty of NP01s. You also have this Ligier JSP4 that's been running around.
It looks so good too.
It's wild. It is a wild-looking race car, but it's been competitive pretty much straight off the bat. Those Rapscallion guys put a lot into getting that car ready to go in GTU. Almost a season's worth of development from the first time we saw it on an entry list to the first time we saw it on track. Did that have Sebeco kind of turn their heads and say, hey, actually, we might have a little bit more work to do here with the NP01? Or do you feel comfortable with the idea that you're getting the most out of the package and that the last 8+ years of development on that chassis have been enough to get what you need to get out of that whole package?
Yeah, overall, I think we're more excited to have them with us rather than just a single make series. It's a car that produces power a little differently than we do, and that's fun. Oh, it looks like somebody went straight on in the gravel.
One. I think it's the one.
Or is that the 95 of Don?
Might be the 95.
I'm not sure.
Got a very far off PTZ shot. Maybe that is
that looks like possibly the 95.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for it.
And I hope they're not stuck in there. But Don actually just wrapped that car blue. It looks great this year. Oh, yeah, there they go. They're getting out of there. But, yes, I mean, honestly, the Ligier, it's a great car. We're excited to have them as competition. And I think, if anything, it just makes us, push a little bit harder to make the car as good as we can. But I think a lot of the battling for the overall wins last year pushed us to get the car where it is. I mean, Stratus does a lot of testing as well, where they were developing the car, trying new things, trying new gear ratios, all kinds of stuff, to try and get that last little bit of performance. And now having the Ligier here, the guys at Rapscallion, great competitors. They've actually run a Sebeco before, so they're familiar with the car. They know our strengths and weaknesses, and it'll be fun to see them.
Last question before we begin to wrap up our race coverage here, and I let you go back to presumably celebrate an overall victory for Sebeco. If a VW Fun Cup were to enter GTU, could you handle the heat?
I would probably be sitting there asking Tyler Hoffman over there at Kingpin, saying, hey, what do I need to know about this thing, and how do I get in one as well? So I think it would be awesome to see them.
That's right.
I think they're a cool little car. And again, we're welcome to any competition. We're comfortable with our car, and we like to have fun out on track with everybody. So,
Cal, DeNyse, thank you for your time. Thanks for stopping by. You guys are welcome to come up anytime. Congratulations on the growth in GTU and with this Sebeco NP01 program. And best of luck to hopefully many more for you guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Cheers.
It looked like we had gone yellow there for a moment, but I think that was a mistake. We're still circulating here with 10 minutes left to go. Our first day here at Barber for the 2025 season. Join us again tomorrow, an hour earlier. We'll get the race going. That way everybody can get home to their families, their businesses, a little bit earlier in the evening. Eight hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Got a little bit of a local break mandated by the county government.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it is. It is more Alabama.
I can't believe it's more Alabama. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. Jordan loves these 8 a.m. starts. Jordan is a fan of many things, but he is especially a fan of these 8 a.m. starts.
Boo.
Yeah, JT doesn't. Yeah.
No, nobody likes that.
Jordan hasn't fallen asleep in the middle of producing a race, however.
That's true. Well, not that we know of.
That's true. Yeah. So we're under 10 minutes to go in the Barber Saturday 8-hour enduro. Did you guys do this already? Oh, I had the cans on.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I did.
Well,
do it again.
Okay. I think this lead battle is the best thing we've got going at the moment because, of course, it is. It's the overall race lead. Yes, it's an intra-squad battle between the 58 and the 60, between the two Stratus racing cars, and, of course, between the NP01s. But back and forth now a couple of times, 0.3 of a second between your first and second place cars. They head down through 7 and 8 up the long run in towards turn 9 and 10. Turns 9 and 10. And a little bit of clear track here. I think the 60 is the stronger car, but if they catch much more traffic before the end of the race, and they almost certainly will with probably 5 or 6 more laps to go, this could yet go back the other way.
It's in pain for the 60 so far this season, where they've led a bunch of the race, and then we come down to the end of the race, and they can't quite seal the deal. That's happened twice already, I believe. That happened both times last time out, JT?
For what?
Where the 60 couldn't quite hang on to win the race.
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to go back and look.
I think they finished second both times. One of the days, especially, they had been the consistent car running towards the front all day, not setting the world on fire for lap time. And the 58 and 59 had run into trouble, and then one of the other cars ends up coming all the way back and winning, and the 60 gets moved down to second. So
61 Sunday.
Oh, they did end up winning Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, second on Saturday.
On Saturday. So Saturday was the day they got ran down. So I'm hoping for another strong result for the 60 here. I think the 60 is the only car that hasn't won the championship yet. I think the 58 and the 59 have both won. Now, granted, it's all one team, and as I understand how the driving lineup works, they all kind of intermix there anyway, so, you know, who knows. But here's to hoping. Here's to hoping for the 60, although it's looking pretty close. They're going to come down into turns 11 and 12 here.
Lost a little bit of time later.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
hello. Oh, I think it's already happened.
It's quick.
The pass has occurred.
60 to 50. Yeah, it occurred while we were chatting.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Yep.
It's showing on the timing as not having occurred.
Oh, it's occurred.
It will once they cross the line here.
Got it. No.
I can tell you the 60 is definitely in front.
Well, then my timing is
by about half a second.
Well,
do a refresh. Both my timings show the 60 ahead.
Yep, same. Me too.
Yep.
That one does. This one does.
I do very briefly want to give one other shout out here to PC Racing for a pretty epic charge in GP1 after its stoppage out on track 2. Try and somehow catch the lead trio. They got the number 38 from Palomar Racing, so they got one of those spots back. Probably were in for a second place result here, especially based on their pace over the last hour or so. It's been really, really good and got, I think, just about everything they could get. They're just going to come up, well, it's going to be about a lap short of that number 29, I think. No, not quite. But the pace has been good, very consistent. And another shout out to the 150 of ASM, who is all but certain now to come home with the GP1 class victory in a really, really hard-fought battle early on that could have seen that class go any number of, like, 5 different ways. And they just kind of said, no, we're not going to throw this away, right? We're not going to make any mistakes. And they put their foot in the ground and eked out a 2-lap margin over the rest of the GP1, or about a lap margin over the rest of the GP1 field. And in what was probably the least certain class of the day, are going to come home with a pretty decisive and commanding result for the lone Honda S2000 in GP1.
Yeah, they've done well here before. I want to say 2023 when they ran that in GP2, they won both races here. And then running in, I want to say GP1 this race last year, their Sunday race took second behind PC Racing. So it can definitely run at the front as we've seen, and it's they've had quite a bit of success here.
Also worth noting down in GP1, the 29 and the 3 battle we thought was going to be pretty close to the end. It's still 16 seconds. It's been that way for almost, I'd say, the better part of the last half hour. And with now under 5 minutes remaining, just no progress been made by that number 29 of Scream and Go Racing. It's been a really good fight from then, really good defense from the number 3. Just seem to get this every now and then at Barber, where you put everybody in these pressure cooker situations, trying to chase down or catch somebody or start playing with tenths of seconds per lap in the closing minutes. And everybody just seems to find themselves super evenly matched. The white flag is out, which I feel a touch early, but anyway, we are beginning the last lap of racing here at Barber Motorsports Park. We'll pick up the race leaders. We have the race leaders on screen. 60 leading 58, headed down through turn 2, round the outside at turns 2 and 3, head up the hill on the other side. I'll catch them out the window here. It is still 60 to 58, about a car length in the braking zone at turn number 5. One of the last really good opportunities for overtaking on this final lap. We'll get them over the rise, headed down towards turn number 6. The next cars you see will be the Sebeco NP01s. Gray accent will lead the blue accent. 58 just shows the nose underneath the walkover bridge at turn 7, down the hill on the other side. Really good use of the apex curve by the 60 there to get the car rotated. I think they're getting just about 100% out of that car with the teammate
filling the rear view mirrors up the rise into turns 9 and 10. Good launch for the 60 as well. Draws out just about a car length or two, but there is traffic headed down into turn number 12. Is that the PC racing car? It is. To the driver's left goes the number 60. The teammate will follow them through. It's not the 12, it's 222. Through more traffic at 13. We'll get them headed into the final sequence of corners here, 14 and 15. I don't think it's likely to change unless there's a mistake. Indeed, it doesn't. The 60 holds about a quarter of a car length in hand over the 58, who gets a run down the front straightaway. It's side by side at the line. Was it a formation finish? Maybe, but the margin of victory either way is going to be something like, oh, come on, timing, don't fail me now, half a tenth of a second. 0.047 at the line. 60 leads home 58. All to play for there on the final lap of racing in GTU and for the overall race win as well. And it goes the way of Stratus, number 60. GTO race winner will be the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche 911 991.2 Cup, with about a minute in hand over the number 188 from Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing. The BMW M4 GT4 Thunder Bunny Racing's number 4 does come across the line now and will solidify a third place finish there in GTO. It is worth going back to look at the race control log to see if we ever got an answer on that contact with number 4. We have not. So just bear that in mind, that these results are still unofficial. And we'll need a little bit of input from our friends over in the booth next door. GP1 race winner is that ASM Honda S2000 with a lap in hand over the 94 Motorsports Corvette C5. 15 seconds from then, back to the Screaming Goat Racing number 29. PC Racing number 44 will salvage a fourth place result after some late trouble. And the number 38 from Palomar Racing finishes in 5th. GP1 today is absolutely, or has absolutely been, for my money, just the class of the field overall. Great fun watching the GP1 fight. Your GP2 race winner is the number 83 from Palomar Racing. 5 laps in hand over Rebel Racing, the number 222. Further 4 laps ahead of the Lagunatics Racing, number 779 Subaru BRZ. Fawn Group Motorsports, the number 418, will finish there in 4th. And Open Throttle Racing's number 66 to round out the top 5 in GP2. Late trouble for Boulder in a podium position is going to leave them just outside the top 5 there, P6 and 22 laps down. Worth noting they put up a good fight there, but late contact down at turn 3 took them out of the running. Your GP3 finisher, only GP3 starter, and did not finish. It was the number 460 Off-Leash Motorsports Porsche Boxster. Gentlemen.
There it is.
That was certainly a race.
It was. And we can do it all again tomorrow.
We can. I don't know that we have margin of victory statistics, historical MOV statistics in the World Racing League, but that might be the closest we've ever had.
Yep.
It was a really good run for the 58 off the final corner down the front straightaway. I don't know if there was any staging there. I don't know if it was okay, hold position and do the formation thing across the line. Would love to find out. But anyway, it was really fun to watch. As Jordan rightly points out, there is more Barber to come tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. If we have any closing thoughts, Ryan West, JT Tammy, certainly take it away, and we'll get things wrapped up and head towards Sunday.
You know, I love that these races that have the code 35, especially for the first 3 quarters of the race, there were close battles throughout. So even without the highly artificial reset of using a double yellow and the safety car, the race was still close. There were still position battles going on that were decided on basically pit and fuel strategy. So quite like seeing that. Yeah, hopefully you guys have a good time tomorrow.
Yeah, it was an excellent race. It was wild seeing just how close it was throughout the day. I think it was another good demonstration of how great of a series WRL puts on, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We'll give Brendan a moment to gather his thoughts here.
Yep.
I know he's almost at a loss for words.
He is. The impact of this race has been just heavy. He's really having to gather himself. It's been an emotional day for Brendan.
I think we've done it.
It is, and
I think we're good.
Yes, he's ready now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it's been a good one. We know tomorrow is going to be a similar day in some respects. 1 hour less of racing, but we know we're going to have at least the one red flag is a guarantee there with the quiet hour at 11 o'clock. We start an hour earlier at 8 a.m. Central Time. We finish an hour earlier at 4 p.m. Central Time. I hope for more of the same. I would love to see this GP1 battle repeat itself. I'd love to see the round 3 cars and maybe the automatic cars take the fight to the Stratus cars in GTU, because that has the potential to be pretty epic as well. And let's wait and see what happens in GTO. The 188 had a really solid run today that I think is duplicatable for them and can take the fight to that round 3 racing Porsche. Jordan Worth has been a wizard on the 1s and the 2s today, if the 1s are the mouse and the 2s are his keyboard. He's done an excellent job for us throughout the course of the day, as have, of course, JT Tammy and Ryan West, my co-commentators for the Saturday race today. Tomorrow, we anticipate being joined by Robert Hill Jr., Notorious RHJ. Thank you, Ryan.
I'm glad that stuck too.
I am too. Yeah. Ryan will step away for tomorrow. We'll have JT Tammy join us for the bulk of the day, although we don't know exactly when he'll leave us. Step away at some point, and we're going to carry you through the final 7 hours of racing from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. This has been the World Racing League. We have been DriversEye Live, and we will be the same tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. Join us on the World Racing League YouTube channel. Until then, take care.